in a frozen global apocalypse, while others are shivering from the bitter cold and fighting tooth and nail over a single pack of instant noodles, I am sitting in my warm, fortified villa, surrounded by billions in stockpiled supplies, enjoying a royal feast under the heating. It turns out, I've reincarnated back to the time before the end of the world. At this very moment, I was soundly asleep on the dining table when my chubby brother Pan Mang walked over from the opposite side carrying 2 fully loaded food trays, shouting for me to eat. Seeing my lack of response, Pan Mang directly grabbed my hair and yanked me up, complaining and asking if I had stayed up late chatting with Song Xiaodai again to be exhausted like a dog. I groggily opened my eyes with drool still hanging from the corner of my mouth, and smelling the enticing aroma wafting through the air, I was completely bewildered. Where am I? It smells so good. When my line of sight focused on the fried chicken leg and food right in front of me, my mind was filled with nothing but pure disbelief. In the very next second, I violently slammed the table and sprang up, startling both the girl nearby and Pan Mang. This is food. My eyes radiated light as I stepped directly onto the dining table, pouncing toward the food tray like a wild beast that had starved for half a month. I grabbed a large chicken leg with one hand and frantically stuffed it into my mouth, my cheeks bulging like rubber balls, completely ignoring the need to chew. Pan Mang was so terrified on the side that he kept waving his hands, urging me to slow down so I wouldn't choke. But at this moment, I had entirely lost my sanity. Eating my own portion wasn't enough, so I even rushed to the adjacent table to snatch a passerby's meal, causing surrounding students to exclaim in shock repeatedly until Pan Mang risked his life to hug me from behind to hold me back. After sweeping through the food like a whirlwind scattering the remaining clouds, I slumped back in the chair with a round, bulging stomach, stroking my belly in satisfaction and letting out a comfortable sigh. I am back. I am truly back. Looking at the food trays on the table that I had licked so clean that not even crumbs remained, I wiped the grease from the corners of my mouth, and my gaze gradually became sharp. I can't believe it. I have really been reborn. Pan Mang speechlessly asked if I was full. Then he complained in sheer exasperation. Are you the reincarnation of a starved ghost? Is this how you eat? You even ate my share. I lowered my head, and a crazed smile curled on my lips. I indeed am the reincarnation of a starved ghost. In that extreme cold apocalypse, I was starved to death alive. Hearing this, Pan Mang became anxious, spitting saliva everywhere as he scolded me, asking if I was acting crazy here because I got dumped and triggered by Song Xiaodai, and adding that he had told me early on that that woman was no good. I ignored his cursing, backhandedly gripping his shoulders with a deathly tight hold. I stared intensely into his eyes, my tone carrying the excitement of surviving a disaster. Pan Mang, it is so good that you are still alive. Everything can be restarted, and everything can be salvaged. Pan Mang's face turned purple from fright at my terrifying gaze, crying out for me not to speak so scarily, as of course he was still alive. In order to confirm the time, I loudly asking for the exact current date. You don't even know this? It's August 8th, 2024. Hearing this date, the apocalyptic tragedy of skies filled with blizzards and skyscrapers completely sealed in ice instantly flashed through my mind. It's coming soon. I opened my hands with a solemn expression. In half a month, the entire world will plunge into extreme freezing weather. A heavy snowfall will last for 3 continuous months, and by then the whole world will be sealed in ice, with temperatures dropping directly below -50 degrees. After hearing this, Pan Mang was directly amused, pointing at me and laughing out loud, saying that in this peak summer with maximum temperatures of 40 degrees, I was telling him it was going to snow. Then he put away his smile, pointed at me seriously, and asked if I had encountered some trouble, stating that as my father figure he could help settle anything, and told me to stop spouting nonsense here. I turned my back, clenched both fists tightly, and said in a deep voice, I indeed have something I need your help with. Pan Mang picked up his water cup and took a sip, patting his chest and telling me to speak straightforwardly, saying that as long as it was doable, it wouldn't be a problem. In the next second, I fiercely slammed both hands on the table and leaned in front of him, shouting with an incomparably firm gaze, lend me 1 billion. Pan Mang directly spat out a mouthful of water, his eyeballs almost popping out onto the ground, and asked me with his hair standing on end, are you serious? Serious, I replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Pan Mang cleanly and crisply replied with 2 words, I don't, exclaiming that even if he sold his dad, he couldn't scrape together 1 billion. I propped my hands on the dining table, stared at him intensely, and pressed the question, then how much can your dad sell for? Pan Mang swallowed his saliva and weakly replied that at most he could sell for $500 million. Just as we were bickering over money, a couple of treacherous dogs walked by not far away. A yellow-haired man had his arm around a red-haired woman wearing a pink skin-tight dress, and was smiling creepily while saying, after eating, let's go to a private cinema to watch a movie, and I will show you a big treasure. The red-haired woman rubbed against his chest with a face full of shyness. Brother Yang Zifeng, you are so bad. I like it so much. Pan Mang recognized the woman's back at a glance and exclaimed, Chen Guang, that is Song Xiaodai. This woman is dating Yang Zifeng, the wealthy heir of the Wu Dragon Group, behind your back. Hearing the commotion, the 2 people ahead turned around, and upon seeing me and Pan Mang, Song Xiaodai's face was filled with guilt and shock. Chen Guang, why are you here? Pan Mang instantly flew into a rage, pointing at Song Xiaodai and cursing loudly, Song Xiaodai, are you worthy of Chen Guang? He sacrificed so much for you, even scrimping and and saving just to buy you a designer outfit, and now you are actually dating someone else behind his back. However, Song Xiaodai merely turned her head slightly, acting with the arrogant attitude of a dead pig unfazed by boiling water. Since you saw it, I don't want to explain anything. The situation is exactly as you see it. Looking at her ugly true face, memories of my past life flooded into my mind like a tide. In my past life, this woman also clung to Yang Zifeng in the exact same way. But after the extreme cold apocalypse descended, she was thrown away like garbage by Yang Zifeng. It was my stubbornly misguided self who brought her back and worshipped her like a goddess. I endured hunger and starvation myself just to let her eat her fill, but in the end, what I received in return were her successive betrayals, and even my final death by pure starvation was inextricably linked to her. I lowered my head, my eyes turning freezing cold to the extreme. Pan Meng tugged at my clothes, urging me to leave quickly, saying that this woman wasn't even pretending anymore. But I kept my hands in my pockets and coldly spat out 2 words: no rush. Sweating profusely, Pan Meng angrily asked what was the point of staying here, as just looking at this kind of woman made him nauseous. On the side, Yang Zifeng arrogantly began to laugh loudly. Ha, Chen Guang, I have heard of you, Song Xiaodia's ultimate sycophantic simp. Song Xiaodai said you are like a deeply devoted dog, licking her boots every single day. Now it seems that is indeed the case. Song Xiaodai even pointed directly at my nose, clamoring with a face full of disgust. Chen Guang, I hope you recognize your own place and stop pestering me. Those things you did for me in the past were just you moving yourself. To me, it was just harassment. I looked at her expressionlessly and coldly interrupted. Are you done speaking? Yang Zifeng actually thought I was reluctant to leave, mocking me and asking if I was trying to use a silent treatment to win Song Xiaodai back. Song Xiaodai then took the opportunity to lean into Yang Zifeng's embrace and acted spoiled. Brother Yang Zifeng, even if he kneeled in front of me right now, I wouldn't look him in the eye, because you are my true Mr. Right. Chen Guang, let's go. Staying here will only result in being humiliated by them. Pan Meng was so anxious that he was sweating heavily. I remained entirely unmoved, simply staring at them. Give me 5 more minutes. Pan Meng was completely speechless, sighing over why his brother just couldn't see through this. Yang Zifeng, on the other hand, spread his hands in smug forgetfulness. Ha, 5 minutes. I'd like to see what kind of tricks you can play in 5 minutes. If you can entertain this master will reward you with a piece of used toilet paper from the 2 of us. However, before his words even faded, I raised my hand and delivered a ruthless slap. With a crisp smack, Yang Zifeng was directly slapped by me so hard that his saliva flew wildly. Song Xiaodai was so terrified that her beautiful face lost its color, covering her mouth and screaming, Brother Yang Zifeng. Behind me, Pan Meng and the crowd of spectating students were all stunned dry, their jaws dropping to the floor. Meanwhile, Yang Zifeng, having received the slap, covered his red and swollen cheek, his eyes turning bloodshot, the veins on his forehead bulging out, and glared at me intensely. Yang Zifeng's defenses were evidently broken, cursing, bastard, you dare hit me, and then he waved his fists, shouting that he was going to kill me. But I didn't put him in my eyes at all. The moment he lunged forward, I kept my hands in my pockets and raised my leg to deliver a kick. Accompanied by a muffled thud, Yang Zifeng was directly kicked flying by me, crashing heavily onto the ground. This kick directly stupefied the chubby friend on the side, who exclaimed, is he that fierce? Song Xiaodai was terrified pale, hurrying over to check on Yang Zifeng's injuries, crying out in heartbreak, Brother Yang Zifeng, are you okay? Subsequently, she turned her head, roaring at me like a shrewish woman. Chen Guang, you dare lay hands on Brother Yang Zifeng, you are dead. Brother Yang Zifeng is the crown prince of the Wu Dragon Group, but the grounded Yang Zifeng didn't appreciate her gesture at all, forcefully shoving her away and struggling to climb back up. This guy was still quite unresigned in his heart, boasting of being a Taekwondo black belt, refusing to believe he couldn't beat a greenhorn like me. He roared and once again threw a heavy punch toward me. With a disdainful snort, I sent him flying with an uppercut, and only spat out 1 word, trash. In that extreme cold apocalypse, in order to survive, I had long learned numerous basic martial arts techniques. Those were killing skills honed in piles of dead bodies, and dealing with this kind of flashy move grown in a greenhouse was absolutely no problem. Pan Meng was so excited on the side that his eyeballs almost popped out. Holy crap, Chen Guang, since when did you become so fierce? Meanwhile, the grounded Song Xiaodai looked at Yang Zifeng being brutally beaten by me, her face full of disbelief, and cursed loudly at me. Are you crazy? You barbarian, you actually injured Brother Yang Zifeng. I am not done with you. She even put on a condescending posture to threaten me. Chen Guang, I truly never expected you to be this kind of person. You kneel down right now and apologize to Brother Yang Zifeng, otherwise I will never forgive you. I looked coldly at her jumping clown-like appearance, not indulging her in the slightest, and backhandedly delivered a resounding slap directly to her face. What kind of chicken feather do you count as? This completely infuriated Yang Zifeng on the side. He covered his face and viciously spat out harsh words. Fine, you thing who doesn't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. I will mobilize all my forces to kill you. Crushing you will be as easy as crushing an ant. But his nonsense was truly too much, and I was too lazy to listen, raising my foot again to viciously kick him. The massive impact force once again sent Yang Zifeng flying into midair, and he spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Taking advantage of his inability to stand up, I walked straight up and reached into his pockets to grope around around. Soon, I pulled out a small red spray bottle and sneered. Found it exactly as I expected. Seeing the item in my hand, Yang Zifeng's face instantly turned deathly pale, and he lunged over in extreme horror, shouting, "Give it back to me." I held up the medicine bottle, a mocking smirk hooking the corner of my mouth. Feeling guilty? How many young girls have you ruined with this thing? Sweating profusely in anxiety, Yang Zifeng rushed over to snatch it like a mad dog. "Little bastard, I don't know what you were talking about. Give the thing to me." I easily dodged his pounce sideways, while unceremoniously pressing the spray nozzle, releasing all the red medicinal mist inside with a hiss directly into his face. Caught off guard, Yang Zifeng inhaled a massive mouthful, his entire face instantly flushing red as he clutched his neck in extreme terror. You are crazy. This is." In the next second, the medicinal effects directly activated. Yang Zifeng gripped his hair tightly with both hands, roaring wildly at the sky like a person who had completely lost his sanity. Song Xiaodai was terrified by this scene, hurrying forward to ask, "Brother Yang Zifeng, what's wrong with you? Are you okay?" Trembling violently all over, Yang Zifeng desperately covered his face, painfully pushing her away and roaring hysterically, "Go, leave quickly, stay away from me." He suddenly raised his head, his eyes already covered in blood vessels, congested to the extreme limit, looking exactly like an irrational wild beast. Having thoroughly lost his reason, Yang Zifeng could no longer control the wicked fire within his body, and with a miserable scream, he fiercely pounced on Song Xiaodai beside him. Accompanied by a crisp rip sound of tearing fabric, Song Xiaodai's pink skin-tight dress was brutally shredded by him. A large expanse of skin was exposed, and Song Xiaodai was so terrified she tightly covered her chest, screaming out in absolute horror, "Brother Yang Zifeng, don't, this is the cafeteria." But at this moment, Yang Zifeng had long transformed into a beast, madly pinning her down, completely deaf to any pleas for mercy. "Brother Yang Zifeng, what are you doing? Stop, help." Watching this entertaining show of a dog biting a dog, I patted the dumbfounded Pan Meng. "5 minutes are up, let's go." Still recovering from the shock, Pan Meng swallowed his saliva and sighed that this was simply too stimulating, asking me what exactly happened to Yang Zifeng. I took out the small red bottle I had just searched from Yang Zifeng and played with it, sneering, "This is a potent aphrodisiac. Once inhaled, one will lose their rationality and turn into a beast capable only of mating." Normally, Yang Zifeng uses this stuff on others, so this time let him properly taste the consequences himself. At this moment behind us, Yang Zifeng was already tearing at Song Xiaodai while pinning her firmly to the ground like a starving wolf. Pan Meng was very worried on the side, as after all, this was the cafeteria, and under the public eye. What if Yang Zifeng called the police afterward? But I wasn't panicked in the slightest. Rest assured, Yang Zifeng has ruined an unknown number of young girls with this thing. Some were even driven to commit suicide by jumping off buildings. He absolutely wouldn't dare to bring this matter to light. Moreover, given his personality as the crown prince of the Wu Dragon Group, having made such a massive fool of himself, he would only choose to secretly seek revenge on me in private. Stroking his chin to think, Pan Meng agreed that this was indeed the logic. Walking out of the cafeteria, Pan Meng asked me where we were going now. I turned my head, revealing a smile of inevitable victory. To sell the house. Before long, we arrived at the You Love Your Home real estate agency. Pan Meng was jumping in anxiety on the side, shouting that this was the only property left to me by my parents, and how could I just sell it on a whim? I paid him no mind, unhesitatingly signing my name on the house sale contract. The moment the pen fell to sign, my gaze became incredibly sharp, and 3,100,000 swiftly landed in my hands. Before the extreme cold apocalypse arrived, I absolutely had to do everything in my power to frantically hoard supplies. Only in this way, when doomsday descended and everyone was slaughtering each other for a bite to eat, could I firmly grasp the initiative of survival. Even the female sales agent who shook hands with me to seal the deal looked thoroughly perplexed, exclaiming that housing prices were skyrocketing right now, and even if I wanted to cash out, there was no need to be in such a hurry, completely failing to understand what I was thinking. After finishing the procedures and walking out of the agency, Pan Meng asked me what we were going to do next. I waved my hand grandly, my mind seemingly already ringing with the sound of gold coins, and spat out 2 words with soaring heroism: spend money. In the next second, we charged directly into a large chain supermarket. I pointed at the shelves, sweeping them frantically like a wholesale buyer. "These rice, noodles, and cooking oil, bring me 1,000 boxes of each. Also these canned foods, bring me 10,000 cans of each." The massive procurement volume terrified the young female shopping guide into a daze. Holding her pen, she stuttered to ask if I was certain. I crossed my arms and nodded decisively. On the side, Pan Meng's jaw almost dropped to the floor, complaining if I was here to stock up goods for a store. I turned to confirm with the young lady if they could deliver to the door, and after receiving an affirmative answer that not only included delivery but also unloading, I immediately locked my eyes on Pan Meng, asking if he had a vacant warehouse in the suburbs. Pan Meng asked with a face full of vigilance what I wanted to do, and surely I wasn't going to put all these goods in his family's warehouse. I smiled and patted his shoulder, telling him to lend me the warehouse for a few days and give the address to the supermarket, while I still had to continue procuring. Right as we were frantically sweeping up goods, 2 female students walked over from not far away. One of them, Zhang Xiaoran, saw me and mocked to her companion with a face full of disdain, saying, "Wasn't Wasn't I that poor loser who was cheated on by Song Xiaodai? And that this was a membership-only high-end supermarket. So how could a person like me possibly afford to consume here? I didn't have the time to pay attention to these two jumping clowns. Walking straight to the digital appliances section, and with a grand wave of my hand, I activated the sweep mode once again. These Alienware computers, bring me 5 of each. Also televisions and gaming consoles, bring me 10 of each. After all, when the extreme cold apocalypse arrived, it would be a world of ice and snow outside, and for the vast majority of the early period, one would have to stay indoors for refuge. Besides eating and drinking well, entertainment devices to pass the time were absolutely indispensable. Hearing my extravagantly wealthy procurement list, the young shopping guide bloomed with joy, bowing to me with a face full of smiles. Okay, sir, you truly are our biggest client this year. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoran and Lu Jia, who stood nearby looking down on me, now had their eyeballs almost falling out onto the ground, sweating cold drops in utter shock. Zhang Xiaoran thought to herself, did I hear wrong? He requested 5 of those expensive Alienware computers all at once? That's worth at least 200,000. Beside her, Lu Jia also wore an expression as if she had seen a ghost. And those televisions and gaming consoles, they are all highly valuable. How could this poor boy Chen Guang have so much money? But I completely ignored their shock, waving my hand forward grandly once again, and shouted domineeringly, package all these household appliances, and I will take all of those down jackets too. This operation directly caused Zhang Xiaoran to gasp in shock, looking at me in disbelief. Is this guy really a poor boy? He just spent over $1 million in this short while. Looking at my posture of spending money like flowing water, a trace of greed flashed through her eyes, and she muttered softly to her companion, I have never seen such extravagance. There's only one possibility. Chen Guang is a hidden second-generation heir to a wealthy family. That can be the only explanation. Let's go over. This is a great opportunity. At this time, I was silently calculating in my heart. More than half the money is spent. The basic guarantees for the apocalypse are secured. Now it is time to do the more important things. Just as I was thinking this, a pungent perfume smell drifted over. Zhang Xiaoran pinched her voice, deliberately puffing out her chest and throwing a flirtatious wink at me. Chen Guang, long time no see. Beside her, it was as if shy pink peach blossoms had bloomed all over, as she artificially leaned in close to build a rapport. Yeah, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few days. Chen Guang has become so much more handsome. I looked at these two coldly, a gleam of chill crossing the bottom of my eyes. Zhang Xiaoran and Lu Jia were neither of them good people. When the extreme cold apocalypse descended, they used their bodies to rope in a group of street thugs to rob things everywhere. In my past life, I was also robbed by these two. Even the clothes on my body were stripped completely bare by them. In that time I nearly froze to death alive. Seeing my silence, Zhang Xiaoran actually thought I was shy, continuing to seduce me with flirtatious winks. Chen Guang, why aren't you speaking? Do you feel distant? How about we have a meal together? I snapped back to reality, a playful cold sneer hooking the corner of my mouth, and agreed readily, sure. Then I turned my head and instructed Pan Meng beside me. Pan Meng, transport the things back for me. I have some matters to attend to. Seeing me take the bait, Zhang Xiaoran and Lu Jia exchanged a glance, revealing a treacherous smile of success. Zhang Xiaoran calculated in her heart, this foolish boy agreed. We'll slaughter him for a good meal today. I know a newly opened high-end restaurant nearby. I heard a meal costs at least 5 or 6,000. Today we have a willing scapegoat. We can just taste it. I pretended to be oblivious, going along with the flow. Let's go. I happened to be hungry. Soon, they brought me to the front of a resplendent and magnificent skyscraper. Pointing at the luxurious high-end restaurant in front of us, Zhang Xiaoran asked me what I thought. I feigned restraint and looked around. Very high-end. It must not be cheap. Zhang Xiaoran pulled me inside, afraid that I would back out and run away. Chen Guang, we wouldn't bring just anyone here. Hurry up and go inside. I am starving to death. Entering the restaurant and sitting down in a luxurious private room, they hypocritically asked me how the dishes were. I flipped open the thick menu, deliberately furrowing my brows and saying, isn't it too expensive? Hearing this, the two immediately snatched the menu away, terrified that I wouldn't let them order, and shouted impatiently, not expensive, not expensive. How is it expensive? If you won't order, we will. Next, Lu Jia unleashed a frantic output to the waiter. Black gold caviar, M12 Wagyu beef, Antarctic lobster. These, we want all of these. An hour later, the table was covered with empty plates swept clean like a storm. With a flushed face, Zhang Xiaoran burped, slouching back in her chair with absolutely no regard for her image, rubbing her belly and sighing. Today's meal was super satisfying. It's been a long time since I've eaten this full. She turned to look at me and asked how my meal was. I stood up, wiped my mouth, and said indifferently, it was very delicious. I have also eaten just about enough. I need to step out for a moment. I walked straight to the restaurant's front desk. The cashier smiled and verified the bill with me. Sir, you have consumed a total of 18,800 yuan, cash or card. I leaned against the counter, propping my hands on it, and revealed an unfathomable smile. I am not here to settle the bill. Following the exact dishes on that table just now. Prepare 100 tables for me, and I will come collect them in 10 days. The moment these words came out, the cashier, who was maintaining a professional smile, instantly widened her eyes in shock, her jaw almost dropping, and confirmed with me in complete disbelief. Prepare 100 tables? Sir, are you certain? Hearing Hearing the cashier's repeated confirmation, I unhesitatingly pulled out a glittering bank card and handed it over. I can pay first. After all, in the impending extreme cold apocalypse, eating canned food every day would eventually make one want to throw up. In order to guarantee my future quality of life, it would be better to directly order 100 tables of top-tier feasts, and when the time comes, store them in my spatial dimension to enjoy slowly. As for how to preserve these dishes, I would definitely find a way within these 10 days. Meanwhile, in the private room, those two women were still dreaming of catching a golden turtle son-in-law. Lu Jia muttered smugly to Zhang Xiaoran. Although Chen Guang is a bit stingy, constantly complaining about the price, he knows to immediately go pay the bill, which is considered quite sensible. Zhang Xiaoran greedily echoed, "It is rare to run into a wealthy foolish boy. We will take him to buy a few more bags later." Before long, the cashier handed the bank card back to me with both hands, smiling and saying, "Sir, your 100 tables of food have been ordered. Regarding the table just now." I waved my hand smoothly, putting my hands in my pockets and walking out without looking back, a cold sneer hooking the corner of my mouth. They will pay the bill for that table themselves. Walking out of the restaurant, I let out a long breath of relief. The money from selling the house was mostly spent, so next I absolutely had to get some more money, and the fastest way was, of course, to exploit online microloan platforms. I took out my phone and executed a flurry of operations. Walking on the main street, I looked at the continuously arriving balances on my phone, my heart blossoming with joy. Can't finish exploiting them, simply can't finish. I have already extracted 2,700,000 from 36 microloan platforms, and there are still more than half of the platforms left untouched. This is truly a great method to build wealth. Just at this moment, an urgent phone ringtone suddenly sounded, ring ring ring, and Zhang Xiaoran's name popped up prominently on the screen. As soon as the call connected, Zhang Xiaoran's exasperated interrogation came through. "Chen Guang, where are you?" With a face full of mockery, I spoke into the phone. I had matters to attend to, so I headed back first. Zhang Xiaoran instantly jumped in anxiety, shouting and screaming in the restaurant regardless of her image. "Nonsense, you invited Lu Jia and me to eat. If you don't pay the bill, who will?" My eyes instantly turned cold, and I mercilessly fired back. "When did I ever say I was treating you to a meal? Wasn't it you guys who dragged me to eat? Furthermore, the dishes were all ordered by you. What does that have a dime's worth of relation to me?" Zhang Xiaoran was so angered by me that her face turned green, using twisted logic to question if I was still a man, and how could I let them pay for such an expensive table of food. Hearing this, I laughed directly out loud. Did I strongly remind you or not that it was too expensive? It was you guys who specifically picked the expensive ones to order. Now you complain it's expensive. Where were you earlier?" Zhang Xiaoran cursed urgently, and the waiter behind her had already walked over holding the bill, so she could only yell into the phone that I was a poor beggar, and if I couldn't afford the bill, I shouldn't have come to eat. I sneered coldly. "Poor beggar? Why don't you ask this restaurant if I ordered 100 exact identical tables of food from them?" Hearing this, the nearby cashier smiled and delivered a finishing blow to Zhang Xiaoran. "The gentleman accompanying you indeed ordered 100 exact identical tables of food." This time, Zhang Xiaoran was completely dumbfounded, cold sweat pouring down, her tone softening instantly, and she pleaded with a crying voice, "Chen Guang, I beg you, please come back and pay the bill, okay? Since you ordered 100 tables, you certainly aren't lacking the money for this one table." I didn't buy her act at all, cursing viciously, "Pay your uncle. Your master here will not indulge you smelly stupid idiots." After finishing speaking, I hung up the phone directly. In the restaurant, listening to the busy tone on the phone, Zhang Xiaoran despairingly told Lu Jia that I called them stupid idiots and refused to pay. Lu Jia also panicked, stamping her feet in anxiety and saying where would they get that much money. The cashier coldly reminded them from the side, "Ladies, we do not allow dining on credit here." Driven to a dead end, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhang Xiaoran's eyes as she gritted her teeth and said, "Let's find brother Hao. The two of us will accompany him tonight. Get him to come over, and I absolutely must teach this Chen Guang a harsh lesson." On the other side, I was just passing by a lottery ticket station when I suddenly slapped my thigh hard, exclaiming, "How could I have forgotten about the lottery?" In my previous life at exactly this time, a lottery ticket I bought casually hit the first 5 numbers of the double color ball, winning me $3,000. Because it was a windfall right before the apocalypse, it left an extremely deep impression on me. If I use this memory to buy dozens of first prize bets, the massive funds needed for the early stages will be completely secured. Thinking of this, I walked into the lottery station without hesitation, my hand tightly clutching that lottery ticket that was about to change my destiny. Looking at the freshly bought lottery ticket in my hand, a confident smile hooked the corner of my mouth. Now I just have to wait for the drawing results in a couple of days. With this pre-apocalyptic startup capital in mind, I directly headed to the vacant warehouse owned by Pan Ming's family located in the suburbs. Just as I entered the main yard, I saw the chubby guy squatting aggrievely on the ground, holding a paper bowl and frantically slurping instant noodles. I shouted loudly, "Pan Ming, I am back." He raised his head, his mouth still stuffed with noodles, and complained angrily, "You still know how to come back? You ran off to eat a massive feast by yourself, leaving me here to eat instant noodles and act as your hard laborer moving and unloading goods. Do you have a conscience?" I walked up with a smile and patted his shoulder to console him. "Don't be angry. I'll take you to places play something thrilling tonight. Walking into the massive warehouse, the inside was already packed completely full with mountains of accumulated supplies. Pan Meng looked up at this exaggerated display, asking with a face full of confusion, "I really don't understand. What is the use of spending so much money to buy these things?" I raised my head to gaze up at these goods, my eyes becoming deep and solemn. Before the extreme freezing apocalypse arrives, by that time these supplies will be life-saving items. Countless people will freeze and starve to death, and a single bite of food will make people do absolutely anything. I turned my head, staring at him with absolute seriousness. "Pan Meng, you absolutely must believe me." The chubby guy scratched his head and spread his hands in sheer helplessness. "If I didn't see that you looked quite normal, I really would have thought you had gone mad. The key point is, I have no way of believing these things you are saying." I smiled mysteriously. "No rush, you will believe it in a few days." However, before my voice even faded, an arrogant voice suddenly came from outside the warehouse doors. "You are Chen Guang?" We turned our heads to look, only to see several fiercely malicious street thugs blocking the doorway. The leader was a bald, muscle-bound brute who was weighing a baseball bat in his hands, pointing at me viciously with a cold sneer. "Brat, you dare to hit on Brother Hao's woman? A broke student like you has far too much nerve." Seeing this group of local ruffians, Pan Meng instantly panicked, spreading his arms wide and warning loudly, "What are you doing? If you dare to act recklessly, I will call the police." The bald brute acted as if he had heard some massive joke, bursting into rampant laughter. "Call the police? Go ahead and call them. Let's see if the police officers arrive faster, or if your legs get broken by me faster." I took a step forward, calmly stopping the chubby guy. "There is no need to call the police." The bald brute scoffed smugly. "Ha, coward, not daring to call the police is the right move. Calling them would be useless anyway." Pan Meng, however, stepped bravely forward to block in front of me, attempting to use his family background to intimidate them. "My father is the boss of Pan's Building Materials. We can talk things over properly. Don't you touch my brother." The bald brute seemingly realized the situation, immediately mocking, "So it is the young master of the Pan family. Young Master Pan, rest assured, we won't touch you. This has nothing to do with you. But we are absolutely going to touch this Chen Guan." Seeing that negotiations were fruitless, Pan Meng anxiously shoved me backward with one hand, yelling, "Chen Guang, run quickly. I will hold them off." But the bald brute had already raised his baseball bat high with a face full of violent hostility, roaring, "Get out of the way. You don't even know your own weight and try to play the loyal hero, daring to provoke Brother Hao. I will crack your skull open." Seeing the thick and heavy bat about to smash into the chubby guy's head, Pan Meng squeezed his eyes shut in terror and screamed. Right at this hair-raising, critical moment, I instantly erupted, my speed so fast that I left a residual shadow in the air. The bald brute turned pale with shock. Such fast speed, one look and I can tell he has trained before, but he had absolutely no time to react at all. I delivered a heavy flying kick through the air, blasting solidly into his chest. With a muffled thud, the brute's massive body was directly kicked flying backward by me. The bald brute crashed heavily onto the ground, spitting out fresh blood. I gave him absolutely no chance to catch his breath. Smoothly picking up the baseball bat from the ground, I directly and viciously forcefully shoved the thick bat straight into his cursing mouth. Crack! Accompanied by a scalp-numbing sound of bones fracturing, the bald brute let out a miserable howl of agony. This savage scene instantly shattered the courage of the surrounding thugs who originally wanted to attack. They looked at me with faces full of horror, cold sweat pouring down. This brat is so ruthless. De Zhuang's entire mouth of teeth has been shattered. Facing the remaining few shivering thugs, I showed no fear whatsoever, resting the baseball bat on my shoulder, and arrogantly pointed at them while hooking my finger. "All of you, come at me together." A yellow-haired petty thug forced a facade of calm, roaring loudly, "Attack together. Slaughter this brat," and led the remaining few to bite the bullet and lunge toward me. I sneered coldly, my figure charging into the crowd like lightning, brandishing the baseball bat just like a tiger leaping into a flock of sheep, accompanied by dull striking sounds. This group of petty underlings were absolutely no match for me at all. Pan Meng watched in stunned silence from the side, sweating profusely as he marveled, "Is this still the Chen Guan I know? Taking out 6 people all by himself?" I flicked the baseball bat in my hand, walking up to the thugs wailing on the ground, and asked coldly, "Do you submit?" The yellow-haired guy clutched his swollen, beaten face, begging for mercy with his black and blue features. "Stop hitting us. We submit. You've got skills. Boy, we admit defeat today." I squatted down, pulled out my phone and opened my payment receiving QR code, revealing an extremely terrifyingly kind smile. "If you submit, then transfer the money, 100,000 per person." "Ah, this, you are extorting us." I directly smashed the bat viciously into the ground right next to him. With a loud bang, it scared him into full body shivers. "I am indeed extorting you. Did you think taking a beating was the end of it? Hurry up, or else I will shatter all 3 of your legs." Looking at my fierce and diabolical appearance, the yellow-haired guy was so terrified he nearly wet himself, and could only obediently pull out his phone to transfer the funds. Looking at the "You have received 600,000 yuan" notification on the phone screen, I smiled in satisfaction. It wasn't actually that I was cruel-hearted, but rather that having experienced the apocalypse, my mentality was long past that of my student days. Moreover, scumbags like Wang Hao did all sorts of evil deeds when doomsday arrived, killing an unknown number of people, so treating them ruthlessly is never considered going too far. Putting away my phone, I wrapped my arm around Pan Meng's shoulders and said grandly, "Don't just stand there in a daze. I'm taking you to find some thrills." Very quickly, I brought Pan Meng to a luxurious nightclub filled with neon lights and intoxicating decadence. Watching the sexy beauties twisting their waists on the dance floor, Pan Meng's eyes went completely straight, and he excitedly said to me, "Chen Guang, my good brother, I like this place. Too many things happened today. We need to properly calm our nerves here." While I walked straight over to the bar counter, "I am looking for your boss Jean. I am here to deliver goods." The young lady paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Please wait a moment. I will make a phone call." A short moment later, a blinding blue light suddenly lit up in a dark corridor deep within the nightclub. 2 rows of bodyguards wearing black suits and sunglasses stood like iron towers on both sides, radiating an overwhelming aura. Pan Meng was startled by this display, stuttering as he asked me, This is what you meant by looking for thrills? I'm just asking if it's thrilling or not. Your understanding of thrills is flawed, right? Where is this place? And what are we doing here?" Just as my voice fell, an elder wearing a traditional Chinese suit, with a full head of white hair but looking hale and hearty, walked over from the end of the corridor. The bodyguards on both sides bowed in unison, shouting, "Uncle Lee." Uncle Lee walked up in front of me, looked me up and down, and asked in confusion, "You are here to deliver goods? I don't think I've ever seen you before, have I?" I met his gaze unhurriedly, smiling slightly. "It is our first time meeting. I heard Uncle Lee collects goods, so I came." Uncle Lee furrowed his brow slightly, looking at our completely empty hands, and asked, "You are empty-handed. Where are the goods?" I patted my own chest and answered confidently, "Right on our bodies." Hearing these words, Uncle Lee froze for a second, then tilted his head back and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, interesting. This is the first time I've seen people delivering themselves as merchandise. Take them down." Following Uncle Lee's explosive shout, the black-suited bodyguards surrounding us, who originally stood like wooden stakes, instantly drew out silenced pistols, pointing the dark muzzles squarely at me and Pan Meng in perfect unison. Having over a dozen guns pointed at his head, Pan Meng was so terrified his legs turned to jelly, raising his hands above his head and screaming with a crying tone, "Don't be impulsive. Absolutely don't be impulsive. My dad is the boss of Pan's Building Materials." Then he turned his head, asking me in a complete breakdown, "Chen Guang, what is going on? What goods are you delivering?" I kept my hands in my pockets, explaining to him without changing my expression, "Uncle Lee specifically traffics human organs. The goods are the organs in our bodies. No need to panic." Hearing this, Pan Meng's eyeballs nearly popped out, his entire person going completely insane. "What? Organs?" I ignored the yelling and screaming chubby guy, instead leaning forward and staring down at Uncle Lee from a high vantage point, my eyes full of provocation. "Uncle Lee, you collect goods. We sell goods. Is there anything wrong with that? Or are you saying the renowned Uncle Lee doesn't dare to accept them?" Uncle Lee was infuriated by my utterly disrespectful attitude, gritting his teeth and growling lowly, "Bullshit. Is there anything in this world I wouldn't dare to buy?" "Very well." I raised one finger, confidently offering an astronomical price, 10 million, and all the organs in my body belonged to Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee narrowed his eyes, stretching out 5 fingers to haggle with deep, calculating shrewdness. 5 million. There's a strict crackdown right now. The market is low. I unhesitatingly took a step forward and grasped his hand firmly. "Deal. However, I have one condition. You give me the money first, and in 3 days, I give you the person." Uncle Lee began to laugh coldly and sinisterly, tightly squeezing my hand back, his tone brimming with killing intent. "Fine, and don't even think about running away. I have 10,000 ways to track you down." Subsequently, Uncle Lee snapped his fingers, ordering the blonde-haired, sunglasses-wearing man behind him, "Have them sign the slavery contracts." The blonde guy took out a document sheet and handed it to me. I took it, scanned it briefly, and suddenly pointed at Pan Meng, who was shivering to the side. "Why is there only one copy? Give him one too." Upon hearing this, Pan Meng was so terrified he backed up repeatedly, waving his hands frantically. "Me? No, 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 I'm not selling." I turned my head and raised an eyebrow at the blonde guy. "Don't listen to him. He's selling." Pan Meng was so anxious he was about to cry, desperately explaining that he wasn't lacking money. But in the next second, the blonde guy pulled out a pistol, pressing it forcefully against Pan Meng's forehead, and viciously ordered, "Cut the crap. Sign." Feeling the freezing gun barrel, Pan Meng was so terrified his tears flowed wildly, and he could only humiliatingly sign that deadly slavery contract. Walking out of the nightclub's doors, the blinding sunlight shone on my face. Pan Meng finally couldn't suppress his inner fear and anger, pointing at my nose and cursing loudly, "Are you even human? I came out with you to find thrills, and you sold me off?" I kept my hands in my pockets as before, walking forward breezily. "Don't mind these minor details. Come on, I'm taking you to another place." Pan Meng completely broke down, roaring hysterically behind me. "I have heard of that Uncle Lee as well. He is a notorious local mob boss who does every evil deed imaginable and has immense power and connections. In 3 days, the two of us will be dismantled into spare parts by him." Listening to his complaints, my gaze gradually turned freezing cold, and I sneered secretly in my heart. Uncle Lee hasn't just done every evil deed, he is utterly devoid of conscience. I don't know how many human organs he has trafficked over these years, harming countless people. 3 days later will be the day of his death. Seeing my silence, Pan Meng stamped his feet in anxiety, asking me what I would use to deal with those heavily armed mobsters. I wrapped my arm around his shoulders, a mysterious smile hooking the corner of my mouth. "Let's go. What comes next will make you believe that the apocalypse is arriving. Not long after, I brought Pan Meng in front of an extremely luxurious detached villa. The female real estate agent responsible for receiving us confirmed with me, her face full of surprise. "Sir, are you sure you only want to rent this particular villa?" My tone was absolutely resolute. "I am sure. I won't rent any other ones." Walking into the spacious and brightly lit villa hall, Pan Meng crossed his arms, his face writing pure confusion as he complained about why I ran over here to rent a villa. I surveyed every corner of this place, saying with profound meaning, "There are good things inside this villa." My thoughts were instantly pulled back to my cruel past life. In that disaster era fraught with extreme freezing cold, this villa was the safe haven with the fewest disasters and the most abundant supplies in the entire region. Most importantly, a rare apocalyptic fortuitous encounter would also descend upon this place. Exactly because of this, in my past life, countless rioters and refugees flooded madly into here, slaughtering each other just for a bite to eat. Before my eyes, it was as if that group of deranged mobs with bloodshot eyes, acting just like zombies, had appeared once again. Right here, countless people lost their humanity, letting me witness what it means to be an existence unworthy of being called human, and what kinds of tragedies even demons couldn't commit, and I ultimately died miserably in this living hell. I fiercely clenched both fists tightly, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in my eyes. Since I died here in my past life, then this life shall begin exactly from here. Returning to reality, the female agent opened her mouth with a troubled expression, interrupting my memories. "Mr. Chen, the owner of this villa stated that it is not for external rent." I directly held up 2 fingers. "I can pay double the rent." The female agent shook her head, indicating that the owner was absolutely not lacking money. Unhesitatingly raising one hand, I interrupted her words. 5 times the amount." The female agent continued to smile bitterly. "Mr. Chen, this matter cannot be solved with money. In order to secure this sanctuary villa," I directly held up one finger, tyrannically offering an astronomical price. 10 times the rent. "I can pay 1 month's rent in advance right now." This extravagantly wealthy posture directly knocked the female agent dizzy. Seeing stars, she was so thrilled it was as if she had seen her own father, patting her chest to guarantee. "Mr. Chen, rest assured, even if I have to call the owner daddy today and kneel to kowtow to him, I will make sure you get to rent this house." I smiled faintly, proposing my only condition: I must completely renovate the house once over. The female agent fully agreed, saying the house was originally semi-bare anyway, letting me tinker with it however I pleased, and subsequently ran off eagerly to contact the owner. Just at this moment, a shrill and harsh voice suddenly came from behind. "Xiao Daya, you really must hold on to Yang Zifeng tightly. The happiness of the rest of your life depends completely on you." The chubby Pan Meng turned his head to look, exclaiming, "Wasn't this Song Xiao Dai? And why was she also here?" I sneered coldly. "It's very simple. Yang Zifeng owns a villa here. Song Xiao Dai and her snobbish mother also saw us." Song Xiaodia's face was filled with disgust, pointing right at my nose and cursing. "Chen Guang, I still haven't settled the score with you for last time, and now you actually tracked me here. Are you ever going to stop?" Her mother stuck her nostrils even higher into the sky, mocking with extreme arrogance. "You are Chen Guang, one of my daughter's sycophantic simps? Heh, Auntie is telling you clearly today, it is impossible for Xiao Dai to take a fancy to a poor student from the bottom tier like you. Following her to the ends of the earth will be of no use." Listening to the brain-dead remarks of this ultimate mother-daughter pair, I was literally angered into laughter, unceremoniously cursing back. "Are you two absolute idiots? Who is stalking you?" This immediately enraged Song Xiaodia's mother to the point of exploding, as she jumped up and down cursing my lack of manners like a shrew, threatening to complain to the school to get me expelled, and even wanting to call the police to throw me in jail. I spread my hands, my face completely indifferent. "You'd better sentence me to the death penalty, you fools. I came here to rent a house." Hearing this, Song Xiaodai crossed her arms, rolling her eyes with a face full of sarcasm. "Renting a house? Heh, as if I don't know you, Chen Guang. A penniless beggar whose monthly living expenses are barely a few $100 can afford to rent a house here. The minimum monthly rent for a villa here is at least 20,000. Just as her voice faded, the female agent ran back excitedly. "Mr. Chen, it has been negotiated. The rent is 250,000 a month." Song Xiaodia's mother looked as if she had been struck by lightning, her face full of sheer disbelief. This poor brat actually rented a villa here? However, the mental circuits of this woman, Song Xiaodai, were simply bizarre to the extreme. She actually thought I did this to attract her attention, snorting coldly with arrogance. "Chen Guang, to get close to me, you surprisingly did not hesitate to spend a massive fortune to rent a villa here. Let me tell you that everything you are doing is useless. I advise you to give up on this delusion." I was thoroughly speechless, covering my forehead as I couldn't help but swear. Damn it. Mind-blowing. What kind of top-tier ultimate entitled fairy is this? The chubby guy next to me joined in the roasting. "This isn't just stupid. She has completely gone mad." Song Xiaodia's mother was still unresigned, pulling her daughter to leave while muttering disdainfully, "Xiao Dai, let's go." So what if he rented a villa to slap his face until it's swollen to pretend to be fat? A monthly rent is only 25,000. That isn't even enough to qualify to be your simp. Upon hearing this, the female agent immediately turned her head and loudly corrected her. "Mr. Chen, based on what you said about being willing to pay 10 times the rent for this place," without another word, I cleanly and crisply pulled out my phone. "All right, I will pay right now." "What? 10 times the rent?" The pupils of this ultimate mother-daughter pair experienced a sudden earthquake, screaming out loud. Song Xiaodia's mother's eyeballs almost popped out, forcing herself to save face as she muttered, "Just putting on an act. Is there anyone foolish enough to pay 10 times the rent for a house? Besides, where would he get that much money? He couldn't even borrow that much with naked loans." I shook my phone screen as the notification sound of successful payment rang out. The crisp sound of a face slap seemed to echo throughout the entire hall. The female agent grinned from ear to ear, respectfully handing over the keys. "Mr. Chen, the house is now yours. You can renovate it however you please. These are the villa keys." I took the keys and beckoned the still-dazed chubby guy. "Let's go." Striding away without looking back, I left behind that mother and daughter whose worldviews had collapsed and who were now doubting their lives. Song Xiaodia's mother was completely numb, asking her daughter in uncertain shock if I was a hidden wealthy second-generation heir. Song Xiaodai remained as stubborn as a dead duck, vehemently insisting that as an orphan with no parents, it was absolutely impossible for me to have money. Leaving the agency center, I walked in front and asked the chubby guy, "Pan Meng, I recall that your father is very familiar with the boss of Tianhong Decoration, the largest local renovation company?" The chubby guy nodded, saying that after all they were in the same industry, so they did indeed know each other. I snapped my fingers. "Then have your dad help me make an appointment. I want to do some renovations." The chubby guy looked totally bewildered, following behind me frantically and yelling, "Wait, big bro, what exactly are you after? You rented a barebone villa at 10 times the price, just to renovate it yourself after renting?" I smiled confidently, too lazy to explain much to him. "Cut the crap, quickly help me make the appointment. You will find out tonight." Not long after, the chubby guy waved his phone. Appointment made. Originally Tianhong didn't have time today, but after my dad pleaded with him, the boss of Tianhong pushed aside many things and decided to receive you personally. I stretched my body greatly, smiling in satisfaction. "Not bad. Uncle indeed has a lot of face. Later on, I will definitely have to gift Uncle Pan an entire truckload of instant noodles." Walking on the road, the chubby Pan Meng followed beside me with a speechless face, complaining, "Damn, who gives instant noodles as a gift? And a whole truckload at that? My dad never eats that kind of junk food." I rested both hands behind my head, smiling with complete relaxation. "Rest assured, your dad will eventually find instant noodles incredibly delicious." As we spoke, we had already arrived at the lobby of Tianhong Decoration Company. Right upon entering, the young receptionist very politely asked us to wait a moment, saying the director would be here right away. It truly was a narrow road for enemies. Before even waiting 2 minutes, the extremely grating, loud voice of Song Xiaodia's mother came from not far away. "Xiaodai, Yang Zifeng is paying for the renovation this time, so we must decorate it nicely." Song Xiaodai crossed her arms, comforting her mother with a profoundly smug face. "Mom, you can rest assured, this Tianhong Decoration is the largest local renovation company, otherwise we wouldn't have come here." As a result, the moment she turned her head she saw me, her face instantly dropping as she mocked with eyes full of contempt. "Chen Guang, you truly are relentlessly persistent. You even followed me to the renovation company. Do you think I'll be moved by this? You are dreaming." The chubby guy rolled his eyes so hard watching this, unable to resist cursing, "Son of a bitch, how did we run into these two stupid women again?" Subsequently, he unceremoniously shouted at Song Xiaodai, "Song Xiaodai, Chen Guang is also here for renovations. Don't overthink things." Who knew that after hearing this, Song Xiaodai would directly sneer out loud, "Ha, renting a house just to renovate it for someone else. Is there an even bigger idiot under the heavens?" At this time, the young receptionist from earlier walked over, and I directly stated my identity. "My name is Chen Guang. I had an appointment made earlier." The young receptionist nodded respectfully, saying so it was Mr. Chen Guang. Song Xiaodia's mother watched with furrowed brows from the side, suspiciously muttering if this guy was truly here for a renovation. Immediately she snorted coldly to comfort herself, regardless of whether it's true or false. "He is just slapping his face swollen to pretend to be fat." Just as they were speaking, a chubby boss wearing a sharp suit and sporting a beer belly walked over. The young receptionist immediately went up to greet him, calling out Boss Zhao. Boss Zhao looked left and right, asking where the person with the appointment was. The young receptionist smiled and reached her hand out to point towards our side. When Song Xiaodia's mother saw this, her eyes instantly beamed with light, and she rejoiced wildly in her heart with excitement. "It is actually Boss Zhao of Tianhong Decoration." I never expected Yang Zifeng's face to be this huge, making Boss Zhao come personally to receive us. She immediately switched to the smug face of a petty villain achieving success, showing off to me with extreme arrogance. "Did you see that? Young man, recognize reality. This is the disparity in status and position. Similarly here for renovation, our Xiaodai is received by the boss of Tianhong, while you can just keep waiting dryly over there." After speaking, she practically wore a mask of smiles, sidling up to Boss Zhao to build a rapport. "Boss Zhao, it is a great pleasure to meet you." Boss Zhao stopped his steps, looking at her with total bewilderment. "You made the appointment with me?" Song Xiaodai on the side also hurriedly puffed out her chest, rushing to claim credit with a shy face. "Boss Zhao, I was the one who made the appointment." Boss Zhao looked her up and down, blurting out, "Your name is Chen Guang?" Song Xiaodai was stunned on the spot, replying awkwardly, "Ah, my name is not Chen Guang. My name is Song Xiaodai." After realizing he had recognized the wrong person, Boss Zhao's face instantly darkened, shoving Song Xiaodai aside and scolding her crossly. If you aren't Chen Guang, why are you joining the commotion? Get to the side. With that, he walked straight towards me. I smiled slightly, taking the initiative to reach out my hand. Boss Xiao, I am Chen Guang. Boss Xiao immediately switched to an enthusiastic smiling face. I never expected you to be so young. Young man, let's go inside to discuss in detail. This scene directly dumbfounded the mother and daughter pair of Song Xiaodai behind me. Song Xiaodia's mother widened her eyes, asking in horror, Xiaodai, what is going on? How is Chen Guang being received by a big shot like Boss Xiao? Subsequently, as if finding an excuse, she forcefully tried to save her dignity. It must be connections found by Pan Meng. Pan Meng has a decent family background. Chen Guang himself absolutely does not have this capability. And by this time, I had already walked into the general manager's office with Boss Xiao. After sitting down on the office sofa, Boss Xiao asked me with a chuckle, little brother Chen Guang, what do you want to renovate? I leaned back on the sofa, spitting out a sentence indifferently. Boss Xiao, I want to renovate a villa. Hearing this, Boss Xiao waved his hand casually. Renovating a villa is a small matter. If you are frugal, 5 or 600,000, and for a better one, 3 to 5 million is plenty. I will call our design director over here to chat with you in detail. I sat on the sofa, calmly telling Boss Xiao that I felt it would be better for him to negotiate with us personally. With his hands behind his back, Boss Xiao made excuses with a face full of arrogance, saying that he was quite busy and usually only handled big orders personally. The corner of my mouth hooked up, and pointing confidently at myself, I said, Boss Xiao, I am the big order. He perfunctorily went along and asked what my budget was, and I casually held out 3 fingers, at least 30 million. At first, Boss Xiao didn't react, laughing dryly to brush it off, but in the next second, his eyeballs almost popped out, and he exclaimed in terror while sweating profusely, what, 30 million? No, little brother, are you sure it's 30 million and not 3 million? I smiled and gave an affirmative answer. Right at this moment, his design director, having caught wind of the situation, ran over wanting to snatch the reception duties. Boss Xiao's face instantly changed, and he roared at him to back off, declaring that he would negotiate this project personally. Subsequently, he asked me in bewilderment what kind of renovation I wanted, considering that buying a villa in this city wouldn't even cost 30 million. I directly handed him the blueprints for his review, and upon seeing them, Boss Xiao was so shocked that he blurted out, good heavens, asking me if I was building a fortress. With an extravagantly wealthy posture, I stated that if the budget wasn't enough, we could add more, as long as it was completed within half a month. Boss Xiao read aloud the demanding requirements on the blueprints: an independent drinking water system, an air conditioning system capable of withstanding -90 degrees, a ventilation and filtration system, and additionally installing 20-centimeter thick steel plates. Wiping away cold sweat, he complained that this was entirely a war fortress that not even a tank could breach, and that anyone unaware would think Doomsday had arrived. I told him to just treat it as if Doomsday had arrived, heroically promising to pay 20 million today, add another 5 million later, and settle the final balance 3 days after completion. Facing such massive temptation, Boss Xiao clenched his fists in excitement and made the final decision on the spot, mobilizing the entire company to work 24 hours non-stop to definitely deliver the finished product within half a month. Walking out of the company, Pan Meng completely lost his mind, roaring at me in a breakdown that spending 35 million to renovate a rented villa was pure madness. I laughed and told him to go back and persuade his father to quickly spend money as well, because after a while, money would be the most worthless thing. Pan Meng, however, anxiously pressed me for an answer, saying that even if we sold both of our organs, it would only be 10 million, so where exactly did the 20 million down payment come from? I casually spat out a sentence. I extracted 10 million from online microloan platforms. Pan Meng was instantly left speechless, gritting his teeth and praying that the apocalypse had better be real, otherwise I would never be able to turn my life around. Right at this moment, Song Xiaodai and her snobbish mother came over. With her arms crossed over her chest, Song Xiaodai presumptuously mocked me, saying I was trying to attract her by spending this little bit of money. I unceremoniously rolled my eyes at her, telling her to mind her own business. Her mother immediately jumped out to show off, smugly stating that their Song Xiaodai spent a full 1 million on renovations this time, wanting to let a poor boy like me witness true strength. Pan Meng couldn't bear listening anymore. Holding up 3 fingers, he frantically mocked them. 1 million is nothing. Chen Guang spent 35 million on renovations. Song Xiaodai covered her mouth and laughed wildly, cursing us for trying to fool ghosts, while her mother also sarcastically sneered with a face full of contempt that young people nowadays bragged without drafting a script. My eyes turned freezing cold as I stared intensely at them. If I really spent 35 million, will you call me daddy? Song Xiaodai pointed at me disdainfully, asserting that by selling my only dilapidated house I had 3 million at most, mocking that a sycophantic simp like me would sooner or later lose everything. Her mother was even more arrogant to the extreme, chiming in with a face full of sneers. If you really spend 35 million, I will call you daddy. Just as her voice faded, the glass door behind us was pushed open, and the young receptionist rushed out holding a document, shouting loudly, Mr. Chen Guang, you forgot to take your contract. Song Xiaodia's mother, quick-eyed and deft-handed, snatched the contract away and sneered coldly with a malicious face. Perfect. Let me see how much money it is. I will expose you in public. However, However, when her gaze landed on the amount in the contract, she looked as if struck by lightning, her pupils quaking violently, cold sweat instantly covering her forehead, trembling so much she couldn't even speak clearly. Beside her, Song Xiaodai hadn't noticed anything wrong yet, leaning in to ask smugly, "Mom, how much is it? Is it too little?" Her mother shakily held up the contract, stuttering as she exclaimed, "It really is 35 million. Hearing this number, Song Xiaodia's mental defenses instantly shattered on the spot. Pointing at me like a madwoman, she yelled, "Fake! The contract must be fake. How could he possibly have 35 million? The young receptionist immediately darkened her face and warned her righteously, "Madam, the contract was signed personally by our boss Xiao. How could it be fake? If you slander Tianhong Decoration again, we will hold you legally accountable." Too lazy to look at their clown-like faces, I stared directly at Song Xiaodia's mother and coldly spat out 2 words, "Call me daddy." Her mother instantly flew into a raging fury, pointing at my nose and cursing loudly, "Little brat, what kind of thing do you count as? I am so much older than you, and you want me to call you daddy?" Before her words even faded, a ruthless glint flashed in my eyes, and I raised my hand to deliver a vicious slap. With a crisp smack, Song Xiaodia's mother was directly slapped flying by me, crashing heavily onto the ground. Terrified, Song Xiaodai quickly rushed forward to hold her mother. Watching from the side, Pan Meng cried out in satisfaction, "So satisfying, an entitled old hag who looks down on others like a dog deserves to be slapped." I ignored the exasperated Song Xiaodai, who was screaming and yelling from behind that she would never forgive me, calling on Pan Meng to turn around and leave. The scene shifted to the evening. I brought Pan Meng back to the front of the rented villa again. Pan Meng asked with a face full of utter confusion why we were back again. The corner of my mouth hooked up, and I smiled mysteriously. "I said it before, next I will make you believe that doomsday is arriving." Pan Meng followed me up the stairs, complaining full of grievances that I had been acting neurotic and extremely abnormal these past few days, suggesting that either there really was an apocalypse or I had gone mad. We crouched on the rooftop for a full 2 hours. On a midsummer night, the temperature was abnormally freezing. Pan Meng squatted on the ground, shivering from the cold, hugging his arms and complaining that this weather was too unusual, clamoring to go back to sleep. I raised my head, staring intently at the pitch-black night sky, and said in a deep voice, "It is about time." Just as my voice faded, a dazzling meteor tore through the sky, dragging a long tail of flames as it plummeted. "It's here!" My eyes narrowed. Pan Meng, however, remained unimpressed, muttering that it was just a meteor and asking what all the fuss was about. In fact, he didn't know that although the true doomsday would not officially begin until over half a month later, there were already many omens long before then. The most obvious was that the night temperature began to drop sharply, and the meteors in the sky became increasingly frequent. "Holy crap, Chen Guang, the meteor seems to be flying towards us." Pan Meng suddenly pointed at the sky, yelling and screaming in terror, but I knew very clearly in my heart that these meteors were actually heaven-defying fortuitous encounters. If one was lucky enough to obtain the awakening fruits inside these meteors, they could become a powerful ability user. In my past life, the reason this residential community could become a survivor base was exactly because a few meteors landed here right around the apocalypse, creating several top-tier powerhouses. Among them, the one that plummeted before the doomsday was precisely this meteor right in front of us, which happened to land in the unoccupied villa next door. In my past life, it was accidentally picked up by a thief who broke in to steal, allowing him to reach the heavens in a single bound. Watching that massive fireball getting closer and closer as if it was going to smash right into us, Pan Meng was so terrified that he grabbed me and tried to run. However, I forcefully broke free from his grip, staring dead at that dazzling meteor with a fanatical glint in my eyes, and a crazed smile of inevitable victory hooked the corner of my mouth. "Come on, this fortuitous encounter is mine this time." Behind me, Pan Meng was frightened out of his wits, reaching out and shouting to ask if I had a death wish. Accompanied by a blinding flash of light and a whoosh sound, the meteor smashed accurately into my body, erupting with violent energy fluctuations. Pan Meng slumped to the ground in despair, assuming I had definitely been crushed to death by the meteor. However, as the light dissipated, I bathed in golden flowing light all over my body, completely unharmed. Exactly as I had anticipated, this meteor directly boosted my physical attributes across the board by 5 times. Although this kind of ability wasn't considered the most top tier in the apocalypse, for the current me, it was absolutely more than enough. I turned around, looking at the grounded Pan Meng with a body full of dazzling flowing light, and smiled, asking him if he believed it now. Pan Meng pushed up his glasses with an expression as if he had seen a ghost, stuttering as he exclaimed that I surprisingly didn't die. I smiled and retracted the light, clenching my fists tightly to tell him that not only did I not die, but I had also gained an extremely formidable special ability. Pan Meng stepped forward dubiously, reached out to pat my shoulder, sized me up and down, and complained that there was absolutely no visible change, asking where exactly I had become stronger. Before his voice even faded, my eyes narrowed. I grabbed his wrist and effortlessly, using only one hand, viciously hurled his entire person high into midair. Pan Meng was so terrified he flailed his arms and legs in the air, screaming at the top of his lungs. I looked up at him, smiling once again to ask if he believed it. Experiencing the sensation of weightlessness, Pan Meng completely panicked, yelling that his body weighing over 200 pounds was surprisingly surprisingly lifted up so effortlessly by me with just one hand. Seeing that he was about to crash face first heavily onto the ground, he yelled in extreme terror, telling me to stop joking around. Right when he was only inches away from the ground, I caught him steadily with a single hand. With a muffled bang, the massive reaction force even blasted out a ring of air waves on the ground. Held by me like I was carrying a little chick, Pan Meng gasped heavily, sweating profusely, and touched his own body, sighing in disbelief that he surprisingly wasn't hurt at all. After I put him down, the thoroughly convinced Pan Meng slumped to the ground, nodding his head repeatedly like pounding garlic, crying out that falling from a height of 10 meters and being unharmed made him truly believe in the apocalypse and my abilities this time. Meanwhile, in another villa within the same community, Song Xiaodai, wearing a pink skin-tight dress, was standing in front of French windows gazing at the night sky. Her snobbish mother walked over to inquire, and Song Xiaodai said thoughtfully that she seemed to have just seen a meteor land right near the villa I had rented. After hearing this, her mother was full of disdain, crossing her arms and viciously cursing that there was nothing extraordinary about a meteor and that it would be best if it directly smashed onto my head and crushed me to death, saving her from feeling annoyed at the sight of me every day. Song Xiaodai smugly comforted her mother, saying that Yang Zifeng would be back shortly, that the score from the cafeteria last time hadn't been settled yet, that Yang Zifeng would absolutely not let me off the hook, and that I certainly wouldn't be able to bounce around for much longer. Just as they were speaking, the doorbell rang with a dingling. Her mother immediately put on a sycophantic smiling face to go open the door, calling out young master Yang Zifeng. Yang Zifeng responded perfunctorily, his eyes urgently searching for Song Xiaodai. Seeing this, Song Xiaodai immediately twisted her waist and threw herself at him flirtatiously. Impatiently, Yang Zifeng grabbed her in his arms, viciously slapping her buttocks, and urged her with a face full of lecherous intent to hurry up and take a shower, saying he had been holding it in so badly these past few days. This blatantly unapologetic behavior caused the mother on the side to suffer from extreme awkwardness, smiling sheepishly as she reminded Yang Zifeng that she was still standing right there. Consumed by lust, Yang Zifeng didn't give her any face at all, turning his head to scold her fiercely. "Why are you still here? Hurry up and go boil some hot water." Seeing her sugar daddy getting angry, Song Xiaodai quickly changed the subject to please him, leaning in close and lowering her voice to snitch on me. "Brother Yang Zifeng, don't be anxious. Let me tell you some news. That boy Chen Guang has also moved into this community." Hearing Song Xiaodai's report, Yang Zifeng instantly flew into a violent rage, roaring with a hideous expression. "What? I haven't even gone looking for him yet, and he still dares to show up in front of me." The mother on the side was also full of toxic resentment, adding fuel to the fire with exaggerations. "Young master Yang Zifeng, that Chen Guang deliberately rented a villa here just to get close to our Song Xiaodai. He must be driven away." A trace of viciousness flashed in Yang Zifeng's eyes. He pulled out his phone and said ruthlessly, "I will call someone right now. I will let him know that provoking me, Yang Zifeng, is the most regrettable thing he has done in his entire life." Yang Zifeng dialed a phone number with a gloomy tone. "Duan Hubiao, this is Yang Zifeng." On the other end of the phone, a muscular brute named Duan Hubiao was sweating like rain in the arena of the underground boxing club Box Club. Hearing his sugar daddy's summons, he stopped his movements and respectfully replied, "Young master Yang Zifeng, go ahead." The corner of Yang Zifeng's mouth hooked into a cruel smile. "Help me take care of someone, and I will give you 200,000 under a heavy reward. There must be a brave man." A trace of greed flashed in Duan Hubiao's eyes, and he agreed without hesitation. "Understood. I will report back to young master Yang Zifeng in 2 hours." After hanging up the phone, he turned to look at his opponent in the arena, who had already been beaten black and blue, and arrogantly beckoned with his finger. "I've got work to do. I won't play with you anymore. Let's end the battle immediately." His opponent was infuriated by this contemptuous attitude, roaring and swinging his bandage-wrapped fists as he charged forward. "A rookie like you looks down on a boxing champion like me? You have a death wish." However, facing the menacing boxing champion, Duan Hubiao suddenly threw a heavy punch that smashed viciously into the boxing champion's chin. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled thud, the previously insufferably arrogant boxing champion was directly knocked out of the ring. The audience below the stage was completely stunned seeing the scene, discussing it in disbelief. Is Duan Hubiao really a rookie, defeating the underground boxing champion with one punch? I have never seen a rookie like this. A new generation of underground boxing champion is rising. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of another villa, Pan Meng and I were sitting on the sofa drinking beer. I was describing to him that the early stages of the extreme cold apocalypse would roughly be this cruel. Pan Meng listened with cold sweat pouring down, sighing that he never expected humanity to face such doom, and subsequently asked me what my plans were next. "Okay, go back and sell your parents first," Pan Meng said helplessly. "My dad does have assets, but trying to convince him to believe in the apocalypse, it would be easier to just make him believe I've gone crazy." I helplessly explaining to him that even if his father had assets, money would be waste paper in the apocalypse, and only supplies were fundamental. Even if his father was the richest man in the world, it would be of absolutely no use. Pan Meng suddenly realized, gritting his teeth and making a firm resolution. "All right, even at the risk of being beaten to death by my dad, I will squander this family fortune. I will go back right now." Before he could finish his sentence, my eyes sharpened, and I suddenly held held up a finger in a hushing gesture. Don't speak yet. Pan Meng was stunned, asking nervously what was wrong. I walked to the edge of the rooftop, looking down at the outside of the villa's main gate from a high vantage point, and sneered coldly. There are people surrounding the villa outside the gate. I saw Duan Hubiao, who had just been showing off his might in the underground boxing arena, blocking the villa entrance with several muscular brutes. One of the brutes vigilantly reported to Duan Hubiao, "Brother Duan Hubiao, the entire house is surrounded. That kid can't escape." A fierce glint flashed in Duan Hubiao's eyes, and he waved his large hand. "Good." Smashed the door open. A burly man holding a large sledgehammer immediately stepped forward, swinging the sledgehammer to smash into the exquisite main door. Bang! With a loud crash, that guy got knocked flying by the door. Pan Meng and I had already arrived in the hall. I looked at this group of uninvited guests and coldly questioned, "Who are you people?" Seeing me, Duan Hubiao arrogantly cracked his neck, emitting a teeth-aching sound of bone friction. "Oh, you actually noticed us. Are you also a trained fighter?" Facing the menacing muscular brute in front of me, I wasn't flustered at all, instead hooking a cold sneer on the corner of my mouth. "It's you, Duan Hubiao." Hearing me call out his name right away, the red-haired brute was clearly stunned for a moment, asking in surprise, "You know me?" Of course I knew him. In my past life's memory, this person was nicknamed Duan Hubiao, and he was one of the lucky ones who obtained a great fortuitous encounter after the apocalypse. In the early days of the Doomsday, he possessed considerable power. Compared to other people who obtained abilities, this Duan Hubiao still had some conscience and didn't commit too many atrocities against nature and reason. Duan Hubiao pointed at me contemptuously and laid down harsh words. "Kid, Yang Zifeng told me to come teach you a lesson. I won't make things too difficult for you. Just obediently let me land one punch. At most you'll break a few bones and be bedridden for half a month." I crossed my arms and coldly spat out a sentence. "I won't make things difficult for you either. Roll back to where you came from." These words instantly enraged Duan Hubiao. His muscles bulged all over, and he roared, "Big talk. Let me see what right a little chicken like you has to say that," before swinging his sandbag-sized fist viciously toward my face. Just at the instant his fist was about to touch me, I slightly dodged sideways, easily evading this fatal blow, and merely spat out 3 words, "Too slow." Duan Hubiao turned pale with shock, yelling excitedly, "What fast reaction speed!" Again, but I didn't give him a second chance to strike at all, suddenly throwing a heavy punch that smashed solidly into his collarbone. With a muffled bang, the massive impact force directly knocked him back. This scene stupefied Pan Meng and the underlings on the side, exclaiming in disbelief that brother Duan Hubiao, who had just defeated the underground boxing champion, was surprisingly knocked down. Clutching his chest, Duan Hubiao struggled to raise his head, saying through gritted teeth, "There is something wrong with you." I looked down at him from a high vantage point and asked, "Do you submit?" Yet he leaped up again like an enraged lion, roaring, "The person who can make me, Duan Hubiao, submit hasn't been born yet." Before his voice faded, I suddenly raised my leg, and a fierce high roundhouse kick solidly whipped across his face with a bang. Duan Hubiao's massive body was directly kicked flying high into midair like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the ground, unable to get back up again. I slowly walked up to him, looking at him coldly. "How about it?" Lying on the ground with a bruised and swollen face, Duan Hubiao gasped heavily for air, yet his eyes remained untamed. "The one who can make me, Duan Hubiao, submit hasn't been born yet. The fact that I had no power to fight back in front of you is unbelievable, but I simply refused to submit." I smiled. This kind of tough bone was exactly what I needed. I crossed my arms over my chest and dropped a massive bombshell. "It would actually be boring if you just submitted. If you go handle a matter for me, I can give you the method to save your sister." The word sister struck Duan Hubiao's weak spot like an electric shock. He instantly widened his eyes, roaring at me with a face full of horror. You know my sister is sick? Where did you find out from?" I stared at him with a profound gaze, my tone certain. "Not only do I know your sister is sick, but I also know your sister has a terminal illness that is completely incurable. You fight underground boxing and risk your life working for others all because you want to save money to treat your sister." Having his sore spot poked, Duan Hubiao's defenses completely shattered. With a trembling voice, he looked at me as if grasping the last life-saving straw. "You actually know in such clear detail. Can you really save my sister?" I slightly raised my head, answering confidently, "In this world, only I know how to save her. It depends on whether you believe me or not." After a brief silence, Duan Hubiao bit his teeth hard, his eyes becoming incredibly resolute. "Since you could defeat me, I believe you. Tell me, what matter do you need me to handle?" A trace of ruthlessness flashed in my eyes as I issued the command. "Go string Yang Zifeng up and beat him right now. Make sure he is bedridden for half a month and force him to spit out money. The more, the better." Hearing that he had to deal with his sugar daddy, Duan Hubiao only paused for a single second before decisively turning around, waving his large hand at the underlings behind him. "All right, brothers, follow me." On the way out after turning around, an underling beside him asked with a heart full of doubt if he really believed my words. Duan Hubiao's gaze burned like a torch, and he said through gritted teeth, "I have no choice but to believe. Right now, I must grasp any hope that can save my sister." The scene shifted to the outside of Yang Zifeng's extremely luxurious villa. The night was deep, and Yang Zifeng, assuming I had already been sent to the hospital, was smugly preparing to get down to business with Song Xiaodai. Under the dim, ambiguous lighting, Song Xiaodai, wearing a pink skin-tight dress, leaned leaned into his embrace and acted spoiled with a face full of coquettishness. Just as the two were preparing to go a step further, a violent sound of door smashing suddenly shattered the peace. Interrupted, Yang Zifeng was filled with displeasure, and Song Xiaodia's mother hurriedly ran to open the door, complaining about who dared to delay young master Yang Zifeng's business in the middle of the night. The moment the door opened, the red-haired brute Duan Hubiao was seen blocking the doorway with several ferocious muscular men. Song Xiaodia's mother bolstered her courage and shrilly questioned what they were doing. Duan Hubiao didn't put her in his eyes at all, coldly spitting out roll to the side. But not only did the shrew refuse to dodge, she even put on the airs of an elder to lecture Duan Hubiao on his lack of manners and his audacity to force his way in. Unwilling to indulge her in the slightest, Duan Hubiao shouted angrily roll, raising his hand to deliver an extremely loud slap, accompanied by a crisp sound. Song Xiaodia's mother was directly slapped so hard that her saliva flew wildly as she collapsed to the side. Having dealt with the roadblock dog, Duan Hubiao brought his underlings swaggering into the hall. Coincidentally, Yang Zifeng, who was coming downstairs, saw Duan Hubiao and not only was he panicked, but assuming I had been beaten into a cripple, he smiled with a face full of arrogance and asked if the matter was finished. Smug and forgetful, he pulled out his phone, arrogantly stating he had 200,000 he could transfer directly, and there was no need for Duan Hubiao to come personally. However, before his voice even faded, Duan Hubiao's eyes flashed fiercely, and a heavy punch smashed solidly into Yang Zifeng's face, knocking him directly to the ground. The nearby Song Xiaodai was so terrified she held her head and screamed in horror. Taking the heavy punch, Yang Zifeng was completely dazed, roaring and questioning in exasperation why Duan Hubiao hit him. Too lazy to even spare him a glance, Duan Hubiao waved his large hand and ordered beat him, and the muscular underlings instantly pounced forward like tigers and wolves, unleashing a frantic beating upon him. Beaten to the point of scurrying like a rat, Yang Zifeng still didn't forget to spit out harsh words, telling Duan Hubiao to stop while promising to give money, and even threatening to use the Wu Dragon Group to sink Duan Hubiao's corpse into a drainage ditch. Hearing these words, Duan Hubiao slightly raised his hand and called for a stop. Slumped on the ground with a bruised and swollen face, Yang Zifeng thought it was his family background that had intimidated the other party, forcing a cold sneer to mock Duan Hubiao for knowing what's good for him, claiming that daring to hit him was already a monumental mistake. As a result, in the next second, Duan Hubiao roared with a face full of violent rage. Brother Chen Guang said, string him up and beat him, hang him up. Hearing this, Yang Zifeng's smile instantly froze, and he completely panicked. When lifted by both arms by two burly men, he struggled and roared in despair, questioning if Brother Chen Guang was Chen Guang. Duan Hubiao completely ignored his incompetent rage, watching coldly as he was dragged away by the underlings. Not long after, the previously insufferably arrogant young master Yang Zifeng was already bound up tightly, hung upside down in midair like a fat pig waiting to be slaughtered, his face beaten into a purple-black pig's head. He completely submitted, begging for mercy tearfully while saying he could only mobilize 10 million, and anything more would require group approval. Crossing his arms over his chest, Duan Hubiao sternly commanded him like a ruthless debt collection machine to transfer the money immediately. The scene shifted back to me. The chubby Pan Meng came over holding his phone, saying that the instructor had sent a message in the class group organizing an internship practical training for tomorrow, asking if I was going. With a face full of indifference, I flatly refused, saying I wasn't going. But when the chubby guy added that the location was near northern New City, a fanatical light instantly burst from my eyes. Memories of my past life flooded my mind, and I immediately changed my mind, laughing excitedly. I'm going. I happen to need to go there to scout the location. Right at this moment, the phone in my pocket rang abruptly. I took out the phone and pressed the answer button, and Duan Hubiao's excited voice immediately came through the line. Brother Chen Guang, it's me, Duan Hubiao. Yang Zifeng spat out 10 million. I transferred it to you. I arrived in front of a lottery ticket betting station. Looking at the familiar signboard, I calculated secretly. I almost forgot. I haven't redeemed the lottery ticket yet. If I win this time, I can procure a lot of supplies. However, a moment later, I walked out of the store pinching that unwinning lottery ticket, my face ashen, exasperatedly cursing in my heart. Holy crap. I remembered the numbers from my past life crystal clear, and I surprisingly didn't win. My brows locked tightly, cold sweat pouring down as I secretly analyzed if this was the butterfly effect. Impossible. Nothing else had changed. I clenched the lottery ticket tightly, gritting my teeth to arrive at the only conclusion. There is only one possibility left. The lottery director's trickery was one step ahead. Looking at the heavy traffic on the street, I turned and left helplessly, leaving behind a resolute silhouette. It seems that to make big money, I still have to find other methods. The scene shifted. I arrived at the assembly point organized by the school for the practical training. A blue bus was parked on the side of the road, and the students were gathered in twos and threes complaining, some sighing that they hadn't enjoyed college life enough before having to undergo practical training, while others prayed they could be assigned to a good department within the sluggish financial industry. Just as I was about to walk over, two familiar women blocked my path. The purple-haired Zhang Xiaoran crossed her arms and questioned provocatively, Chen Guang, you still dare to show up? I kept my hands in my pockets and sneered back unyieldingly. Why wouldn't I dare to show up? Beside me, the bespectacled woman Lu Jie pointed frantically at my nose and cursed loudly, demanding that I clearly explain the incident of skipping the bill last time, and even cried that the 20,000 yuan for the meal almost forced them to sell their bodies to work off the debt. Wearing an expression of watching a good show, I coldly spat out a few words, none of my business. Seeing that playing hardball wasn't working, Lu Jie instantly changed her demeanor, deliberately thrusting her chest forward and leaning close to me, pleading pitifully, Chen Guang, please be kind and help us pay back the money. We will agree to absolutely anything you want, okay? Feigning temptation, I raised my eyebrows. Sure, you will agree to anything? Seeing the situation, Zhang Xiaoran also hurriedly pressed herself against me, wearing a face full of seductive smiles and frantically hinting, Chen Guang, you have also learned to be naughty. Since it's like this, if you give us 20,000 yuan, the two of us won't return to the dormitory tonight. Looking at this pair of ultimate gold diggers, I held up 4 fingers, revealing an extremely brilliant smile. Okay, you guys lend me 40,000 first. After saying that, completely ignoring their dumbfounded expressions, I stuffed my hands in my pockets and swaggered away as I turned around. From behind came Zhang Xiaoran's exasperated, furious roar. Chen Guang, you just wait. Walking to the side of the bus, at a single glance I saw Pan Meng approaching with 2 dark circles under his eyes swollen like walnuts. I asked him in astonishment how his eyes got swollen like this. Pan Meng looked as aggrieved as a 200-pound child, curling his lips and saying, sigh, from crying. Then, wearing a miserable face, he poured out his bitter grievances to me. Didn't I go back to tell my dad about the impending doomsday? I figured simply talking wouldn't convince him, so I decided to cry. Forcing back my urge to laugh, I asked him if it had any effect. Upon hearing this, Pan Meng's defenses instantly broke, and he yelled in sheer excitement, not a damn bit of effect. I cried for 2 solid hours and my dad just completely ignored me. Finally, he got so annoyed that he grabbed a steel rebar this thick and whipped me with it. The pain made me cry for another whole round. Looking at his miserable state, I wiped the sweat from my forehead and sighed speechlessly. You truly are a rare talent. Subsequently, I patted his shoulder to console him. Don't lose heart, take it slowly. Didn't it take you several days to accept the reality of the apocalypse, let alone your dad? At this time, the bespectacled counselor Chi Changdong held up the attendance roster and called out loudly, all students get ready to board the bus. We are about to set off. On the bus, Pan Meng and I sat down side by side. Right after settling into his seat, Pan Meng was so hot that he stuck his tongue out, turning his head with a face full of heavy sweat to ask me, Chen Guang, did you bring water? I ate food that was too salty last night. I rolled my eyes at him and retorted with a face full of disgust, you sure are demanding. I didn't bring any. Just as my words faded, a short-haired beautiful girl sitting across the aisle smiled and handed over a bottle of water. Classmate Chen Guang, I brought some. Here you go. I casually took the water bottle and uttered a thank you, then unhesitatingly shoved it directly to the eagerly staring Pan Meng beside me. Take it. The girl who offered the water was named Chi Tsuitsue. She looked at me, her eyes brimming with sympathy and gentleness, and consoled me softly. Classmate Chen Guang, I heard about the situation between you and Song Xiaodai. I hope you can look past it and not be too heartbroken. Leaning back in my seat, I laughed with complete indifference. Classmate Chi Tsuitsue, you can rest assured, I am not heartbroken at all. Being able to see Song Xiaodia's true colors clearly makes me very happy. Seeing my current state, Chi Tsuitsue seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Subsequently, she leaned in a bit closer and said worriedly, I also heard that you were scammed out of a lot of money by Song Xiaodai. If you are short on cash, I still have a little bit here. Looking at this pure and kind-hearted girl in front of me, I smiled and politely declined her goodwill. No need, I am not lacking money. Your family's financial situation isn't good to begin with, and these are all savings you scraped together through frugality. How could I possibly take your money? Hearing these words, Pan Meng beside me immediately leaned over, his face full of gossipy teasing. Holy crap, Chen Guang, this Chi Tsuitsue obviously has feelings for you. Why don't you? I glared at him in annoyance, directly interrupting his nonsense. Just drink your water. Shut your mouth. The bus quickly arrived at the destination. Counselor Chi Changdong stood in front of the vehicle's doors holding the attendance roster, directing everyone to disembark in an orderly manner and prepare for the allocation of internship positions. The surrounding students began whispering among themselves, discussing the inside scoop on this internship. I heard the positions this time are divided into 3 tiers. Going to the 3rd floor is the best, as you can get in touch with the core business. The 2nd floor is secondary, with not much work but also nothing to learn. The most miserable is being left on the 1st floor, purely acting as free labor for security and running errands. Chi Chandong cleared his throat and began to loudly read the list. The students going to the 3rd floor of the building for internship are Wang De, Zhang Xiaoran, Lu Jie. Hearing their own names, these 2 gold-digging women, Zhang Xiaoran and Lu Jie, were so thrilled they almost jumped up. Triumphant and smug, Zhang Xiaoran whispered into Lu Jie's ear, we really got onto the 3rd floor. Brother Wang Hao handles things with absolute reliability. Lu Jie, however, asked with some worry, but what about the matter we promised Brother Wang Hao? Zhang Xiaoran's eyes shifted, her vicious gaze landing on Chi Tsuitsue not far away, and a sinister, cold sneer hooked the corner of her mouth. I think that Chi Tsuitsue is pretty good. She comes from a rural village, has absolutely no background and 0 power, and she is definitely still a virgin. Then we will choose her. Chi Changdong continued to read the 2nd floor roster. By Wai Xiaofei, Wang Hui, Xiao Yan, Wang Lin. Seeing the quotas being read out one by one, Pan Meng stamped his feet anxiously on the side. Damn it, neither of our names are there. We can't even get onto the second floor. Just as his words faded, Chi Changdong pushed the glasses up the bridge of his nose and announced with a face full of extreme arrogance, "The remaining three of you, Pan Meng, Chen Guang, and Chi Tsuitsue, you three will just intern on the first floor." Hearing this result, Chi Tsuitsue's face was filled with disappointment. She lowered her head and muttered aggrievedly that she probably wouldn't be able to learn anything on the first floor. The surrounding students instantly erupted into a burst of roaring laughter. Some gloatingly mocked that it was expected for me and Chi Tsuitsue to go to the first floor, but wondered why the wealthy second-generation heir Pan Meng was also banished to the first floor. Facing this blatant targeting, I stepped forward with a frosty face, staring intently at Chi Changdong, and coldly spat out a few words. "Chi Changdong, on what grounds?" Chi Changdong put on a high and mighty demeanor, using bureaucratic jargon to lecture me. "On what grounds? These are the positions jointly decided by the school and the internship unit, representing absolute fairness and justice. Classmate Chen Guang, you should not hold any grievances. You can shine and generate heat in any position." After hearing this, I almost burst out laughing. Glaring sharply at him, I unceremoniously fired back, "Fairness and justice? If you have the guts, then say the phrase 'Our countrymen do not deceive our own countrymen, and anyone who deceives is a cowardly turtle's grandson.'" Having his facade publicly torn down by me, Chi Changdong instantly flew into a humiliated rage, pointing at my nose and roaring loudly, "Chen Guang, how dare you speak to me like this? Are you tired of living?" In order to prove his own innocence, he shamelessly dragged Pan Meng into the mud. Where is this counselor being unfair? Pan Meng is a wealthy second-generation heir, yet hasn't he been assigned to the first floor right alongside a poor boy like you? Hearing this villainous preemptive accusation, Pan Meng became utterly furious, pointing at Chi Changdong and cursing abusively. "Do you have any shame left? That is because you secretly called my dad asking for money, saying that as long as he paid up, you could arrange for me to go to the third floor. Because my dad didn't agree to it, you deliberately made things difficult for me. If you are a promiscuous woman, don't pretend to be pure here." Chi Changdong never in a million years expected that Pan Meng would publicly tear away this thin veil of disguise. Terrified to the point of pouring cold sweat, he stuttered as he reprimanded Pan Meng for being insolent. Unfazed in the slightest, Pan Meng directly pulled out his phone and waved it in midair, delivering a fatal blow with a cold sneer. "I actually have audio recordings of everything right here. Do you want to listen to them in front of everyone?" Seeing Chi Changdong left utterly speechless and his dignity entirely swept to the floor, the class's #1 sycophantic bootlicker Wang De immediately jumped out to protect his master. He righteously accused us. "Chen Guang, you guys are being way too outrageous. Look at how furious you've made the counselor. Do you have even the slightest semblance of respect for teachers and morals?" At this time, Zhang Xiaoran and Lu Jia also joined in to kick us while we were down. Zhang Xiaoran crossed her arms over her chest, her face full of biting, malicious sarcasm. "Exactly. The counselor painstakingly arranged the internship units for us. It's one thing that you don't know how to be grateful, but you surprisingly dare to be picky here. People like him shouldn't have been given an internship job from the very beginning." Facing Zhang Xiaoran's hypocritical remarks that inverted black and white, I gave a cold sneer, and not wasting a single word of nonsense on her, I directly presented her with a few words. "What the hell do you count as? Get lost." The bootlicker Wang De, who had been eager to show off, seeing that I dared to talk back to his goddess, immediately pointed at my nose and cursed violently. "Chen Guang, I think you, this sycophantic dog, have gone completely insane after being dumped by Song Xiaodai. You dare to speak to me, Wang De, like this?" Before he could even finish his sentence, I directly delivered an extremely resounding slap with a smack, violently striking his face. Wang De was entirely stupefied by this sudden slap. He roared in exasperation, "You are the one who threw the first punch. I will fucking." My expression remained entirely unchanged. I stood firmly in place without moving an inch, merely casually raising my hand and firmly clamping down on his incoming fist with a crisp smack. Wang De struggled desperately, only to find that his fist was immobilized as if clamped by iron pincers. Sweating profusely, he exclaimed in horror, "How is his strength so immense?" I delivered two massive, heavy slaps directly onto his face with consecutive smacks. "I told you to get lost." These two slaps directly knocked Wang De dizzy and disoriented. Clutching his face that had swelled into a pig's head, he wailed painfully, pleading for help from Chi Changdong. "Counselor, he has gone crazy." Unable to watch any longer from the side, Chi Changdong trembled all over with rage, pointing at me and bellowing loudly, "Did you not hear him? Stop! Chen Guang, in my capacity as a teacher, I command you to stop and apologize. As if you are even worthy of being a teacher." I absolutely refused to buy his nonsense. Backhandedly, I delivered an even more resounding slap that cracked across Chi Changdong's face with a smack. Watching from the side, Pan Meng's blood boiled with passion. Waving his fists excitedly, he yelled, "Ha ha ha, so satisfying, well struck." Meanwhile, the surrounding students were all dumbfounded, whispering in sheer horror, Is this still Chen Guang? He surprisingly even dares to beat the counselor." Chi Changdong clutched his face and crawled up from the ground, pointing at me exasperatedly to threaten, "You are in massive trouble. I am officially notifying you right now that you have been expelled by the internship unit, and you will not obtain entertain any internship opportunities whatsoever. I violently raised my fist and smashed it toward him once again. Do I care? If you dare to babble any further, I will slap you to death. With a muffled thud, Chi Changdong was once again knocked to the ground by me. I coldly called out to Pan Meng behind me. Pan Meng, let's go. I turned around and said to Chitsuitsui, who had long been standing there in a daze. Chitsuitsui, come leave with us. Chitsuitsui appeared somewhat hesitant. At this time, Zhang Xiaoran and Lu Jie swarmed over again like pesky flies. Lu Jie supported Chi Changdong, whose face was covered in blood, while Zhang Xiaoran spoke eccentrically to Chitsuitsui. Counselor, now Chitsuitsui is the only one left on the first floor. It is inconvenient for a girl to be alone. Why not let her join Lu Jie and me? The two of us will guide her. Clutching his face, Chi Changdong agreed through gritted teeth. Handle it as you see fit. I am going to find the principal right now. I absolutely must get this brat Chingguang expelled. Zhang Xiaoran immediately grabbed Chitsuitsui's hand, hypocritically persuading her. Chitsuitsui, let's go to the third floor. Hanging out with Chingguang means you won't even be able to find a job after graduation. Chitsuitsui was somewhat conflicted, but I walked toward the building without turning my head, waving my hand with my back to her. You go ahead first. Remember to call me if anything comes up. Chitsuitsui could only shout towards my retreating figure. Alright, be careful yourself. Let's go. It's time to handle our actual business. Taking Pan Meng, I departed with large strides. Before long, we arrived at an extremely massive logistics park. Chingguang. This place is the largest logistics park in the province. It stores a massive ocean of goods, which are shipped out to major supermarkets across the entire province every day. Watching the continuously shuttling cargo trucks and the busy workers, Pan Meng swallowed a gulp of saliva in sudden realization. Chingguang, you didn't come here because you have set your eyes on the supplies here, did you? A confident smile hooked the corner of my mouth. Clever. Upon hearing this, Pan Meng immediately shook his head like a rattle drum, shouting out that this was absolutely impossible. That is impossible. The supplies here are indeed the most abundant, but how will you take them away? Steal them? Even if we wanted to steal, we simply cannot get inside. I patted his shoulder, revealing a profoundly unfathomable smile. I led Pan Meng to scout around the logistics park, just in time to spot a warehouse ahead hanging a recruitment sign, with a line of beautiful young women queuing in front of the door. The corner of my mouth hooked up. Let's go over there and check it out. It seems they are hiring. We strode over to the recruitment desk, and I politely inquired of the flat-haired man responsible for registration. Excuse me, are you hiring here? Unexpectedly, the flat-haired man glanced at us with a face full of impatience and unceremoniously rejected us outright. We are hiring, but we only recruit women. Men are not wanted. Pan Meng was dumbfounded hearing this, turning his head with a face full of question marks. He asked me, what should we do? Men are not wanted. I stroked my chin, pondered slightly, and an idea instantly formed in my heart. Let's go back, find Chitsuitsui, and have her come. At this time, in the internship office area on the other side, Zhang Xiaoran lowered her voice, speaking with a face full of greed. Brother Wang Hao just called, telling us to hurry up and prepare. President Jian Baichuan wants someone right now, and she absolutely must be a virgin. Lu Jia understood implicitly. A gleam of vicious light flashed in Zhang Xiaoran's eyes as she proposed. Let's go. We need to confirm once more whether Chitsuitsui is a virgin or not. After saying this, the two immediately swapped on hypocritical smiling faces, sidling up to the workstation of Chitsuitsui, who was working earnestly and falsely showed concern. Chitsuitsui, how is the work going? The innocent Chitsuitsui remained completely unaware of the sinister intentions of these two women. She turned her head, smiling incredibly brightly, and expressed her gratitude. I have learned a lot of knowledge that cannot be learned in school. Thank you both, Zhang Xiaoran and Lu Jie. Zhang Xiaoran patted her chest, feigning an appearance of immense loyalty. No worries, we are all classmates. It's what we should do. Right after, Zhang Xiaoran leaned close to Chitsuitsui, probing sneakily. Tsuitsui, let me ask you something. Have you ever had a boyfriend? Chitsuitsui's face blushed red, and she waved her hands somewhat awkwardly. And no, I haven't. Why? Upon hearing this, the bespectacled Lu Jie clapped her hands in excitement, her eyes radiating light as she threw out the bait. That's fantastic. Here's the thing. How about we introduce a boyfriend to you? Chitsuitsui was a grounded and hardworking girl, directly declining without hesitation. There's no need. Right now, I just want to focus on my work and earn more money. Thank you both. Seeing that she wasn't taking the bait, Zhang Xiaoran directly threw an arm around her shoulder, commencing with that nauseating brainwashing rhetoric. How much money can you even make from working? We are introducing a wealthy boyfriend to you. Casually giving you a little bit will be enough to equal several years of your salary. Chitsuitsui furrowed her brow slightly, still firmly refusing. I truly don't need it. I'd better just. But how could these two women let go of this cash cow? They directly pinned Chitsuitsui's arms firmly from the left and right, dragging and pulling her outside. Let's go. Just meet him first. If you are unwilling, you can refuse then. Just like that, Chitsuitsui was forcefully dragged to the front of a luxurious office door. She struggled desperately, still wishing to refuse. I really don't need this. I don't want to date anyone right now. Zhang Xiaoran, however, forcefully shoved her from behind, coaxing and deceiving. Since you are already here, just go in. President Jian Baichuan is a very nice person. The office door was pushed open, and Lu Jie groveled flatteringly to the person inside, eager to claim credit. President Jian Baichuan, we have brought the person person to you. Sitting on the genuine leather sofa was a balding, exceedingly greasy, and wretched fat old man. Holding a teacup, this President Jiang Baichuan looked the panicked Chi Tsuetsue up and down, revealing a thoroughly disgusting lecherous smile. Brother Wang Hao still handles things quite reliably. This little girl looks pure and innocent. Zhang Xiaoran forcefully pushed Chi Tsuetsue to the front, urging her with intense impatience. Chi Tsuetsue, hurry up and greet President Jiang Baichuan. This is the boyfriend we are introducing to you. Hearing these words, Chi Tsuetsue felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Widening her eyes in sheer disbelief, she questioned with a trembling voice, "What? How could you?" President Jiang Baichuan was exceedingly satisfied with this merchandise. Putting down his teacup, he waved his hand generously. I am very pleased with how you two handled this. Each of you go to the finance department to collect 30,000 yuan. Zhang Xiaoran and Lu Jie instantly blossomed with joy, bowing in unison to express their thanks. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaoran eagerly turned around preparing to slip away, not forgetting to leave behind an incredibly despicable remark before leaving. President Jiang Baichuan, take your time to enjoy. We will not disturb you any longer. Seeing the two preparing to leave, Chi Tsuetsue completely panicked, reaching out her hand in an attempt to pull them back. Wait for me. I don't want to be here. However, with a muffled thud, the door was ruthlessly and firmly shut tight, entirely severing her escape route. Only that fat-headed, big-eared old pervert remained in the room. He stood up, closing in step by step like a starved wolf, spewing incredibly vulgar temptations from his mouth. Come here. If you serve me well, you can go to the finance department to collect even more money than they did. Chi Tsuetsue was forced to retreat continuously, ultimately pressing herself tightly against the main door, gripping her phone firmly with both hands, her face full of terror yet forcing a facade of calm. She issued a loud warning. President Jiang Baichuan, I am not that kind of person. Please let me leave, otherwise I will call the police. Facing Chi Tsuetsue's warning, President Jiang Baichuan was not only unfazed, but he laughed even more rampantly. Call the police? The security squad are all my ironclad buddies. To whom are you going to report? Thoroughly plunged into despair, Chi Tsuetsue guarded her chest tightly, pleading with a crying tone. I only want to work peacefully. President Jiang Baichuan, please let me go. But President Jiang Baichuan paid absolutely no heed, lunging toward her like a mountain of meat. Impossible. Once entering my door, no woman has ever walked out perfectly intact. Right at this hair-raising, critical moment, the phone in Chi Tsuetsue's hands dropped to the floor, its screen lighting up to glaringly display an ongoing call, and the contact person was precisely Chen Guang. The scene cut back to the outside of the logistics park, where Pan Meng and I were walking back, when suddenly the phone in my pocket emitted the notification sound of a connected call. Chi Tsuetsue is calling. Picking up the phone to look, I asked in confusion, Chi Tsuetsue, what's wrong? Heart-wrenching noises instantly came through from the other end of the line, accompanied by a crisp crack. It sounded as if the phone had been heavily stomped and shattered. Following that, President Jiang Baichuan's incredibly arrogant lecherous laughter and foul language transmitted through the phone. Chi Tsuetsue, just accept your fate. I love virgins the most. If you perform a bit better, I will let you ascend to heaven in a single bound. As well as Chi Tsuetsue's despairing, crying screams. Impossible. Even if I die, I will never agree to you. Hearing this exchange, my expression instantly darkened to the absolute extreme, killing intent boiling in my eyes, as I gritted my teeth and let out a low roar of a few words. Tired of living. Seeing my incorrect expression, Pan Meng beside me nervously asked what had happened. Putting away the phone without half a sentence of nonsense, I turned around and sprinted wildly toward the direction of the office building. Chi Tsuetsue might be in trouble. We must hurry back. At this time inside the office, Chi Tsuetsue had already been forced to the edge of the window, her face covered in tears. She grabbed a potted green plant from the desk and smashed it fiercely toward the approaching President Jiang Baichuan, screaming until her voice went hoarse. Don't touch me. Caught completely off guard, President Jiang Baichuan was struck on the head by the flower pot. Clutching his bleeding forehead, he instantly flew into a violent rage, roaring like a maddened wild beast. I gave you face and you rejected it. Watch me play you to death today. Meanwhile, right outside the doors, Pan Meng and I had already charged into the lobby of the office building. Seeing us rushing in with menacing momentum, the first-floor security captain immediately reached out to block us. Halt! What are you doing? At a single glance, Pan Meng recognized these few security guards, pointing at them and cursing. Audacious! Do you no longer recognize the young master? The young master? The security captain was stunned, but before he could even react, I had already charged forward like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. With an angry roar of "Get out of the way," I directly kicked him flying with a single foot. Following that, without even turning my head, I led Pan Meng charging toward the staircase, directly to the third floor. Chi Tsuetsue is on the third floor. Inside the third floor office area, hearing the commotion from downstairs, another security captain hurriedly brought people to block the entrance of the corridor. Feigning calmness, he obstructed. You must be President Jiang Baichuan's son, right? President Jiang Baichuan left instructions that he is attending to serious business and no one is allowed to disturb him. Young Master Jiang, why don't you wait a moment? My gaze freezing cold, I unceremoniously fired back. I am President Jiang Baichuan's father. There is no need to wait. That security captain was still completely bewildered, rubbing his head and muttering, President Jiang Baichuan's father is this young? The security security captain finally realized that someone was causing trouble. Straining his voice, he yelled, "No, someone is causing trouble. Hurry up and call the guards." The scene shifted to the third-floor corridor. The two venomous women, Zhang Xiaoran and Lu Jia, were walking out from the hallway, believing that their vicious scheme had already succeeded. With a face full of triumph, Zhang Xiaoran showed off to Lu Jia. "Right now, President Jiang Baichuan is probably being pleasured extremely well by Chitsuitsue." Lu Jia also echoed her sentiments, proposing they go out for a stroll and buy a cup of milk tea to drink. However, the moment they raised their heads, they bumped head-on into me, who was radiating a murderous aura all over. Terrified into a shiver, Lu Jia stuttered to ask, "Chen Guang, why did you come?" Wearing a gloomy expression, my eyes stared at them coldly, and I interrogated, "Where is Chitsuitsue?" Utterly reckless, Zhang Xiaoran still feigned calmness, rolling her eyes and firing back at me. "You aren't an intern here. Why are you asking about this?" Completely losing my patience, killing intent boiling in my eyes, I gritted my teeth and pressed the interrogation. "I will ask you one more time. Where is Chitsuitsue?" Seeing my demeanor, Zhang Xiaoran was not only unfazed, but she arrogantly pointed at my nose and clamored, "Chen Guang, you had better see clearly what kind of place this is. This is no place for you to run wild." But before she could finish speaking, a ruthless glint flashed in my eyes, and raising my hand, I delivered an incredibly resounding slap. With a crisp smack, Zhang Xiaoran was directly slapped flying by me. Beside her, Lu Jia turned pale with fright, screaming and accusing me. "Chen Guang, you are audacious. How dare you?" Absolutely refusing to indulge her, I backhandedly delivered another slap, viciously striking Lu Jia's face with a smack. I glared down at these two wretched women, my tone freezing to the absolute extreme. "I will ask one more time. Where is Chitsuitsue?" The two lying on the ground had their courage entirely shattered. Zhang Xiaoran pointed a trembling finger toward a large door to the side, stuttering her confession. "This right here is President Jiang Baichuan's office. Chitsuitsue is right inside." Upon learning Chitsuitsue's location, I led Pan Meng straight toward the office. From behind, Zhang Xiaoran still didn't forget to issue a blustering warning. "Chen Guang, I advise you not to act impulsively. President Jiang Baichuan has a profoundly deep background, and this place is entirely filled with his people." But paying absolutely no heed to her nonsense, I raised a foot, and accompanied by a thunderous bang, I viciously kicked against the heavy office door. The main door was violently kicked open by me. Inside the office, the fat-headed, big-eared President Jiang Baichuan was firmly gripping Chitsuitsue's wrists, plotting his wicked deeds. Having his good time ruined, President Jiang Baichuan flew into a thundering rage, roaring fiercely at me. "Who allowed you to come in? Get the hell out!" Seeing me as if gazing upon a savior, Chitsuitsue's face streamed with tears as she cried out, "Chen Guang, save me!" Leading Pan Meng, I strode inside and reprimanded him with irrepressible fury. "You dog, let go of Chitsuitsue!" Yet President Jiang Baichuan remained entirely unpanicked, arrogantly pointing at my nose and cursing loudly. "You little bastard, do you know who I am? Do you know what kind of place this is?" Facing the hand he pointed at me, I unhesitatingly stepped forward, firmly clamping onto his fingers and forcefully bending them backward. Accompanied by a scalp-numbing, crisp crack of fracturing bones, President Jiang Baichuan let out a miserable, pig-slaughtering howl. Clutching his broken fingers, he sweated profusely from the pain, roaring hysterically toward the outside of the door. "Security, call the security guards for me. Call your uncle. An animal like you, why don't you just drop dead?" I roared furiously, abruptly raising a foot to deliver a vicious flying kick. After dealing with this old pervert, I hurriedly stepped forward to support the severely shaken Chitsuitsue, asking with concern, "Chitsuitsue, are you alright?" Chitsuitsue threw herself into my embrace, speaking with a crying tone, "I am fine, but if you had arrived any later, I would have." Just at this moment, a security captain wielding a rubber baton suddenly charged in from outside the door, barking loudly, "Who dares to cause trouble here?" As if seeing a savior, President Jiang Baichuan, lying on the ground, pointed at Pan Meng and me, issuing a vicious order, "Beat them up. Beat these two little bastards to death for me." Outside the door, seeing the security guard arrive, Zhang Xiaoran and Lu Jia once again revealed their hideous demeanors. Gloating over our misfortune, Zhang Xiaoran sneered coldly, "Serves them right, causing trouble here. It would be best if they get beaten to death." Lu Jia also followed suit with venomous mockery. "This reckless fool knows absolutely nothing about President Jiang Baichuan's power. Daring to hit us. Daring to hit President Jiang Baichuan. Getting beaten to death is." However, before her voice even faded, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. That security captain not only refrained from attacking us, but instead abruptly turned around, brandishing the rubber baton in his hand and viciously smashing it into Zhang Xiaoran's body with a thud, only to reveal that the security guards who were aggressive just moments ago had now all been kicked flying down the staircase by me like an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, lying scattered across the steps wailing in agony. After finishing off these lackeys, like a cold-blooded god of death, I took heavy strides, closing in step by step on President Jiang Baichuan, who was slumped on the ground, his soul frightened entirely out of his body. President Jiang Baichuan desperately scrambled backward while questioning me with a trembling voice about what else I intended to do. Glaring down at him from my high vantage point, my eyes devoid of a single trace of pity, I coldly spat out my verdict. "I will make you permanently sever any thoughts about women." Right as my words words faded, I unmercifully raised a foot, viciously stomping down squarely onto his lifeblood. Accompanied by a bone-chilling, shattering crack, President Jiang Baichuan's eyes instantly bulged out as a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed wildly from his mouth, his entire body convulsing from the pain into the shape of a curled shrimp. Too lazy to even spare a second glance at this crippled man, I turned around and departed with large strides, leaving him behind to emit an incredibly agonizing wail. Subsequently, I halted my steps, my left eye flashing with a terrifying crimson light, and like an evil spirit crawling out of hell, I stared intently at Zhang Xiaoran and Lu Jia in the corner, barking coldly, "You too!" By this moment, these two venomous women were already so terrified that they huddled together, shivering violently. Zhang Xiaoran hastily waved her hands, incredibly shamelessly playing the emotional card, begging me to talk things over gently for the sake of our classmates' bond, and even vainly attempting to use her gender as a protective talisman, clamoring, "We are women, you cannot hit women." After hearing this, I simply wanted to laugh. Backhandedly, I delivered an incredibly crisp slap that cracked across Lu Jia's face with a smack, angrily reprimanding, "For the sake of being classmates, is this how you treat Chitsuetsue?" Right after, I turned around and, with a smack, unceremoniously slapped Zhang Xiaoran with a solid, heavy blow, coldly glaring down to warn them, "If it weren't for the fact that you two still have some use, I would have crippled you right now." After finishing speaking, paying no further attention to this garbage, I called upon Pan Meng and Chitsuetsue, shouting, "Let's go." Right after we left, Zhang Xiaoran hurriedly crawled to President Jiang Baichuan's side to support him, still recklessly insisting that she would call the police immediately. As a result, the moment her words ended, with a smack, she was viciously counterslapped by the infuriated President Jiang Baichuan, who cursed loudly that there was no way they could call the police for this matter, ordering her to quickly send him to the hospital. Clutching his entirely destroyed lower body, President Jiang Baichuan's face filled with toxic resentment, sweating cold drops all over his head, he pulled out his phone and dialed a top-secret number, gritting his teeth to mobilize his dark underworld connections. "Is this Xiao Biological Group? I am Jiang Baichuan. I heard that the recent experiments were successful. Help me make a brat disappear completely." On the other side, down a sunlit, bright street, Pan Meng and I were walking with Chitsuetsue. Chitsuetsue looked at me with eyes full of gratitude, repeatedly voicing her thanks. I smiled slightly, magnanimously stating that we were all classmates and there was no need for formalities, taking the opportunity to ask her what her plans were for the future. Disappointed, Chitsuetsue lowered her head, speaking with a face full of sorrow that she had originally hoped to find a job after finishing the internship here, but now that the internship was gone, the job prospect had likely fallen through as well. Looking at her, I unhesitatingly proposed, "How about I find a job for you?" Upon hearing this, Chitsuetsue's eyes instantly lit up, and she asked back in pleasant surprise, "You will find one for me?" Great! Very quickly, I brought her to the recruitment desk of that logistics park we had just passed by earlier. Seeing me return with a girl, the flat-haired big brother responsible for recruitment confirmed with a face full of astonishment whether I was being serious. Keeping my hands in my pockets, I nodded affirmatively. Looking at the warehouse administrator position roster, Chitsuetsue blushed somewhat awkwardly, muttering softly that she was, after all, a finance major, and coming here to act as a warehouse keeper felt a bit inappropriate. I immediately patted her shoulder, using that same bureaucratic jargon of Chi Chan Dong from earlier to counsel her with a smile. "Work makes no distinction between noble and lowly. You can shine and generate heat in any position." The flat-haired big brother impatiently pointed at his watch, urging whether she was going to take the job or not since he was about to get off work shortly. I hurriedly pressed Chitsuetsue's shoulders, pushing her forward to register. Asking a top-tier university finance major to do the work of a security guard, only a silly girl like Chitsuetsue would agree to it. I added with profound meaning, "It is exactly her silliness that allowed her to obtain this fortuitous opportunity." Subsequently, I waved my hand, calling for Pan Meng to depart the logistics park. "Let's go. Time to head back." However, just as we reached the park's entrance, several muscular men wearing black suits and sunglasses suddenly darted out from behind the surrounding cargo trucks. One of the leading muscular men directly pulled out a dark pistol, pressing it firmly against my head, and barked coldly, "Don't move." This sudden turn of events startled Pan Meng greatly. He asked with a stutter, "Uncle Lee's men?" The leading sunglass-wearing man sneered coldly, "Brat, the 3 days' time is up. Both of your bodies belong to Uncle Lee now. Follow us back to be dismantled for parts." Looking at the gun pointed at my forehead, not only was I completely unflustered, but instead, a teasing arc hooked the corner of my mouth. Behind me, Pan Meng was so anxious that his head was covered in sweat. He whispered to me, "Are we really going back with them? With your skills, taking out these 4 should be no problem." I tilted my head slightly, speaking in a voice that only the two of us could hear. "Just follow them. The real show is yet to come." Half an hour later, the van stopped in a desolate suburb. The leading sunglass-wearing man roughly herded us out of the vehicle. "We're here. Get out." Pan Meng surveyed the surroundings, gazing at the dilapidated factory buildings before him, and nervously swallowed a gulp of saliva. "Chen Guang, this is an abandoned factory in the suburbs." Seeing us still looking around, the sunglass-wearing man impatiently prodded my back with the gun. "What are you looking at? Keep moving forward for your master." I abruptly halted my steps. I suddenly executed a spin, my speed as fast as as lightning. Before the sunglass-wearing man could even react, I grabbed the pistol and shot him in the head. This split-second, lightning-fast exchange caused the remaining 3 sunglass-wearing men to lose all color in their faces from shock. They consecutively drew their guns, roaring, "You have a death wish," but I had already struck preemptively, pulling the trigger without the slightest hesitation. 3 deafening gunshots echoed successively throughout the cavernous abandoned factory. Those 3 sunglass-wearing men didn't even have time to fire before taking bullets right between the brows, toppling stiffly into pools of blood and completely losing all signs of life. Pan Meng stared at me dumbfounded, cold sweat pouring continuously. "Holy crap, 1 shot, 1 kill. Qin Guang, you are way too accurate. You are a sharpshooter." I blew the gunpowder smoke from the muzzle, casually tossing the pistol to him. "Take it." Pan Meng caught the gun in a fluster, shivering violently all over from fear. Ignoring his shock, I silently reminisced in my heart. In my past life, I didn't acquire any special abilities during the Doomsday, so I could only train bitterly in marksmanship to secure better chances of survival. Calling myself a sharpshooter is absolutely not an exaggeration. Holding that pistol, which still carried residual warmth, Pan Meng cried out in utter helplessness. "Qin Guang, this thing, I don't know how to use it." I turned my head, raising my eyebrows as I asked him with a smile, "Do you know how to play PUBG?" Pan Meng paused for a second, answering subconsciously, "Of course I do. I am an expert." I pointed at the eerie factory doors ahead, my gaze turning incredibly sharp. "Just pretend you are playing PUBG right now." I led Pan Meng as we quietly sneaked into this abandoned factory area, but the scene before our eyes completely shocked us. Sitting in the dilapidated courtyard was a massive heavy container truck, heavily guarded on all sides. Pan Meng pushed his glasses up, and after clearly making out the logo on the truck, he couldn't help but cry out in shock. "What? ZL Biological Group." ZL Biological Group is a multinational biological conglomerate, ranked top 3 in the world. How could they appear here? My brows furrowed tightly, my eyes instantly turning solemn. The situation was absolutely not that simple. After the Doomsday descended in my past life, ZL Biological Group rose to power, taking advantage of the situation, utilizing numerous biotechnologies to enhance humanity's survival rate in the apocalypse, and was revered by countless people as an entity akin to a savior. But looking at it now, ZL Biological Group was absolutely not as clean as they appeared on the surface. Just as I was pondering secretly, a sharp shout suddenly rang out from not far away. "Who's there?" 2 fully armed guards wearing camouflage uniforms rushed toward us with automatic rifles raised. Without any hesitation, I raised my pistol and decisively pulled the trigger. The silencer-equipped pistol emitted 2 faint, muffled thuds. Both guards took bullets squarely between the brows and collapsed stiffly to the ground. I stepped forward rapidly, rummaging through the corpses to extract their ID badges. After taking a glance, I confirmed with a cold sneer, they are indeed employees of ZL Biological Group. At the same time, beside the shipping containers inside the factory, a blonde foreign woman with a scorching figure was speaking with satisfaction to the elderly man in traditional Chinese attire standing before her. "Uncle Lee, it was a pleasant cooperation this time. The parts you provided are all very fresh. ZL Biological Group is extremely pleased." This elder was precisely the underworld mob boss, Uncle Lee. He piled his face with smiles, responding in a subservient and obsequious posture. "Being able to cooperate with ZL Biological Group is my honor. In just a moment, 2 more fresh parts will be delivered, rounding up the total to exactly 6 sets of parts." Just as his words faded, he turned his head and saw me, holding a dark gun and leading Pan Meng, striding over with large steps. Uncle Lee was initially taken aback. It's those 2 brats." But he clearly hadn't realized that the Grim Reaper had already descended. Instead, he smugly claimed credit from the blonde woman. "Speak of the devil, and here they are. President Xiu Chanhua. Those 2 are the final 2 parts, fully alive and kicking. Satisfied?" "Uncle Lee, why do they have a gun in their hands?" "What? You guys?" Uncle Lee also abruptly realized the situation, but giving them absolutely no chance to utter any nonsense, I raised my hand and fired a shot with a bang. The bullet struck Uncle Lee's knee with absolute precision. He let out a miserable, blood-curdling scream, clutching his wildly bleeding right leg as he collapsed heavily to his knees. Right after, I swept the gun muzzle horizontally, firing several consecutive shots of bang bang bang. The personal bodyguards beside Uncle Lee fell uniformly into pools of blood without even having the chance to draw their weapons. Witnessing this, President Xiu Chanhua instantly flew into a violent rage, pointing at me and roaring madly, "Such accurate marksmanship! Hurry, attack him, all of you!" Following her command, a massive swarm of armed, black-clad assassins instantly poured out from all sides of the shipping containers. Facing this hail of bullets, I instructed him without turning my head, "You stay hidden properly. I will go take them out." Uncle Lee completely descended into a frenzy of rage, roaring hysterically, "I am absolutely furious. For so many years, no one has ever dared to cause trouble on my turf. Forget about their organs. Shatter them into pieces for me." But I placed absolutely no importance on these lackeys. With a low-to-the-ground slide tackle, I dodged the whistling bullets, while the gun in my hand frantically spat tongues of fire. Bang bang bang. Wielding the gun with both hands, I unleashed full firepower. Every single bullet accurately harvested the lives of the enemies. The remaining assassins completely panicked, aiming upwards and shooting wildly into midair, shouting in terror, "He is up above! What blinding speed. Hurry, stop him. My figure moved like lightning, rapidly darting across the tops of the complex shipping containers, and from my high vantage point, I fired several consecutive shots. Their corpses crashed heavily beside President Chiu Chunhua's feet like torn sacks, frightening her pale and causing her to retreat repeatedly. In just a brief moment, the entire force of assassins within the factory had been entirely annihilated. Looking at the corpses littering the ground, my eyes were freezing cold without a single ripple of emotion. Raising my gun, I aimed the muzzle squarely at Uncle Lee, who was still clamoring madly, countering coldly. I should be the one asking you this. What exactly were you trying to do? Clutching his bleeding broken leg, Uncle Lee's face was completely twisted, like a maddened old dog. He roared, "What we want to do? Is that something a petty thug like you has the right to know?" Before his words could fade, a sharp glint flashed in my eyes, and I pulled the trigger without the slightest hesitation. Bang! The bullet struck his shoulder with absolute precision, exploding into a burst of blood. Uncle Lee cried out miserably. I slowly walked up to him, gazing down from my high vantage point, my eyes piercing with bone-chilling coldness. "Why don't you try barking again? Let me hear it." Fixed by my grim reaper-like gaze, Uncle Lee finally felt fear. Trembling all over, yet still as stubborn as a dead duck, he forced himself to maintain face. "Boy, Uncle Lee, grew up being scared. You don't even know who you have provoked. Kill him. Do it." Hearing that I was going to kill him, Uncle Lee instantly descended into madness. Violently raising a hidden gun from his hand, he roared hysterically, "Go to hell." However, before he could pull the trigger, Pan Meng had already preemptively fired a shot. Bang! With a thunderous blast, the bullet accurately struck directly between Uncle Lee's brows. Uncle Lee's eyes bulged violently. Carrying a face full of unwillingness and terror, he collapsed stiffly and died completely. After firing the gun, Pan Meng was so terrified he slumped directly onto the ground. Gripping the gun with both hands trembling violently, he stuttered, "I killed someone." Stepping forward, I patted his broad shoulders, calmly consoling him. "It matters not if we don't interrogate this trash. After all, whatever he knows, it isn't as much as what you know." President Chiu Chunhua. Hearing me call out her name so effortlessly, the blonde woman President Chiu Chunhua, who had been hiding in the back all along, was filled with shock, asking in horror, "You actually know my name? Who exactly are you?" Turning around, my left eye once again lit up with that terrifying crimson glow, akin to a demon's stare. Approaching her step by step, a wicked smirk hanging on my lips. "You don't need to know who I am. If you must have a title, you can call me Daddy." Frightened into retreating repeatedly by my demeanor, President Chiu Chunhua was, after all, a senior executive of Xiao Biological Group. She quickly feigned composure, outwardly fierce but inwardly terrified, warning me, "Don't be too presumptuous." But paying zero attention to her nonsense, I raised the pistol. With a bang, a shot directly pierced straight through her thigh. "Ah!" President Chiu Chunhua let out a shrill, miserable scream. Clutching her thigh, which was bleeding like a fountain, she collapsed heavily to her knees. Sweating cold drops continuously from the pain, she still didn't forget to leverage her background to pressure me. "I am a senior executive of Xiao Biological Group. You dare to attack me. Have you considered the consequences?" With another gunshot, I walked up to her, glared down coldly and interrupted her without a shred of politeness. "I don't want to hear useless words." Meeting my freezing gaze, President Chiu Chunhua broke down completely. Raising both hands, she pleaded with a crying tone, "Don't shoot anymore. I will talk. I will confess everything." Right after, she spilled everything like beans pouring from a bamboo tube. "Over these years we have continuously cooperated with Uncle Lee. He is responsible for supplying us with living human organs, which Xiao Biological Group utilizes for human experiments." I furrowed my brow, harshly pressing for more. "What kind of experiments?" Trembling, President Chiu Chunhua replied, "Researching human evolution and biological weapons. Even if I explain, you wouldn't understand. Please don't kill me. I can take you to see." Hearing the words biological weapons, the tragic and brutal memories from the doomsday of my past life instantly flooded into my mind. Those monster-like mechanized biological weapons once made countless survivors tremble in sheer terror. I immediately cut her off. "No need. I understand. It seems the Mantis god of war was created by you lot using these living humans." I was secretly shocked in my heart. I always believed that Xiao Biological Group only commenced human modifications after the apocalypse. I never expected that they had already begun before doomsday, and even conducted experiments on living humans in such a conscience-devoid manner. Hearing the words Mantis god of war, President Chiu Chunhua reacted as if she had seen a ghost, exclaiming with a face full of disbelief, "What? This is a top-secret project. How could you possibly know?" Pan Meng approached a shipping container, and upon looking inside, he turned deathly pale from fright, exclaiming that it was entirely filled with human organs. I observed all this with cold eyes. The blonde woman President Chiu Chunhua, slumped on the ground, knew her death was imminent and still attempted a final struggle. Clutching her bleeding thigh, she wore a face full of smiles as she cast out bait. "Young man, we can cooperate. Your combat skills are excellent. You can absolutely serve Xiao Biological Group, and you will obtain unimaginable wealth and power." Standing tall, I raised my gun, pointing the pitch-black muzzle directly at her forehead, and coldly spat out a few words. "No need." Utterly terrified out of her wits, President Chiu Chunhua waved her hands, desperately begging for mercy. "Don't kill me. I am still useful." A teasing smirk hooked the corner of my mouth as I questioned back what use she could possibly have. She stuttered. stuttered to repeat that she was still useful, but lacking the patience to hear her nonsense. A cold glint flashed in my eyes, and I decisively pulled the trigger. With a bang, tongues of fire erupted from the muzzle. This senior executive of Xiao Biological Group instantly took a bullet to the head, collapsing into a pool of blood. I blew off the smoke from the barrel, my eyes full of disdain as I mocked. You can't even block a bullet. What evolution is there to talk about? Following that, I bent down and fished out a blue VIP access card from her body, sneering coldly. Found it. The access card to enter the headquarters of Xiao Biological Group. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Inside a luxurious office, President Jiang Baichuan, whose head was covered in lumps, was violently smashing his desk in sheer exasperation, roaring furiously that an incident actually occurred at Xiao Biological Group, demanding to know who was so audacious. As one of the investors in Xiao Biological Group, he felt extremely furious about being kept in the dark. Just at this moment, a burly man with a face full of fierce, bulging muscles walked in, respectfully calling out President Jiang Baichuan. This person was none other than Wang Hao. President Jiang Baichuan glared at him with sinisterly venomous eyes, ordering, "Wang Hao, you will still have to personally take out that little bastard named Chen Guan." Wang Hao cracked his knuckles, the joints popping loudly, and sneered coldly with a ruthless expression. "Rest assured, President Jiang Baichuan, I already bear a grudge against him. Within these 2 days, I will deliver one of his hands straight to you." On the other side, the renovation of my safe house was proceeding in full swing. Boss Zhao of Tianhong Decoration pointed at the completely revamped villa, patting his chest to guarantee to me, the main structure of the villa has been completely reinforced. I am not bragging, but even if a tank came, it couldn't blast it open. Then he reported that next would be the internal life support systems such as ventilation, drinking water, and thermal insulation. If they worked around the clock, it would be completed in a little over a week. I smiled in satisfaction, expressing my gratitude for their hard work. Just at this moment, a slightly plump older woman wearing a pink tracksuit walked over, greeting me with overly familiar casualness. "Young man, just moved in, right? I am Auntie Lou from the neighborhood committee." I responded to her politely. Auntie Lou pulled out a QR code on her phone, enthusiastically asking me to scan it to join the community homeowners group chat. But right after I joined the group, her fox's tail was exposed. Pointing inside the villa, she claimed to see quite a bit of cardboard peeled off from the renovations and aggressively insisted on going inside to take it out. I tactfully declined, stating that the construction site currently wasn't safe for people to enter. This Auntie Lou, however, was an entirely unreasonable and pestering character. She directly reached out to shove me, attempting to force her way inside, while cursing and muttering, "Why are you so stingy, young man? I am just going in to pick up some cardboard. What could that possibly delay?" Retaining my patience, I proposed that after the renovations were finished in a week, I would personally deliver them to her home. Who knew this old hag was insatiably greedy? Instantly changing her demeanor, she threw a tantrum and roared, "No way. Who knows who will sell it in a week? I want it right now." Looking at the ugly, insatiable face of this old creature pushing her luck, I completely lost my patience. Get lost. Facing my expulsion, this old woman not only failed to restrain herself, but even more rampantly pointed at me and cursed, "You young man, how can you insult people?" Glaring at her coldly, I unceremoniously fired back, "If you don't scram right now, I will give you a heavy slap." Auntie Lou was so enraged by me that her entire body trembled. Even the hand pointing at me was shaking, viciously leaving behind a harsh threat. How rude. Young people nowadays simply don't understand how to respect the elderly. We live in the same neighborhood and will see each other all the time. Sooner or later, you will suffer a massive loss. The scene shifted to Yang Zifeng's extravagant villa. The one-eyed killer was standing in front of the coffee table, pointing at a briefcase packed full of cash on the table. Yang Zifeng spoke arrogantly, "One-eyed killer, this is 500,000. Take it." The several muscular brutes behind the one-eyed killer stared straight-eyed at this massive sum of money, yet the one-eyed killer simply lowered his head slightly, respectfully replying, "Young Master Yang Zifeng, you are being too polite. As employees of the Wu Dragon Group, it is our duty to serve you. State whatever requests you have." A trace of incredibly sinister and venomous killing intent flashed in Yang Zifeng's eyes. Speaking through gritted teeth, he said, "This is, after all, my private matter, so take the money. My only requirement is that Chen Guang completely disappears from this world. Do it cleanly, and do not leave behind any evidence." A cruel sneer hooked the corner of the one-eyed killer's mouth as he patted his chest to guarantee, "Rest assured, young Master Yang Zifeng, I am a professional assassin. We will take action tonight," guaranteeing that he vanishes without a trace, as if he never existed in this world. Upon hearing this, Yang Zifeng laughed triumphantly, secretly resolving ruthlessly in his heart, "Chen Guang, you truly know absolutely nothing about my Yang Zifeng's background and power. I can easily pinch you to death with just a flick of my finger." As night fell, the one-eyed killer brought 3 underlings sneaking to the bottom of the hotel building where I was staying. Pointing at the towering hotel building, he cautiously confirmed with his underlings, "Are you certain?" One of the lackeys replied with a face full of certainty, "Boss, rest assured, Chen Guang is staying right in this hotel. That brat is quite wealthy. This is the presidential suite of the most top-tier hotel." A fierce glint flashed in the one-eyed killer's eyes as he ordered in a low voice, "Everyone follow me. Keep your movements quiet, and don't let that brat escape." At this time, I was lounging leisurely on the comfortable sofa sofa of the presidential suite, hands pillowed behind my head, reviewing the events that had transpired over these past few days, a satisfied smile hooking the corner of my mouth. Ever since I was reborn these past few days, everything had proceeded exactly according to plan. In 3 days' time, the most crucial step of the plan would arrive. Only if this specific step succeeds will the entire plan be considered a true triumph. Just as I was secretly calculating, my sharp hearing suddenly caught tiny movements outside the door. There's movement outside. Outside the door, the one-eyed killer was leading his underlings to tiptoe stealthily toward my room. The guns in their hands were already loaded, emitting faint click sounds. Standing behind the door, I sneered coldly, fully understanding in my heart, these must be the people sent by Yang Zifeng. Then I shall play with you all for a bit. Pressing against the doorframe, the one-eyed killer instructed his underlings in a low voice, we will enter through the back door. When we see that brat later, all of you stay alert and don't let him slip away. Just as he was preparing to strike, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps echoing down the corridor, and his expression shifted. Wait, there is more than one group. Someone else is approaching. Down the other end of the corridor, Wang Hao was leading several thugs wielding clubs and bats, charging over with menacing momentum. A lackey spoke flatteringly to Wang Hao, rest assured, brother Wang Hao, dealing with a student merely requires a pair of hands. Wang Hao, however, wore a gloomy face, warning them through gritted teeth, don't drop your guard. Last time, the others suffered a great loss at this brat's hands. Not only were they beaten into cripples, but even their money was robbed. This time we are fully prepared. Remember, beat him to death, and once he is dead, slice off an ear to send to President Jiang Baichuan. Hearing all of this crystal clearly from inside the door, I couldn't hold back my laughter. Reaching out, I pressed the light switch on the wall. With a click, the lights in the room extinguished. Seeing the light spilling from the door cracks suddenly vanish, that brat turned off the lights. He must be sleeping. Let's charge straight in right now. Simultaneously, Wang Hao also noticed the commotion over here. He led his men charging over, roaring, charge inside. The two squads of men instantly collided head-on in the narrow corridor. In the corridor, the two factions led by the one-eyed killer and Wang Hao stared at each other in utter bewilderment. The one-eyed killer took the initiative to raise his gun, shouting vigilantly, hold on, there's someone ahead. Subsequently, he pointed his gun at Wang Hao opposite him, reprimanding coldly, brat, stand still and don't move. Wang Hao was absolutely no pushover, currently harboring a belly full of pent-up anger with nowhere to vent. Seeing this one-eyed man daring to point a gun at him, he instantly pointed at his nose and cursed violently. The one who shouldn't move is you little bastard. Even now you dare to act arrogantly in front of your master? Did you grab the wrong fucking script? Those words should be said by me to you. Blind luck running into us, but you cannot escape today. You are dead for sure. Wang Hao was also utterly infuriated, complaining to the lackeys beside him. Damn it, this guy is too arrogant. We are here to kill someone, yet he's acting as if he is also here to kill. Kill him. Seeing this, the one-eyed killer dispensed with the nonsense, decisively ordering to open fire. The corridor instantly erupted into flashes of fire, with bullets flying everywhere. The several thugs charging at the very front were struck by bullets before they could even get close. Seeing the momentum shifting against him, holy crap, boss, this brat has backup. The one-eyed killer ruthlessly waved his hand to order, bring out the weapons. At this moment, Wang Hao completely panicked. Watching the enemy's ferocious firepower, he hastily shouted at a lackey beside him, brother Wang Hao, he has quite a lot of backup. Open fire. Leaning against the back of the door, listening to this dog-eat-dog spectacle outside, a satisfied cold sneer hooked the corner of my mouth as I disdainfully spat out a phrase, let these fools play with themselves. Subsequently, bang, bang, bang. After a continuous, dense barrage of gunfire, the corridor finally fell silent. Puff, puff, finally took them all down. The heavy panting of the one-eyed killer came from outside the door. Wang Hao struggled to raise his head. Upon seeing the one-eyed killer, he questioned with a face full of utter astonishment, one-eyed killer, why is it you? The one-eyed killer also recognized him, asking back in surprise, Wang Hao of the West City, why are you here? Where's that brat Chen Guang? Gritting his teeth, Wang Hao spoke in exasperation, I wanted to ask the same thing. I came exactly to kill that brat. Learning the truth, the one-eyed killer instantly realized what had happened, cursing violently in anger. Damn it, we've been played. That brat probably slipped away long ago. 3 days flew by. In the brightly sunlit campus, Pan Meng ran excitedly toward me holding his phone, lowering his voice to say, that bastard Chi Chandong used his connections to get you expelled from the school. Upon hearing this, I was initially stunned for a second, then burst into hearty laughter without a shred of concern. I thought it was some massive deal. Doomsday is arriving immediately. Academic credentials are just waste paper. Even if they gave me an academician title, what use would it be? It is indeed useless, but I just can't stand his face. Right now, he is acting incredibly smug in the group chat. Pan Meng indignantly held up his phone to show me. I glanced at the screen and sneered coldly. Acting smug, is he? I have a way to deal with him. I took Pan Meng's phone and opened the class group chat, only to see Chi Chandong jumping up and down in the group, spouting wild nonsense at all members. Chen Guang gathered a crowd to cause trouble, assaulted a teacher, and possesses a vile character. I have already reported this matter to Principal Li, and Principal Li has decided to expel Chen Guang. The bootlicker Wang De immediately jumped out to echo, serves him right. This kind of lowlife is destined to be a nobody, absolute scum of society. Chi Chandong became even more arrogant, continuing to tag me at Guang. Weren't you acting crazy? Can you still act crazy now? Being expelled by the school will be recorded in your permanent file. You will never be able to turn your life around in this lifetime. Fighting against me? What kind of thing do you even count as? Looking at his clownish facade, I unhesitatingly sent a stupid idiot message in the group, appended with an emoji of a raised middle finger. Chi Changdong's defenses were instantly shattered. He roared exasperatedly in the group, at Guang, you are insolent, you unemployed social wanderer. Just you wait. A highly mocking cold sneer hooked the corner of my mouth, and I directly dropped a massive bombshell into the group. At all members, I, Guang, report Chi Changdong using my real name for having a long-term illicit affair with a female counselor at the school. Every time the school holds a conference or sends them on a business trip, the two sneak out to mess around. Their hookup locations include the Changhui Hotel, the underground parking garage, and the school rooftop. Every single word I state is the absolute truth, and I bear full legal responsibility for it. Feel free to pull up recent surveillance footage to verify. Looking at the ugly display of Chi Changdong's shattered defenses on the phone, Pan Meng was so excited his eyeballs nearly popped out. He exclaimed that this gossip was simply too explosive, pressing me on how I knew about it. I sneered coldly at the screen, my thoughts instantly returning to my past life. When the doomsday erupted, Chi Changdong and I were once trapped together in the school for a period of time. In that desperate environment where order was entirely lost and human morality had utterly collapsed, he personally bragged about all these filthy affairs to me with his own mouth. At this time in the group chat, Chi Changdong had completely panicked, exasperatedly sending messages to everyone, commanding the administrators to disband the group chat immediately. He even threatened everyone to pretend they hadn't seen it, stating that he would endlessly pursue anyone who dared to leak it. Watching his display of incompetent rage, Pan Meng laughed heartily, unhesitatingly declaring that he would post these chat logs to the school forum to thoroughly ruin his reputation and strip him of all standing. Ignoring the farce in the group chat, I called upon Pan Meng to get ready to set off to handle a major matter. Pan Meng asked with a face full of utter confusion about what matter we were going to handle. I raised my eyebrows, asking if his dad still didn't believe that doomsday was coming even up until now. Hearing this, Pan Meng poured out his bitter grievances with a miserable face, saying that it went far beyond mere disbelief. Right now, he was just a hair away from being tied up and sent to a mental asylum. Full of well-thought-out confidence, I guaranteed to him, after finishing this major task, I will go with you to see your dad. When that time comes, he will have to believe it even if he doesn't want to. As the curtain of night fell low, I brought Pan Meng to an urban village located in the suburbs. Pan Meng surveyed the dilapidated and chaotic surroundings, asking with a face full of doubt what major task could possibly be handled in this rundown place. I halted my steps, pointing at a somewhat imposing building ahead, and said, "We're here." Pan Meng evaluated it briefly, sighing that this house was built quite well, absolutely qualifying as a wealthy household within this urban village. However, inside the building at this very moment, there lay another heinous scene resembling purgatory. A sloppy drunkard wearing a white-ribbed tank top, his face covered in stubble, was forcefully shaking an empty liquor bottle, cursing and complaining that the booze was all gone again. A pile of empty green liquor bottles lay scattered haphazardly beside his feet, yet shockingly, right in front of him sat a glaringly obvious rusted iron cage. Inside, a frail little girl was hugging her knees, curled up with her eyes brimming with sheer terror and intense hatred. The drunkard was infuriated by the little girl's hateful glare. Snatching up a liquor bottle, he viciously smashed it against the iron cage. With a thunderous bang, it frightened the little girl into clutching her head and screaming. The drunkard pointed at her and unleashed a torrent of vicious abuse, threatening to gouge her eyeballs out if she dared to look at him again. He cursed with increasing vigor, pointing at the little girl and calling her a money-losing burden with every breath, furiously yelling that when her mother remarried and brought her along, he didn't reap a single bit of benefit and that she spent all the money in less than a year. The drunkard formed a vicious scheme in his heart, calculating that he could only sell this residence for a good price. Following that, he turned his head, staring at the little girl in the cage as if evaluating merchandise, revealing an incredibly greedy and wretched smile as he muttered to himself, "However, before selling the house, I will sell you first. Even though you are a bit small, you are at least worth enough for a round of booze." After saying this, he lunged to the front of the cage like a devil, brutally grabbing a firm hold of the little girl's hair, forcefully dragging her outward while still yelling cruelly, "Come out." The drunkard violently pinched her chin, spitting out a heinous truth with a twisted, ferocious face. "Back then, your mother refused to buy me alcohol and even wanted to kick me out of the house, so I beat her to death alive. If you dare to disobey, you will suffer the exact same fate as your mother." Hearing the truth of her mother's tragic death, the little girl reached the pinnacle of despair. Mustering all the strength in her body, she bit down firmly onto the drunkard's hand. The drunkard let out a miserable, pig-slaughtering scream from the pain. Flying into a humiliated rage, he raised his palm high. With lethal intent fully exposed in his eyes, he roared that he would send this little wretch down to meet her mother right now. Right at this hair-raising, critical moment, a heaven-shaking, thunderous bang erupted. The heavy main door, along with its frame, was directly kicked flying by a terrifying, monstrous force. Frightened into a full-body shiver, the drunkard violently whipped his head back to look, only to see Pan Meng and me standing at the doorway. His wicked deeds interrupted. The guilty guilty-hearted drunkard shouted. Who are you? Staring intently at this conscience-devoid animal, monstrous killing intent erupted from my eyes. Closing in step by step, I barked furiously through gritted teeth. Who do you think? In my past life, this person was named Fong K, a despicable and shameless petty thug who actually obtained the greatest fortuitous encounter before the doomsday descended, a superpower spatial dimension. After the extreme freezing doomsday descended, this Fong K immediately sought refuge with the government authorities. At that time, the authorities were also shocked by his superpower spatial dimension and subsequently utilized him to transport massive amounts of supplies, making Fong K a national hero revered by tens of thousands for a time. But who could have imagined that exactly when the authorities dispatched Fong K to rescue a small city, he privately absconded with the massive amounts of supplies, causing the 1 million population in that city to freeze and starve to death amidst the sky-filling blizzard. However, in the end, this Fong K did not meet a good fate either, dying in the jaws of an ice demon, and from then on, those massive amounts of supplies thoroughly vanished along with Fong K's death. I retracted my thoughts, my gaze landing on the stubble-faced, sloppy drunkard in front of me and the little girl he was gripping tightly in his hand, secretly marveling in my heart. There's actually a little girl here? I had never heard about this in my past life. At this moment, the drunkard tightly grabbed the little girl's hair with one hand, grinning widely at us with a face full of wretchedness. You guys are human traffickers, right? You came just in time. Any later, and she would have been beaten to death by me. Even though this girl is a bit skinny, she looks pretty, taking after her mother. You have to add $100 to take her away. Otherwise, I, as her adoptive father, cannot bear to part with her. The chubby Panyu on the side flew into a towering rage upon hearing this, pointing at the drunkard and loudly cursing out animal. The drunkard froze for a second, arrogantly tilting his head and asking, what? Panyu was so enraged that the veins on his forehead bulged, straining his voice to roar. I said you are an animal, worse than pigs and dogs. Hearing this, the drunkard also got angry, pointing at Panyu and cursing. You, a human trafficker, are actually acting all high and mighty, farting in the same blanket. Neither of us should discuss the other for stinking. Panyu laughed out of extreme anger. Human trafficker, your uncle. Which part of your grandpa here looks like a human trafficker to you? The drunkard was completely infuriated, violently raising the green glass liquor bottle in his hand, his face full of fierce flesh as he roared. Not a human trafficker, yet you still dare to run wild in my place. I will crack your skull open, you greenhorn. However, before his voice faded, accompanied by a muffled bang of a gunshot, the drunkard let out a miserable, pig-slaughtering scream. It turned out that Panyu had decisively drawn his pistol and pulled the trigger, with wisps of blue smoke still rising from the muzzle. Keeping my hands in my pockets, I watched the chubby guy's clean movements, an admiring smile hooking the corner of my mouth. Not bad. Your marksmanship is getting more and more accurate. Kneeling on the ground with blood pouring like a fountain, the drunkard trembled violently all over from the pain, looking up at us with a face full of terror, and asked with a trembling voice, who exactly are you people? Panyu held up the gun, pointing it firmly at his head, coldly snorting through gritted teeth. No matter who we are, we will not let a dog like you off the hook. Just at this moment, a gust of wind suddenly howled past, and that little girl who had just broken free from the devil's claws had unknowingly picked up a shattered green glass bottle, and like a thoroughly enraged little wild beast, she violently charged toward the drunkard. This sudden turn of events left both Panyu and me completely stunned. Clutching his bleeding forehead, the drunkard hadn't recovered his senses yet, viciously cursing, you little wretch, you still dare. Before he could finish his words, the little girl was already gripping the sharp shattered glass bottle tightly with both hands, using all the strength in her body, and accompanied by a whoosh, she viciously stabbed it toward his head. The drunkard was directly smashed into slumping onto the ground, fresh blood flowing wildly, yet he was still stubbornly spouting harsh words. Fine, you dare to hit me, I will peel off your skin. The little girl absolutely gave him no chance to catch his breath. Her eyes widened wide. She held the blood-stained shattered liquor bottle high up, preparing to stab down again without hesitation. Panyu was startled, hurriedly reaching out his hand wanting to block her. Little sister, stop. However, I firmly pressed down on Panyu's shoulder, shaking my head with a solemn face. Leave her be. This is likely a monstrous hatred accumulated in her heart over a long time. Otherwise, a little girl wouldn't be forced to act like this. If you stop her now and she cannot vent it out, her entire life will be ruined. Accompanied by heart-palpitating sounds of heavy strikes, a moment later, the room finally quieted down. The little girl stood completely drained of strength in the pool of blood, the glass bottle in her hand already covered in fresh blood, which dripped down drop by drop along the sharp edges. And that utterly conscience-devoid drunkard had completely ceased all movements. Panyu pushed his glasses, taking a deep breath while looking at the corpse on the ground. He's dead. I coldly glanced at that corpse without the slightest shred of pity. This kind of person deserves to die. Subsequently, I turned my head, my eyes becoming deep and urgent. The time is almost up. I need to go to the rooftop. Panyu, you take the little girl to wash off the bloodstains and comfort her a bit. I turned around and sprinted swiftly toward the rooftop terrace. The night was deep, and several gorgeous meteor trails suddenly flashed across the sky. Immediately following, a massive fireball radiating dazzling golden light plummeted straight down as if tearing through the night sky. I stood alone at the edge of the terrace, looking up at that cluster of increasingly closer radiating radiant light, a fanatical smile hooking the corner of my mouth. It's here, the greatest fortuitous encounter before the doomsday. I fearlessly open my arms, welcoming this fortune descending from the heavens. Accompanied by a thunderous boom, the golden meteor smashed accurately and unmistakably into my body, its blinding light instantly engulfing my entire person. After the intense brilliance dissipated, I felt the surging power within my body, laughing out loud in sheer excitement. I succeeded. I closed my eyes to investigate carefully, the shock in my heart beyond measure. Good heavens, this superpower spatial dimension was even larger than I had imagined, fully as expansive as dozens of football fields, with such a heaven-defying space. Next, I can hoard exactly as many supplies as I want to hoard. Just as I was immersed in joy, a piercing police siren buzzed loudly, shattering the tranquility of the night sky. I violently turned my head, looking downstairs following the sound. I saw a police car flashing red and blue lights speeding over rapidly, stopping right downstairs of this building. A police car? 2 patrol officers were escorting a bald, muscular brute with his hands cuffed. That bald man was sweating profusely, pointing frantically at the door of Phone K's house and explaining to the patrol officers, "This is the place. That Phone K exactly told me to come here. He wanted to sell me a little girl." Hearing these words, the leading patrol captain immediately drew his pistol, issuing a command with a grim expression, "Everyone get ready, charge in." Meanwhile, inside the room, Manhwa had already helped that little girl wash the bloodstains off her body completely. After changing into a clean and tidy pink dress, the little girl's originally filthy face became fair and translucent. Manhwa watched with pure joy from the side, unable to resist sighing in admiration to me. "Chenguang, not going to lie, after this little sister washed up, she looks truly adorable." I had just come down from the rooftop and walked into the hall when Manhwa's expression suddenly changed drastically, exclaiming in heavy sweat, "The government authorities have arrived outside." My eyes sharpened, and Manhwa was even more anxious, like an ant on a hot pan, leaning over in terror and asking in a low voice, What should we do? The corpse is still here. We still have a gun on us." Facing this desperate situation sufficient to make one rot in jail, I calmly and collectively raised my hand, smiling confidently. "Don't panic. If it were before, we could only run away, but now it is easily handled." I turned my head to look at Phone K's corpse lying in the pool of blood, a thought stirring in my mind, and activated my newly awakened spatial ability. In the next second, under Manhwa's utterly horrified gaze, Phone K's heavy corpse actually vanished entirely into thin air amidst a flash of light. With a loud bang, the main door was violently kicked open. The patrol captain led his subordinates and that bald buyer charging in like soldiers descending from heaven, the dark gun muzzles instantly aiming at us as he furiously roared, "Nobody move." The patrol captain scanned the entire scene with a torch-like gaze, questioning deeply, "Who is Phone K?" After that bald buyer who was escorted and saw our faces clearly, he was also entirely bewildered, answering while pouring cold sweat, "Neither of them are. Phone K is not here." The patrol captain immediately locked his sharp gaze onto us, slightly raising his gun muzzle, and sternly interrogated, "What are you two doing here?" Facing the dark gun muzzles, I wasn't flustered at all, raising my hands extremely naturally, and even revealing a harmless, sunny smile. "Hello, officer uncles. My name is Chenguang. I am this girl's distant cousin. Came over to check on her." Although the chubby Manhwa on the side was sweating profusely from fear, he also hurriedly raised his hands to cooperate in smoothing things over. "My name is Manhwa, Chenguang's classmate. I accompanied him here." The patrol captain did not easily believe our story. He put away his gun, walking in front of the little girl and kneeling on one knee, replacing his expression with a gentle and warm smile, and softly consoled, "Little girl, don't be afraid. Tell uncle, what is your name?" The little girl blinked those clear large eyes, answering obediently, "My name is Shishi." Next, the patrol captain abruptly turned his head, pointing his hand at me with a trace of scrutiny in his eyes, and asked Shishi, "Tell uncle, do you know him?" Facing the patrol captain's questioning, the little girl Shishi widened those clear and lively eyes, pointing at me without hesitation and answering loudly, "I know him. He is my cousin. Mommy said so." Seeing this, the doubts in the patrol captain's eyes were mostly dispelled. He put away his gun and turned to walk towards the main door. He pulled open the room door, turning his head back to instruct us, "You guys remember, if you have any clues about Phone K, contact me immediately." After speaking, he led his men and departed. Hearing the sound of the door closing, the chubby Manhwa let out a long sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead while muttering with lingering fear, "We finally managed to deal with it. Let's retreat quickly." He turned his head, looking at the solitary and miserable Shishi, reached out his hand to rub her little head, and asked me with a troubled expression, "Almost forgot about Shishi. Phone K kicked the bucket. What should she do?" I looked down at this little girl who had just experienced a life and death ordeal, asking in some surprise, "You want to leave with us?" Shishi raised her head, nodding her head with incredibly resolute eyes. Manhwa couldn't bear to see it, advising me from the side, "Chenguang, take her with us. She is just a little girl. She has no way to survive on her own." I looked at Shishi, deliberately keeping a straight face, and proposed a condition with a cold tone, "You can leave with us, but I never feed idlers. Do you know how to make instant noodles?" Hearing this requirement that couldn't possibly be any simpler, Shishi's originally tense little face instantly bloomed with an incredibly brilliant smile, and she excitedly clenched her little fists and shouted, "I know how." I turned around and took the lead to walk outside. Then let's go together. The night curtain enveloped the city streets as the three of us walked side by side. Panyu rubbed his belly and clamored, "I'm hungry. Let's go eat hot pot first." Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was 3 days before the extreme freezing doomsday. Inside an extremely luxurious and grand manor villa, Panyu followed behind me. "Chenguang, I am still a little bit afraid." I wrapped my arm around his shoulder, coldly sneering with complete indifference. "Afraid of what? There are only the last 3 days before the doomsday arrives. Today, no matter what, we must convince your dad." Just as we walked into the luxurious living room, we heard an angry roar coming from the sofa. "You two little brats. Do you have nothing better to do after eating your fill? Spouting nonsense every day. Get out of here right now." Panyu stamped his feet anxiously, painstakingly persuading him. "Dad, everything Chenguang said is true. If you don't take action now, in 3 days it will be the extreme freezing doomsday, and everything will be too late." But Uncle Pan simply couldn't listen at all, waving his hand impatiently, shooing us away like driving flies. "Get lost. Get lost. Hurry up and get lost. Don't delay me from drinking my tea." Looking at Uncle Pan's utterly stubborn appearance, I knew it wouldn't work without showing some real skills. Accompanied by a burst of eerie flashing light, the teacup actually vanished into thin air. Uncle Pan's eyeballs widened, looking left and right with a thoroughly bewildered face. "Where's my tea? It was taken away by me. This is exactly the superpower I was telling you about." Uncle Pan froze for a second, subsequently snorting coldly in disdain, leaning back on the sofa and assuming the posture of an elder to lecture me. Playing magic tricks, are we? What kind of massive storms and waves haven't I seen? You think you kid can fool me?" However, before his words were finished, my mind stirred, and I activated my spatial ability once again. Accompanied by a swish of blue light, Uncle Pan, who was originally sitting steadily on the sofa, was instantly displaced by an invisible force, appearing out of thin air in midair, and subsequently crashed heavily onto the carpet with a thud. Uncle Pan fell on the floor with all 4 limbs facing the sky, completely stunned, his entire mind filled with question marks. I spread my hands, looking down at him from a high vantage point, and asked with a smile, "Uncle Pan, do you believe it now?" Slumped on the carpet, Uncle Pan remained as stubborn as a dead duck. He struggled to prop up his body, even making the sofa disappear. "You two sure did plenty of homework, trying to fool me. You guys are too green." I, Pan Jin Gui, absolutely do not believe it. I was too lazy to waste words. Accompanied by a swish of blue light, the carpet beneath Uncle Pan vanished instantly. He let out a miserable cry of ouch, once again crashing heavily onto the ground with all 4 limbs facing the sky. This time Uncle Pan was thoroughly infuriated. He crawled up, pointing right at my nose and clamoring loudly, "If you have the capability to make everything in this entire room disappear, then I will believe you." In the next second, the originally magnificently decorated grand hall instantly became completely empty. All the furniture, ornaments, and even the decorations on the walls vanished entirely without a trace in an instant. Uncle Pan stood solitarily in the center of the empty hall, looking around dumbfounded like a wooden chicken, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, muttering incoherently, "Gone? It's really all gone." Looking at his life-doubting expression, I asked indifferently, "Do you believe it now?" Just as my words faded, Uncle Pan violently turned around, and with an incredibly loud smack, he delivered a resounding slap directly onto the face of Pan Meng, who was standing nearby. Clutching his rapidly swelling and reddening cheek, Pan Meng almost cried from the grievance. "Dad, why did you hit me?" Sweating profusely, Uncle Pan roared excitedly, "It's not a dream, I believe it." Time passed in a flash, arriving at 2 days before the extreme freezing doomsday. On the sunny street, Pan Meng excitedly held up his phone and brought it to my face. The screen clearly displayed a transfer record of 760 million. He shouted excitedly, "Chenguang, it arrived. My dad transferred over 700 million to me." Looking at this massive sum of money, a glint of sharp light flashed in my eyes, and I decisively issued instructions. "We will split up. You go procure supplies, this time mainly focusing on cold weather gear and anything that will be useful in the apocalypse. I will go inspect the villa. If we can buy them, purchase some weapons as well." Shortly after, I arrived in front of that completely transformed fortress villa. Boss Xiao of Sky Rainbow Decoration came over with a face full of piling smiles, taking credit while giving me a tour. "The entire villa has been constructed and renovated completely by now, perfectly designed according to your requirements. How is it? Are you satisfied?" Looking at this impeccably secure safe house before me, I nodded in satisfaction. "Very satisfied. Boss Xiao has truly put his heart into it." Boss Xiao smugly pushed his glasses. "Could I not put my heart into it? This is the most difficult renovation project since the establishment of our Sky Rainbow Decoration. I personally supervised it the entire way. It's no exaggeration to say that even if doomsday arrives, as long as there are abundant supplies, you could live in it until you die." I stepped forward and shook his hand. "Boss Xiao, I will transfer the final payment to you as soon as possible." Just as Boss Xiao prepared to turn around and leave, I suddenly called out to him, instructing with a solemn expression, "Boss Xiao, do not go outside for these next 2 days. Hoard plenty of food and daily necessities at home." Boss Xiao asked with a blank face if a typhoon was coming. Taking a deep breath, I smoothly played along and sneered coldly, "Correct, a massive once-in-a-century typhoon." Boss Xiao smiled completely defenseless, saying it was exactly a good time to rest for 2 days. Just at this moment, the thunderous roaring of engines echoed from outside outside the villa, as several heavy trucks fully loaded with supplies drove mightily into the courtyard. Pan Meng jumped down from the truck, excitedly shouting at me, "Qingguang, the supplies have all been procured. They were all specifically chosen to be the expensive and high-quality ones." Looking at this mountainous guarantee of survival, I could no longer suppress the smile hooking my mouth. "Transport them all into the villa, and I will store them into the superpower spatial dimension." The workers immediately began unloading the goods with fiery enthusiasm, box after box of supplies being continuously carried into the villa. This exaggerated display caused a passing auntie holding her child's hand to stop and watch. Why buy so many goods? Opening a supermarket at home? Seeing the mountainous piles of supply boxes, the brat made a fuss demanding to eat lollipops. Instead of stopping him, Auntie Lou actually carried him up onto my supply boxes with a face full of indulgence so he could rummage through them. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Uncle Pan was touching his head, complaining to me with a humble brag face that the money simply couldn't be spent fast enough, and up until now, he hadn't even spent 100 million. I took out my phone and cleanly handed him the addresses of several massive granaries, telling him to go immediately and buy out all the grain there. In my past life's memories, these granaries were occupied by a group of utterly evil riders after the doomsday. My preemptive buyout this time would exactly cut off the path of evil for that group of human scum. Just at this moment, a worker carrying supplies hurriedly ran over to report to me, saying that the last batch of bows and crossbows was being blocked by an old woman who refused to let them be moved. My eyes darkened, and I immediately followed the worker outside the villa. I saw that old demoness Auntie Lou guarding in front of the cardboard boxes, letting her bratty grandson jump around wildly on my boxes containing bows and crossbows, even coaxing him that she would open them for him right away. I stepped forward and shouted loudly, asking her what she was doing. Turning her head, Auntie Lou not only showed absolutely no guilty conscience, but instead shamelessly accused me of being stingy, claiming that eating one of my lollipops was considered an apology for the previous incident, and even escalated to demand that all the empty cardboard boxes this time be left for her to cart away. I was literally angered into laughter by this old creature's shamelessness, mercilessly telling her to go take a dump and to get lost immediately. Auntie Lou instantly acted like a possessed shrew, pointing right at my nose and loudly cursing me for being ignorant and destroying neighborhood relations, and even shamelessly flaunted her status as the deputy director of the neighborhood committee, claiming she could casually take things from anyone's house. Just as she was throwing a tantrum, the brat standing up high excitedly yelled, "I got it," holding up a colorful spherical object in his hand. I coldly reprimanded that little brat to get the hell down immediately. Not only did the brat refuse to listen, but he even made faces and stuck his tongue out at me, arrogantly cursing me as a big bad guy and a massive idiot, and clamored that he would represent the monsters to destroy me. As I made a move to step forward and force him down, Auntie Lou immediately blocked my way like an old mother hen protecting her chick, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws while casting her retreat, retreat, retreat magic at me. But right at this moment, that reckless brat, holding the object in his hand, violently lunged downwards from up high, crashing heavily onto a paper bag. Accompanied by a muffled smack, an accident occurred. The box contained precisely sharp bows and arrows. Multiple arrows directly penetrated the packaging and stabbed accurately right into the brat's buttocks. The brat instantly let out a miserable, pig-slaughtering scream, rolling all over the ground in excruciating pain. Auntie Lou was frightened completely out of her wits, hurriedly stepping forward to hug her grandson whose buttocks were riddled with arrows, wailing in heartbreak. Keeping my hands in my pockets, I coldly watched the tragic state of this bizarre grandmother-grandson pair, contemptuously spitting out two words: "Deserved it." Auntie Lou's old face twisted in heartbreak. Before leaving, she didn't forget to fiercely glare at me and spout harsh words, forcefully twisting logic to clamor that it was me who harmed her precious grandson, telling me to prepare for an astronomical compensation, and claiming she would definitely return to settle the score with me sooner or later. However, this scene happened to fall into the eyes of two women not far away. These two were exactly Song Xiaodia's best friend Yang Ziqing and another heavily made-up woman. Yang Ziqing curled her lips with a face full of disdain and mocked, "What is Qingguang doing buying so many things?" The woman beside her also sneered, echoing with a face full of contempt, "I think he's purely sick in the head, hoarding so many things on such a hot day. He's not even afraid they will rot and stink." Yang Ziqing turned around, losing interest in this boring farce. "Let's go. Brother Feng will take care of him. Let's go get beauty treatments." The two twisted their slender waists and left the balcony without a care, completely unaware of the impending disaster. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the final countdown day to the extreme freezing doomsday. In my safe house villa, Panyu held a long list, checking it while reporting to me, "The money is all spent. We bought a total of 5 massive granaries. Even if we eat until the end of time, we won't be able to finish it all." Subsequently, we drove to the largest logistics park. After meeting Chitsuitsui in a bit, "Let's go collect the grain first." At this time, Chitsuitsui, upon seeing us, her eyes lit up, and she came forward to greet us with a face full of pleasant surprise. "Qingguang, you're here." I looked at her glowing with radiant energy, smiling and joking. "How has the work at this logistics park been these past few days?" Chitsuitsui puffed out her chest and proudly answered, "The work is no problem. I've already been promoted to warehouse supervisor." And then she asked me with with some doubt. Chinguang, how much longer do I have to work here? I looked at her and solemnly announced, you can leave tomorrow. Hearing this, Chitsuetsue instantly bloomed with joy, clapping her hands excitedly. That's wonderful. I will go resign in a bit. I shook my head, stopping her. No need to resign. Chitsuetsue, you still have one last thing to do for me. Chitsuetsue nodded without hesitation. Chinguang, tell me. I lowered my voice, leaned close to her ear, and instructed with a serious tone. Help me get the keys to the warehouses. I am coming to the logistics park's warehouses tonight. Hearing this, Chitsuetsue widened her eyes in shock, covering her small mouth as she cried out involuntarily. What are you coming here for in the middle of the night? I didn't explain too much, merely looking at her with a profound gaze. I will tell you when the time comes. Wait for me inside the warehouse. Chitsuetsue let out a somewhat bewildered ah. I reminded her again, my tone brooking no question. Remember, you absolutely must wait for me, and do not tell anyone. Looking at my solemn expression, although Chitsuetsue's heart was full of doubt, she still nodded. In her heart, she was even secretly guessing, could he be? As night fell, inside the massive warehouse of the logistics park, Boss Chen, Boss Pan, all the grain is here. Please inspect and accept. I looked around this gigantic warehouse with seemingly no end in sight, entirely packed to the brim with cardboard boxes bearing handle with care labels, and nodded in satisfaction. Boss Liang, all your people have evacuated, right? Our people will take over here now. Boss Liang immediately bowed and scraped as he replied, understood. Give me a call if you need anything. Here are the keys to the other granaries. After confirming that everyone had left, I gave Panyu a look. Everyone is gone. Let's take action. I walked to the center of the warehouse, took a deep breath, and violently threw my arms open forward, transforming into a massive energy vortex that enveloped all the mountainous piles of goods in the warehouse entirely. Under Panyu's incredulous gaze, those heavy cardboard boxes vanished without a trace in an instant, as if swallowed by a black hole. I retracted the energy, turned to look at him. Any item that enters the superpower spatial dimension will maintain the exact state it was in when it entered. For example, if you put in a freshly brewed bowl of instant noodles, even if you take it out 100 years later, the instant noodles will still be in a freshly brewed state. Panyu's eyeballs almost popped out from hearing this. Right at this moment, the manager who had just left pushed the door and came in, saying as he walked, President Chinguang, President Pan Meng, I came back to fetch some things. But when he pushed his glasses and saw clearly the scene before his eyes, his entire person was as if struck by lightning and sweating profusely, exclaiming, this. Looking at the completely empty warehouse, he sighed with a face full of disbelief. Is my vision blurred? How could the mountainous piles of grain disappear in just such a short while? The scene shifted. The night was already deep, and I came alone to the front of the massive rolling shutter door of the logistics park, reaching out my hand and knocking on the door to emit a thump-thump sound. As the rolling shutter door slowly opened, Chitsuetsue came out to welcome me with a face full of pleasant surprise. Chinguang, you have come. I looked at her with a solemn expression, lowering my voice to instruct. Chitsuetsue, the thing I am going to do next might shock you, but you must not make any sound. Do you understand? Chitsuetsue nervously clutched her chest, nodding her head repeatedly. I understand. Seeing her agree, I took a deep breath, my eyes becoming incomparably sharp. Are you ready? I am going to start. Chitsuetsue instantly blushed red with shyness, and holding her heart with eyes full of anticipation and nervousness, she responded, already. Who knew that in the very next second, I had already turned around and walked toward the depths of the warehouse, urging without even turning my head back. What are you standing in a daze for? Follow me. Only then did Chitsuetsue awaken as if from a dream, hurriedly jogging to catch up. Oh, okay. I took her striding forward in the spacious warehouse, and very quickly the two of us stood side by side in front of the massive empty shelves. I violently raised my right hand, and dazzling blue energy instantly gathered in my palm as I sneered confidently. After collecting this batch, the resources I have accumulated will probably reach an astronomical figure. Accompanied by a loud whoosh sound, the blue energy halo swept across the entire warehouse dome like a tsunami. Chitsuetsue was so terrified that she tightly covered her mouth, exclaiming with a face full of question marks, good heavens, what is going on here? How did the goods disappear? Chinguang, could it be that you did this? I consoled her with a calm expression. I will explain it to you in a moment. Let's go collect the goods in the other warehouses first. Before long, I brought her outside the door labeled surveillance room. After pushing the door and entering, facing an entire wall of display screens, Chitsuetsue stepped forward in confusion and asked, what are we doing in the surveillance room? I violently turned around, intense blue light erupting from my hands once again, and spoke domineeringly, removing all the surveillance. Right as my voice faded, all the surveillance equipment on the wall instantly transformed into blue data light spots and vanished completely without a trace. I retracted the energy, smiling easily as I walked past her. Let's go. After going back, I will explain everything to you. Under the curtain of night, I brought her back to that impregnable fortress villa. The hall was brightly lit. The chubby Pan Meng and I sat on the sofa. Chitsuetsue sat opposite us, and the obedient little girl she handed over a cup of tea. Sister, drink some tea. I leaned my body forward, staring at Chitsuetsue with a profound gaze, and asked seriously, do you believe these things I said? Chitsuetsue looked at me without hesitation, answering with resolute eyes, I believe it. Hearing Chitsuetsue's unhesitating responsive I believe it, the chubby Pan Meng grinned from ear to ear on the side. Goodness, you believed solved it just like that? You truly have unconditional trust in Chengguang. I crossed my arms over my chest, instructing everyone with a solemn expression. Tomorrow is the doomsday. From now on we must not go outside. At this time, Chitsuitsui suddenly stood up, opening her mouth to say, I want to go out to handle a matter. I looked at her, earnestly advising, go quickly and return quickly. You absolutely must come back before 12 o'clock noon tomorrow. The scene shifted. The blonde assassin leader was reporting with a gloomy face. Young Master Yang Zifeng, last time was an accident. We ran into a group of people who came to kill Chengguang. A case of allies accidentally clashing. There will absolutely be no more problems this time. He propped both hands on the table, clearly already exasperated and furious. Taking out a piece of trash in my eyes has led to consecutive accidents. My patience has been completely worn out. Subsequently, he straightened his body, his eyes filled entirely with killing intent. Immediately following that, he turned around, cocking his pistol while walking outside, followed by the one-eyed dragon. This time I will go personally. Let's go. At the same time, in a certain corner of the city, a group of adorable stray cats and dogs were gathered around several food bowls. Chitsuitsui squatted in front of them, instructing with a face full of reluctance. Doomsday is arriving immediately. I will not be able to come feed you anymore. You must learn to take care of yourselves. Woof woof. Meow. After speaking, she stood up, waving to bid farewell to these small animals. Goodbye. I hope I can still see you all again. And right not far away, the blonde leader and the one-eyed dragon were hiding in the shadows staring at her back. Young Master Yang Zifeng, recently Chengguang has been staying inside the villa without going out, making it difficult to make a move. The one-eyed dragon pointed in Chitsuitsui's direction, proposing viciously, this little girl should be his girlfriend. Capture her and force Chengguang to show himself. Go! On the other side, Pan Meng, who was in the villa, received a phone call and was instantly terrified into a heavy sweat. What? Holding his phone, he turned his head to look at me with a panicked expression. Chengguang, this is bad. That animal Yang Zifeng has captured Chitsuitsui, and he is demanding that only you alone go over. Hearing these words, I was instantly burning with fury, seeking death. It seems he will not live to see the doomsday. Subsequently, the scene arrived at a dilapidated and eerie abandoned unfinished building area. I walked alone along the alleyway. Ahead were the blonde leader, the one-eyed dragon, and the hijacked Chitsuitsui. As the blonde leader shouted arrogantly, you massive idiot actually dared to come. My eyes were freezing cold, and without the slightest fear, I barked furiously, cut the crap, let Chitsuitsui go first. The brute seemed to loosen his grip, and Chitsuitsui immediately sprinted toward my direction, shouting from her mouth, Chengguang. But right at this moment, the blonde leader suddenly pulled out his pistol to aim, mocking with a face full of cruelty. Ah, how naive. Chitsuitsui turned her head back in horror. At this hair-raising, critical moment, I violently lunged forward, pressing Chitsuitsui firmly down onto the ground, and accompanied by a whoosh sound, the golden bullet narrowly scraped past right against our bodies. Seeing this scene, the originally arrogant blonde leader was instantly terrified into pouring cold sweat, exclaiming with a face full of disbelief, what? He surprisingly dodged it. After dodging the bullet, I hurriedly helped up Chitsuitsui from the ground, asking with concern, are you alright? Severely shaken, Chitsuitsui grabbed my clothes with a face full of worry and advised, I am fine. Chengguang, they have guns in their hands. Quickly, run quickly. A confident cold sneer hooked the corner of my mouth. I patted the back of her hand to console her. Don't be afraid. Leave the rest to me. Subsequently, I fearlessly turned around, facing the dark gun muzzle of the blonde leader all by myself, and stood completely composed in the center of the alleyway. Seeing my appearance, the blonde leader arrogantly pointed at me and spouted wild nonsense. Torture him for a while longer. Don't let him die so easily. Right as his voice faded, a muscular brute with a body like a bear volunteered and charged out, swinging his sandbag-sized fists to smash at me, while yelling loudly from his mouth, boss, rest assured, I will do it. Are you coming to seek death? My eyes sharpened, and I violently delivered a heavy punch smashing fiercely onto his face. The massive impact force directly knocked this brute flying backward like a cannonball. His entire person crashed heavily against the brick wall behind him, his head even embedding into the wall. The remaining few underlings were terrified into pouring cold sweat, exclaiming in disbelief, how does he have such immense strength? Seeing this, the one-eyed dragon also panicked, immediately pointing at me and roaring furiously, a few more people go. Attack! One of them raised his dagger and stabbed fiercely at me. I merely sidestepped slightly, easily dodging this fatal strike. Not only that, taking advantage of the momentum, I firmly clamped down on his wrist holding the knife and forcefully bent it, only to hear him let out a miserable scream. In just a short few seconds of time, this group of vicious and evil assassins was entirely finished off by me. Chitsuitsui covered her mouth with both hands, watching this scene with eyes full of shock and worship. Chengguang is actually this formidable. Looking at his underlings wailing all over the ground, the blonde leader panicked completely, questioning in disbelief, how is it possible? How could Chengguang possess this kind of combat skill? The one-eyed dragon on the side, however, pulled out his pistol once again, forcing a facade of calm to console him. Boss, do not panic. We have guns in our hands. The one-eyed dragon aimed his gun muzzle deadly straight at me as I leaped forward, arrogantly clamoring, boy, if you have the capability, dodge the shot. However, before his words were even finished, accompanied by a deafening gunshot, a bloom of blood exploded instantly from the one-eyed dragon's chest. Sorry, I also have a gun. The one-eyed dragon collapsed stiffly into a pool of blood, dying with his eyes wide open. Watching his subordinate die tragically, the blonde leader was terrified, entirely pale, shouting in utter horror, "How could this be?" And Chitsuetsue behind me was even more terrified by this bloody scene, into shivering all over, muttering to herself with a face full of terror, "Chenguang killed someone." By this time, the blonde leader had long lost his arrogant bluster from just moments ago. Only one thought remained in his mind, which was to run. Before he could run more than a few steps, my eyes turned cold, and I decisively pulled the trigger. The bullet struck his thigh accurately and unmistakably, splashing up a bloom of blood. I walked up to him with steady strides, glaring down from a high vantage point at this stray dog slumped on the ground with a face full of despair, and coldly spat out a phrase, "Can you escape? Chenguang, I am the crown prince of the Wu Dragon Group. You cannot touch me." Another shot hit his leg. Yang Zifeng let out an agonizing scream. I glared down at him coldly. "I am touching you right now." Yang Zifeng forced out a smile uglier than crying, attempting to buy me off with money. "Chenguang, consider this my loss this time. You name a price." A mocking cold sneer hooked the corner of my mouth as I lightly spat out a number, 1 trillion. Hearing this exaggerated number, Yang Zifeng was instantly left speechless, pouring cold sweat, and subsequently roared in exasperation, "I told you to name a price, not to make a joke. Whose family can pull out 1 trillion? Too lazy to listen to his nonsense." I raised a foot and stomped fiercely onto his face. "You cannot pull it out, yet you still dare to act arrogant. I'll let you act arrogant." Immediately following that, I unleashed a frantic, overwhelming beating upon him. Beaten black and blue, Yang Zifeng clutched his face, screaming miserably and begging for mercy repeatedly. "Brother Chenguang, stop hitting me. No, Grandpa Chenguang, spare me." I grabbed his collar with one hand, raising my fist that was flashing with the light of power, and barked furiously, "Coward, I said I would finish you off today." Just as I was preparing to deal the killing blow, a burst of piercing police sirens tore through the street. "Everyone stand still, nobody move." A police car suddenly stopped at the entrance of the alleyway. Astonished, I turned my head. Yang Zifeng seemed to have seen his savior. "Ha ha ha, you didn't expect this, did you?" I noticed things were wrong and called the police in advance. "What will you use to kill me now?" He slumped on the ground, arrogantly pointing at me and clamored, "Chenguang, not only can you not kill me, but now you have publicly assaulted and murdered people. You will spend the rest of your life in prison." A ruthless glint flashed in my eyes, and absolutely refusing to indulge him, I violently raised a foot and stomped heavily right onto his vitals. Accompanied by a scalp-numbing shattering sound, Yang Zifeng's eyes nearly bulged out. His entire person hurt so much that he faced the sky with bulging veins, letting out a miserable, pig-slaughtering howl. "Ah, my balls, my happiness, you surprisingly shattered them for me." At this time, several police officers rapidly approached with raised guns, reprimanding loudly, "Stop, put down the gun." Gripping the gun in my hand, I was entirely unpanicked. I merely turned my head to glare down at the agonizing Yang Zifeng. "Do you know why I am not killing you right now? It isn't because the police uncles have arrived. It's because I feel that letting you die without letting you experience the doomsday is far too cheap for you." I confidently revealed a cold sneer to him. "Furthermore, I am telling you, I will absolutely not be captured." The police officers had already surrounded me tightly, ordering sternly, "Don't move. Handcuff him." Yang Zifeng convulsed in agony on the ground, clutching his entirely ruined lower body. Facing the dark gun muzzles, I unhurriedly held up 3 fingers, beginning the countdown. 3, 2, 1. As the final finger fell, I calmly spat out a few words. "Time is up." The police officers holding the guns still wore bewildered faces when suddenly flakes of white crystals drifted down from the sky. They consecutively lowered their guns, looking up at the sky, and exclaimed in disbelief, "Is this snow?" A sky full of heavy snow drifted down endlessly, falling upon every corner of the city. The police officers were entirely dumbfounded. What is going on? How could it snow in the peak of summer? The sky-filling heavy snow drifted and fell onto the city streets. 2 police officers were frozen into shivering all over, tightly hugging their arms. They trembled and said, "So cold, the temperature is dropping rapidly." That muscular brute who had been knocked flying by me earlier slumped on the ground, looking at his freezing wounds and shouting in absolute horror, "Help, my wounds are freezing over." I paid absolutely no attention to their tragic state, turning around and preparing to leave. From behind came Yang Zifeng's despairing cries for help. He laid on the freezing ground, crawling forward desperately. "Help me, Brother Chenguang, help me. Why is it so cold? I am freezing to death." I glanced back at him expressionlessly, my eyes as if looking at a corpse. Seeing this situation, the leading police officer pointed at the ground anxiously and shouted, "Quickly, save him." Shivering from the cold, Chitsuetsue gripped my hand tightly and exclaimed, "Chenguang, it is so cold. The temperature has probably already dropped to -20 or 30 degrees. The doomsday is truly here." I pulled her hand, taking large strides forward, and said in a deep voice, "Let's go. The temperature will continue to drop." The police officer behind me immediately raised his gun to aim at me, warning sternly, "Halt, you cannot leave." I turned my head back coldly, kindly reminding him, "I advise you to put down your gun. Otherwise, if your hand remains in contact with the metal for too long, it will absolutely be ruined." Right as my voice faded, another police officer was so terrified he quickly dropped his service weapon, looking at his hands in agony as he shouted, "Quickly throw away your gun. My hands are already frozen completely numb. I walked in front of the lingering Yang Zifeng and squatted down, looking at him with a face full of mockery. Yang Zifeng, how about it? I said I would absolutely not be captured. With his face covered in snot and tears, Yang Zifeng reached out his hand to me in despair, pleading, help me, it is so cold. If this continues, my legs will also freeze off. I stood up, leading Chitsuetsue away without turning my head, leaving him only with a ruthless verdict, enjoy the doomsday properly. An extreme freezing storm swept across the entire city. Pedestrians filling the streets were all frozen into shivering violently, trudging forward with immense difficulty, and someone couldn't help but complain, what kind of hellish weather is this? This is going to freeze people to death. Walking amidst the wind and snow, Chitsuetsue looked at the tragic state around her, saying to me in disbelief, Chen Guang, I cannot believe it. Everything you said has become true. I looked ahead with a solemn expression. This is merely the beginning. The situation for everyone will become increasingly difficult. Chitsuetsue asked with eyes full of worry, how long will this extreme freezing doomsday last? I furrowed my brow, answering in a deep voice, I do not know. Looking at the city before my eyes gradually being swallowed by ice and snow, I recalled the despair of my past life. When I died in my past life, the extreme freezing doomsday had already lasted for a full year without any signs of ending. Just at this moment, a robbery occurred on the street ahead. Several passers-by were frantically stripping a man's down jacket, while the robbed man shouted loudly, what are you doing? If you keep snatching my clothes, I will call the police. The people snatching the clothes had bloodshot eyes, clapping back viciously, go ahead and report it. The weather has suddenly turned cold. Without clothes to wear, we will freeze to death anyway. Watching this chaotic scene, I coldly opened my mouth to say, they are already looting clothes right now. I'm afraid it won't be long before the social order completely collapses. Chitsuetsue was terrified, speechless by the scene before her eyes, and I continued to add, not only will order collapse, but an even greater number of people will lose their humanity. Right as my voice faded, two thugs wielding daggers blocked our path, pointing their knives at us to threaten, halt, take off the clothes on your bodies and give them to us. My eyes turned cold, and with a face full of killing intent, I barked furiously, blind fools, scram. These two reckless guys who didn't know life from death were enraged, swinging their daggers. They lunged at me, arrogantly clamoring, damn, I am holding a knife, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. Knock down the boss, stab him. I simply placed absolutely no importance on these two small fries. Raising my hand, I delivered an incredibly resounding slap that cracked across one of their faces with a smack. I backhandedly drew my pistol, the dark gun muzzle pressed directly against the forehead of the remaining thug. I glared down at him from a high vantage point, my eyes completely devoid of warmth, and countered with a question, am I arrogant? That thug instantly had his courage entirely shattered, raising both hands above his head, his legs turning to jelly as he begged for mercy repeatedly, not arrogant. Big boss, you have a gun in your hand. You are already being very humble. At the same time, outside my fortress villa, wind and snow raged together. Pan Meng was gleefully eating the delicacies on the table, marveling that with a world of ice and snow outside, eating hot pot indoors made this little life far too beautiful. Sitting beside the table, I instructed everyone with a solemn expression, everyone remember, from now on, do not easily open the door for anyone. The television was broadcasting emergency news, and the host announced with a grim face, today, the globe has encountered an unknown severe cold weather event. Global temperatures have plummeted, accompanied by continuous snowfall. We remind everyone to take precautions against the cold. The United Nations urges everyone to maintain order and await the weather turning warm. I picked up my phone to take a look, a cold sneer hooking the corner of my mouth. It seems the group chat is very lively. At this time, the loving and harmonious homeowners group had already exploded in chaos. A neighbor sent a message asking, does anyone know what is going on? I just woke up. Why has the weather changed outside? Another neighbor named Invincible Iron Skewer was also echoing. I wanted to ask as well. In the peak of summer, I surprisingly had to dig out all the blankets in my house. There was even someone saying, this old man observed the celestial phenomena at night. This is a natural disaster. Everyone should make preparations early. Someone else also felt things were amiss. It feels quite unusual. Everyone had better make preparations early and hoard some items. At this moment, Auntie Lou from the neighborhood committee began to put on official airs in the group chat. What is everyone talking about? You must believe in the country. Believe in the organization. The snow disaster will pass very quickly. Do not loot supplies or hoard goods, causing trouble for society. Looking at Auntie Lou's hypocritically righteous face on the phone screen, I snorted coldly in disdain and subsequently sent a message to the group without hesitation. I advise everyone to hoard as much as possible if you can hoard things. This completely provoked Auntie Lou. She immediately sent a voice message roaring at me in the group chat. Chen Guang, you young junior, what do you know? Speaking like this is very dangerous. Do you know that? As the director of the neighborhood committee, I absolutely must remind you to manage your mouth. Everyone, there is no need to be afraid. The snow disaster will pass very quickly. I looked at the string of voice messages she sent, contemptuously spitting out two words, stupid idiot. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The heavy snow fell continuously for 3 days and 3 nights. The temperature outside had already dropped to a terrifying -60 degrees. Pan Meng and Chitsuetsue stood by the window, looking at the vast expanse of white outside, and said with hearts full of worry, the doomsday arrived far too suddenly. Suddenly, many people did not have time to hoard grain. They will probably have to suffer starvation. And at this time in the homeowners group, the wailing was overwhelming. Xiao Huang complained, "It has been 3 days and 3 nights. The snow still hasn't stopped, and it's even snowing harder and harder." Invincible Iron Skewer asked despairingly, "Is Auntie Lu here? Didn't you say the snow disaster would pass very quickly?" Master Zhou also panicked. "Master Zhou, fortune-telling charges. It has been overcast the entire time, filled with heavy snow. How did you observe the celestial phenomena? Is Auntie Lu here?" Facing everyone's questioning, Auntie Lu could only reply helplessly, "All members, stop arguing. I am also cold. What can I possibly do? You must believe in the organization. I will organize the neighborhood committee shortly to investigate the supply reserves in every household." Not long after, a thump knocking sound rang out. I walked to the doorway, and through the surveillance camera, I saw that it was Auntie Lu standing outside the door with several people. A shout came from outside the door, "The community is delivering warmth. Open the door." I directly and flatly rejected her. "No need. It is quite warm here in my place." Auntie Lu became anxious, loudly stating her identity. "I am Auntie Lu from the neighborhood committee. Open the door first." Remaining entirely unmoved, I replied coldly, "Not opening it. It's cold outside." This time, Auntie Lu thoroughly tore away her disguise, pointing at the main door and cursing violently. "Chen Guang, I know you are the one living here. You dare to oppose the organization? Quickly open the door. Consider yourself sensible and having self-awareness. Open the door." But in the next second, I spat out a phrase with an icy cold tone. "I am exactly opposing you, you stupid idiot." Hearing these words, Auntie Lu was so enraged that her face turned green, jumping up and down cursing like a shrew. "You little bastard, you are infuriating me to death." The person beside her helplessly watched the furiously thundering Auntie Lu, sighing as he said, "Director, what should we do? This brat won't open the door. We have no way to inventory his supplies. Let's go check other households first. Today we must collect some supplies no matter what, otherwise my grandson will go hungry." Inside the warm hall, I watched through the surveillance their dejected retreating figures, sighing with a grim face. It has been 3 days. The evil of human nature is slowly beginning to reveal itself. Outside the window at this time, the fierce wind howled, and the sky-filling snow had already thoroughly enveloped the entire villa within the bitter cold. The scene shifted. In another villa without heating, Song Xiaodia's mother was wrapped in a heavy coat, shivering from the cold. "Xiaodai, the food in our house is only enough for 3 days. Have you still not contacted young Master Yang Zifeng?" Song Xiaodai was similarly frozen pale, answering with tightly furrowed brows, "Young Master Yang Zifeng is recuperating. He is injured, and right now heavy snow is blocking the roads outside. He probably cannot make it over here either." Upon hearing these words, her mother instantly panicked, shouting anxiously, "Then what should we do?" Song Xiaodai, however, calmly pulled out her phone, a trace of shrewdness flashing in her eyes. "Don't be afraid. We still have money. While prices haven't skyrocketed yet, let's find someone to buy some." Subsequently, she immediately posted a purchase request in the loving and harmonious homeowners group. "The food at home has run out. Whoever has surplus food, I can buy it." Very quickly, a neighbor named Wang Dagan replied to her, "I have some, but not much left either." Song Xiaodai hurriedly pressed for details. "How much do you have?" Wang Dagan replied, 3 bowls of instant noodles and 5 cans of mixed kanji." Song Xiaodai didn't hesitate to offer a high price in the group chat, 50 for a bowl of instant noodles and 80 for a can of mixed kanji. "I'll buy them all. Deal?" Seeing this, Wang Dagan still wanted to play hard to get. Well, Song Xiaodai cleanly and crisply doubled her offer directly, 100 for a bowl of instant noodles and 200 for a can of mixed kanji. Looking at this tempting price, Wang Dagan instantly bloomed with joy and readily agreed. "Sister, it's a deal." Song Xiaodai swiftly finalized the transaction details. "All right, deliver them to me. I am at Building 7. Anyone else who wants to sell can contact me privately." Inside the temperature-controlled safe house, I looked at the chat history in the group and couldn't help but voice my mockery. Although Song Xiaodai is a despicable person, she is indeed not too stupid, knowing to purchase supplies in advance. Just as I was speaking, Chitsuitsue, wearing a pink apron, walked over carrying a plate, greeting me with a face full of happiness. "Chen Guang, time to eat. Today we are having braised beefsteak." I put away my phone, a teasing and ruthless cold smile hooking the corner of my mouth. In just a few days, those who are selling their supplies will probably regret it to death. 3 days later, the blizzard outside became even more violent, and the entire world seemingly turned into a massive ice coffin. In another room without heating, several people wrapped tightly in thin blankets huddled together, and one of them sighed in despair. The temperature outside has already dropped to minus 60 or 70 degrees. There is absolutely no sign of it warming up. The woman beside him was also terrified pale, asking with a crying tone, "Brother Hao, what should we do? All the food is eaten. Are we really going to die together in this residential community?" The man addressed as Brother Hao forcefully threw off the blanket on his body, stood up violently, and roared with a face full of ferocity, "Damn it, under this kind of situation, we absolutely cannot just sit here waiting to die. Follow your master outside to rob for things." At this time, a lackey holding a phone beside him suddenly yelled in shock, "Look at this guy named the real Chen Guang. Could he be that exact Chen Guang we were hunting down?" Looking at the photo on the screen, "That's right, it's him. This is the social media moment posted by that little bastard. I never expected that Chen Guang actually lives in this community too. He laughed with a face full of cruelty, calculating a vicious scheme in his mind. Then it truly is a narrow road for enemies. Send a message to that kid right now and tell him to deliver some food over himself. Meanwhile, inside my villa's gym, the chubby Pan Meng was standing with his hands behind his back, supervising the little girl Shishi doing horse stances like a strict coach. Shishi, just like this. Maintain it for half an hour and you will pass. Shishi clenched her twin fists tightly, sweat sliding down her cheeks, and loudly responded with a face full of perseverance. Brother Chenguang, I will definitely pass. Watching Shishi putting up such a desperate effort, Pan Meng wiped his nose, his fighting spirit also igniting. Since Shishi is training this diligently, I feel that I need to practice as well. After all, times are different now. Keeping my hands in my pockets, I smiled in immense satisfaction and encouraged them. You can train together with Shishi. Although this body refining technique of mine isn't the most top tier, by starting to practice now, you are already leading the entire human race. However, a brief moment later, Pan Meng, who had just boasted wildly, slumped onto the ground with a thud, wailing while panting heavily from exhaustion. I'm done. I can't hold on any longer. He sat sprawled out on the ground gasping for air, and looking at Shishi who was still persistently holding her horse stance on the side. He found a way to save face for himself. It drains way too much stamina. I need to go stew a lobster to replenish myself. Just as I was finding his flabby appearance amusing, the phone in my pocket suddenly emitted a ding notification sound. I was looking at the chat interface on my phone when an arrogant message came through from the other side questioning if I was Chenguang, claiming their boss was Brother Hao, stating they were also in the Golden Toad community, and telling me to know what's good for me and deliver some food over myself. I looked at the screen and sneered coldly, my face full of disdain. Subsequently, I unhesitatingly typed out the 2 words stupid idiot and sent it over. Keeping my hands in my pockets, I lowered my head in deep thought. It seemed space and time had deviated. In my past life, Wang Hao and his gang certainly didn't live here, but rather in the neighboring community. At this time, in another villa covered in ice and snow, someone was asking if Chenguang had replied to the message. Inside the room, a thug shivering from the cold was holding a cup of hot water, while another lackey holding a phone hurriedly answered that he did reply. The thug holding the water pressed further asking what I said, and the lackey holding the phone answered with a face full of shock that I called Brother Hao a stupid idiot, scaring that thug into directly spewing out a mouthful of hot water with a pft. Learning that he was cursed at, the leader Wang Hao instantly flew into a violent rage, roaring that I was seeking death, and called upon his brothers to grab their weapons to go kill me. Meanwhile, the fierce wind howled outdoors, and the ice and snow seemed ready to completely swallow the entire villa area. On the other side, Song Xiaodia's mother was opening the completely empty refrigerator, shivering from the cold with a face full of sorrow, asking Song Xiaodai if there was still no news from Yang Zifeng, as the food purchased at home would be entirely eaten in another 2 days. Song Xiaodai, however, looked at her phone with a face full of smugness, arrogantly stating that Brother Feng's injuries were mostly healed, but he couldn't come over temporarily. Song Xiaodia's mother was suddenly jolted awake, asking Xiaodai with a face full of calculation if she remembered that I had purchased a massive amount of supplies before the doomsday. Song Xiaodai stroked her chin in memory, saying it was far more than a massive amount. At that time, dozens of large trucks went back and forth delivering supplies for me. Her mother widened her eyes in shock, exclaiming whether my hoarding of supplies in advance meant that I knew the doomsday was coming. Song Xiaodai, however, rolled her eyes, mockingly sneering with disdain that this was a snow disaster that not even the highest authorities had predicted, so how could a dog like me possibly know in advance? A gleam of greed flashed in her mother's eyes, venomously reminding Song Xiaodai that if Yang Zifeng couldn't make it over in the short term, my supplies absolutely could not be wasted. Brimming with confidence, Song Xiaodai flipped her hair, smugly showing off that she knew best how to manipulate a sycophantic simp like me, guaranteeing that she would make me voluntarily deliver the supplies over to them. Right at this moment, braving the wind and snow, Wang Hao led several thugs wielding knives and clubs to the outside of my fortress villa. A lackey pointed at the main gate with his knife, stating that I lived exactly inside. In the surveillance room, the chubby Pan Meng pointed at the menacing rioters on the screen, yelling in panic that someone had arrived. Crossing my arms over my chest, I consoled him without changing my expression that there was no need to panic. It was Wang Hao and his gang. Pan Meng and I stood indoors, watching coldly from the sidelines. Outside the door, Wang Hao raised his machete, wildly clamoring in the snow, roaring for me to open the door. Standing at a high vantage point, I looked down at this group of ants with a face full of mockery, coldly spitting out a sentence that they were not welcome here and to get the hell lost. Wang Hao was thoroughly infuriated, brandishing his machete to point at me and cursing violently, threatening that if I didn't open the door he would smash it open, and by then it would be too late for me to beg for mercy. A teasing cold sneer hooked the corner of my mouth. Pressing the remote control in my hand, I said that since their mouths were so foul, I would give them a wash. In the next second, an incredibly thick high-pressure water cannon violently sprayed outward, directly drenching Wang Hao and his gang completely, freezing them into screaming loudly to quickly dodge away. The sprayed water froze instantly. Wang Hao was so cold he sneezed continuously, yet remained as stubborn as a dead duck, yelling to smash the door open and hack me to death. The thugs those behind him were already shivering violently from the cold, crying out that it was too cold and they were about to freeze stiff. Seeing that they were about to be frozen to death alive, this group of rioters abandoned their armor and fled in panic, stumbling and crawling as they turned to run, while the utterly pathetic Wang Hao turned his head back to spit out harsh words telling me to wait. Looking at their desperately fleeing silhouettes, keeping my hands in my pockets, I smiled and told Pan Meng that it had already been 7 days since the doomsday arrived, and tonight we were going to make a trip outside. Pan Meng turned his head with a face full of surprise, asking me what we were going out for when there was food and drink here, and it was so incredibly warm. A confident smile hooked the corner of my mouth. With a profound gaze, I stated that it was about time for more meteors to plummet. Holding my phone, I stood up, telling Pan Meng that the descending of meteors absolutely could not be missed, and Pan Meng listened on the side, clenching his fists in agreement. Suddenly, I looked at the phone screen, muttering somewhat unexpectedly that this wretched woman Song Xiaodai surprisingly sent me a message, asking if I was there and saying she wanted to chat with me. I gave a cold sneer full of disdain, blurting out, "Stupid idiot, chat with your uncle." The scene shifted to the outside of the ice and snow-covered villa. Song Xiaodia's mother asked with full anticipation if Chen Guang had replied to the message. Holding her phone, Song Xiaodai told her mother with a face full of confidence to rest assured. With her taking the initiative to seek me out, I would be unimaginably happy and would definitely reply to her message. Half an hour later, Song Xiaodia's hands tightly gripped her phone, the screen filled with the green message bubbles she had sent without receiving any response whatsoever, so angry that her hands were trembling. Staring intensely at the phone, Song Xiaodai bit her finger with a face full of disbelief. Gritting her teeth in exasperated fury as she said, "Damn Chen Guang, it's been half an hour. Why hasn't he replied to my message yet?" The perspective moved to the outside of Wang Hao and his gang's residence. The wind and snow continued to rage, and someone sneezed while shouting that it was too cold, demanding the fire be stoked higher. Wang Hao shrank in the corner wrapped in thick blankets, shivering violently from the cold, complaining that this time they were nearly frozen to death alive, and the weather outside was simply not fit for human survival. Having caught his breath, Wang Hao's face was full of toxic resentment, viciously swearing that bastard Chen Guang truly didn't know life from death. Next time they were prepared, they would directly smash my door open, strip my clothes completely bare, and throw me into the snow to freeze to death alive. The scene cut back to Song Xiaodia's home. Her mother walked over anxiously to ask Xiaodai if Chen Guang still hadn't replied after 2 hours. Annoyed, Song Xiaodai stamped her foot, replying with a face full of displeasure that I hadn't replied. Her mother offered a scheme from the side, saying that she estimated I was still angry at Xiaodai, and told Xiaodai to give me a way out, as men, after all, care about face. Hearing this, Song Xiaodai smiled smugly, arrogantly stating that she would personally send me a voice message, and upon hearing it, I would definitely be wild with joy. Following that, Song Xiaodai picked up her phone, pinching her voice to send an incredibly artificial voice message saying, "Chen Guang, what are you doing? The weather outside has changed so drastically recently. Are you alright over there?" She twisted her body, feeling exceptionally pleased with herself, as if she had already fully manipulated me. My phone immediately received this voice message sent by Song Xiaodai. I held my phone and sneered coldly, while Pan Meng behind me wore an expression of watching a good show. I mocked that since this wretched woman Song Xiaodai wanted to act, and I was bored out of my mind anyway, I would just play along with her. I faced the phone and sent back a voice message with a face full of teasing, unceremoniously countering with a question, "What, miss your daddy?" Seeing that I had replied, Song Xiaodia's mother immediately switched to her ugly true face, smugly saying that I was indeed still that sycophantic simp. With just one look from Xiaodai, I had to obediently listen. Her mother continued to incite her from the side, praising Xiaodai for being capable and urging her to quickly make me deliver some food over. As a result, when Song Xiaodai played the voice message, what she heard was my phrase, "What, miss your daddy?" Her entire person was instantly petrified, breaking out in cold sweat, while her mother behind her was also stunned dumbfounded. Snapping back to reality, Song Xiaodai was so enraged she directly smashed her phone heavily onto the floor, roaring like a madwoman at Chen Guang, that bastard. At the same time, in the loving and harmonious homeowners group, a neighbor named Wang Dagan complained that if he had known this hellish weather wouldn't change, he shouldn't have sold his food. Invincible Iron Skewer followed up by complaining, saying Auntie Lu told everyone not to hoard food, estimating that every household didn't have much surplus grain, and they were truly doomed by her. Master Zhou sent a message in a mystical tone saying that, comrades, the hardships had only just begun. He had observed the celestial phenomena at night, and tonight something would happen. Auntie Lu sent an infuriated voice message in the group telling everyone to stop arguing, stating that these were difficult times, and to maintain community safety, she and the neighborhood committee were now going to each household to requisition surplus grain. From now on, food would be uniformly distributed by the neighborhood committee. Looking at the group messages on my phone, I gave a cold sneer full of disdain, complaining that Auntie Lu surprisingly used this method to scam everyone's supplies. But everyone was not stupid. Under these current circumstances, very few people would give their food to her. The chubby Pan Meng pointed at the night sky outside the window, excitedly shouting at me that, "Chen Guang, the sky had completely darkened." Keeping my hands in my pockets, I stood stood in the hall, calmly stating that it was about time to prepare to head out. Subsequently, I turned my head to look at Chitsuitsui and the little girl Shishi on the side, instructing them to also prepare themselves, put on thick clothes, and go out together. My eyes narrowed slightly, pondering secretly in my heart. Although I could be certain that the meteors would plummet into this community, I was not sure exactly which corner they would land in, and having more people could increase the probability of acquiring the meteors. The four of us, fully armed, walked out of the villa, and the piercingly cold wind instantly assaulted us. I walked in front, reminding everyone with a solemn expression that there would be 2 meteors plummeting tonight, telling everyone to pay attention in the moment they spot a meteor, to pounce directly towards it. Right at this moment, a familiar loud megaphone voice suddenly echoed from ahead, shouting that the neighborhood committee was collecting supplies for uniform distribution, asking everyone to actively cooperate, not cause trouble for society, and make contributions to the community. With a face full of ferocity, she complained that the food scrounged up last time was all eaten. Her grandson was about to go hungry again soon, and today she absolutely must obtain some food to bring back. The chubby Pan Meng recognized this old demoness at a glance, cursing through gritted teeth that this Auntie Lu was truly shameless. Just then, a man wearing a lei feng hat beside Auntie Lu pointed towards our side, surprisingly telling Auntie Lu, "Director, look ahead. Isn't that the brat Chen Guang?" Upon hearing this, Auntie Lu immediately turned her head, staring intently at us. Instantly, her eyes beamed with light, and with a face full of greed and malice, she shouted, "It really is this brat. Hurry over. He didn't open the door last time, but we finally caught him this time." Their group of 4 immediately walked toward us with menacing momentum. Auntie Lu pointed at me with her megaphone and loudly reprimanded, "Chen Guang, stop right there." Our group of 4 halted our steps, keeping my hands in my pockets. I coldly looked at them and countered with a question, "Is there a problem?" Auntie Lu walked right in front of me, an insidious cold sneer hooking the corner of her mouth, and smugly stated that Chen Guang, she saw with her own eyes that my home hoarded several large trucks worth of supplies, right? I didn't evade it at all, openly admitting, "Correct." Hearing these words, the several men behind Auntie Lu instantly became excited, whispering to each other that this brat's house indeed had food, making things easy now. Auntie Lu became even more arrogant, directly pointing at my nose to order, "Then that is perfect. You cooperate a bit, and hand over all the supplies in your house to the neighborhood committee." With a face full of speechlessness, I looked at this group of robbers, sneering coldly as I countered with a question, "Why?" Auntie Lu brought out that hypocritical and sanctimonious rhetoric, stating righteously that this was an order from the neighborhood committee, and for the sake of all the residents, in the face of this unprecedented massive disaster, I should set an example. I entirely refused to buy her nonsense. My eyes instantly turned bone-chillingly cold, and I unceremoniously fired back, "What the hell does my supplies have to do with you?" Choked by my words, Auntie Lu's old face flushed red. Pointing at me in exasperation, she cursed loudly, "Chen Guang, with this little bit of consciousness, do you still want to progress or not?" I looked at the ugly face of this old creature, snorting coldly with disdain, "You old hag, who are you lecturing? Whether I progress or not, do you get to decide?" Auntie Lu was so angry she trembled all over, pointing at the 4 of us and roaring, "You young person truly lack understanding. I condemn you on behalf of the neighborhood committee." Too lazy to waste breath on her, I directly turned around and called upon Pan Meng and the others, "Then go ahead and condemn. Let's go." Seeing that I was about to leave, the several men behind Auntie Lu instantly panicked. Raising their shovels and spades, they blocked our path, roaring loudly to stop and not move. Auntie Lu hid behind them, threatening with a face full of sinister ruthlessness, "Chen Guang, if you do not hand over the supplies today, don't even think about leaving." Right as her voice faded, my eyes sharpened, and backhandedly I delivered an incredibly resounding slap viciously across her face, accompanied by a crisp smack. Auntie Lu was directly slapped by me into toppling backward, and I cursed furiously, "Screw your uncle." Auntie Lu crashed heavily into the snow, clutching her red and swollen old face. She pointed at me like a shrew and screamed hysterically, "Insolent, you dare to hit people. Grab them." Just as both sides were at daggers drawn, the sound of whoosh whoosh breaking through the air suddenly echoed from the night sky. Chitsuitsui violently pointed at the sky, exclaiming with a face full of shock that the meteors were here. Facing this heaven-sent fortuitous encounter, my eyes sharpened. I directly shoved the chubby Pan Meng out of the way, shouting to immediately go over to welcome the meteor. Just as we prepared to charge out, the 2 men behind Auntie Lu immediately raised the shovels and spades in their hands, menacingly blocking our path, roaring for us to stop and that none of us were allowed to leave. Without the slightest hesitation, my figure sprinted violently forward like lightning, with backhanded smack-smack sounds. 2 incredibly heavy and powerful slaps directly sent those 2 men who didn't know life from death flying through the air. The meteor suddenly let out a whoosh sound, changing its trajectory in midair. That dazzling meteor unexpectedly flew straight toward the little girl Shishi behind me. Looking at the anomaly before her, Shishi stood frozen in place in surprise. Beside her, Pan Meng widened his eyes, exclaiming with a face full of disbelief, "Huh, the meteor is actually flying toward Shishi automatically." Accompanied by a blinding swish of strong light, the meteor smashed accurately and unmistakably into Shishi's body, erupting with incredibly intense golden energy fluctuations. The blinding light entirely engulfed Shishi. She hovered in midair, her entire body bathed in golden flowing light. Seeing this, Chitsuitsui was terribly frightened. She hurriedly ran forward and shouted with concern, Shishi, are you alright? Shishi slowly descended, looking at her own hands, and told Chitsuitsui with a face full of amazement, Sister Tsuitsui, I am fine. That meteor seems to have entered my body. Right at this moment, the sound of whoosh breaking through the air echoed from the night sky once again. Chitsuitsui violently raised her head, pointing at the sky and shouting, another meteor is coming. Hearing this, I immediately crawled up from the snow, staring at that meteor with a fanatical gaze, calling upon Pan Meng and Chitsuitsui to quickly chase after it. Watching us run away without paying any heed, Auntie Lu pointed at our retreating figures in exasperation, cursing loudly, you stop right there. Striking an elder and still wanting to run. Is there any law left? Finally, accompanied by a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering boom, this meteor smashed heavily into the snow not far ahead, erupting with incredibly blinding strong light. Pan Meng looked at the meteor smashed into the earth before him, asking with a face full of confusion why this meteor fell onto the ground. I looked at that cluster of light, explaining to him with a solemn expression that generally, meteors that enter the human body directly awaken some sort of ability, while those that smash into the ground are some sort of special item. We cautiously approached that massive meteorite crater. Fierce flames were burning at the bottom of the crater. Pan Meng leaned his head over to peek curiously, muttering what this thing was. It seemed to be amber. Reaching out my hand, I picked up that crystal radiating a red glow from the bottom of the crater. After examining it carefully, a satisfied smile hooked the corner of my mouth, and I said it was red spiritual liquid. We truly picked up a good item this time. This kind of spiritual liquid was incredibly precious for the present time, and I explained that its greatest function was that once consumed, it could immensely boost a person's cold resistance ability. Hearing this, Pan Meng came to a sudden realization, nodding repeatedly and saying that boosting cold resistance was indeed a great thing in this freezing doomsday. I tucked the spiritual liquid into my chest pocket, calling upon everyone to head back first. Just as we prepared to leave, that group of lingering neighborhood committee aunties and uncles swarmed us again, pointing at me with a face full of self-righteousness. Auntie Lu warned loudly, Chen Guang, I am telling you, this is a serious criminal act. Several old men beside her also chimed in, viciously threatening me to hurry up and hand over money. Without a box of instant noodles, they wouldn't get up. I halted my steps, turning my head back with a freezing gaze, spitting out only two words, stupid idiots. This merciless insult angered Auntie Lu deeply, and the old man beside her asked impatiently what they should do now, as this brat was challenging their dignity. Gritting her teeth, Auntie Lu stared at our retreating figures, stating resentfully that they would go collect supplies from other households first, and she would deal with me later. At this time, the wind and snow grew increasingly violent. The city broadcasts were announcing an emergency notice, stating that this ice disaster was a global catastrophe. The United Government was actively conducting rescue operations, and simultaneously requesting everyone to initiate self-rescue. Suddenly, with a click sound, the lights in the villa extinguished instantly, and the television also turned into a black screen. The chubby Pan Meng exclaimed that the power was out. I remained entirely unhurried, reaching out to press the switch on the wall, and analyzed that it was very normal. The extreme freezing doomsday had already been ongoing for over 10 days, and the power grid had long been operating under overload. Subsequently, I turned around, consoling everyone that we didn't need to worry. However, as our reserved power supply was sufficient to last for 100 years, Chitsuitsui walked to the window, looking at the sky filling heavy snow dancing outside, and sighed with a heart full of worry that once the power was out, air conditioning and heating would be unable to operate, survival would become increasingly difficult, and she didn't know how many people would freeze and starve to death. I looked at the two of them with a solemn expression, warning them that they could have the heart of a bodhisattva, but absolutely must not act like holy mothers. It was the doomsday now, and we couldn't take care of too many people. Lowering her head sensibly, Chitsuitsui replied, I understand. I turned around, looking down at the little girl Shishi, and asked with concern what she felt now after the meteor had entered her body. Shishi raised her head, her large eyes sparkling, and gesturing with her hands. She happily replied that she felt nothing in particular, just a lot lighter than before. I furrowed my brow in somewhat of a surprise, pressing further, a lot lighter, and nothing else? Shishi shook her head with an innocent face, saying there was nothing else. Pondering for a moment, I told Shishi to try the body refining technique I had taught her, while Pan Meng and Chitsuitsui watched curiously from the side. Looking at Shishi's earnest appearance as she performed the routine, I stroked my chin and pondered secretly. There was absolutely no improvement in her physical attributes. It seemed that the ability Shishi acquired had nothing to do with physical talent. Squatting down, I looked at Shishi at eye level, continuing to guide her, asking if there wasn't any extra memory in her brain, such as learning a set of sword techniques, or knowing how to use fireball spells, etc. Cleanly and crisply, Shishi replied with a no. Standing up, I helplessly spread my hands, smiling as I said that was strange indeed, and we would probably have to slowly discover what kind of ability she had awakened. Following that, I brought out a small cup filled with red liquid, calling upon everyone to divide the spiritual liquid from inside the amber, so going outdoors for activities in the future wouldn't require worrying too much about the severe cold. The chubby Pan Meng held the cup and downed it in one gulp, his movements grand. After drinking it, Pan Meng rubbed his round, bulging stomach, sighing in amazement with a face face full of surprise that it was a very strange feeling. There was a current of warmth flowing inside his body. Although it wasn't enough to completely block the cold, even if we stood completely naked outside, we wouldn't be frozen to death for quite a while. Meanwhile, in another villa without heating, Song Xiaodia's mother was wrapped in thick blankets, shivering from the cold, and complained, "Xiao Dai, it's too cold without heating after the power outage. Your mom's old bones are about to freeze stiff." Song Xiaodai was also so cold she hugged her arms tightly, helplessly consoling her mother to hold on a bit longer as there was no other way right now. Estimating that under these circumstances, the power outage wouldn't last too long, her mother still wore a face full of sorrow, sighing in despair about how they were going to live in complete darkness, and if Yang Zifeng didn't come soon, they truly wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. Biting her finger, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in Song Xiaodia's eyes. She calculated that Brother Feng said his injuries were almost healed and he should be arriving soon, and when that time came, she would first have him slaughter that bastard Chen Guang. Just then, her mother leaned against the window looking out, suddenly crying out in surprise, "Xiao Dai, this isn't right." Her mother pointed at a brightly lit villa outside, saying with a face full of utter disbelief, "Look, isn't that Chen Guang's house over there? How is his house still lit up?" Taking a look, Song Xiaodai instantly gritted her teeth in fury, confirming, "It is Chen Guang's house. Everyone else's house lost power, yet his place surprisingly remains unaffected." Coming to a sudden realization, her mother analyzed with a face full of jealousy, indicating that this brat was indeed thoroughly prepared and had power generation equipment at home. Driven mad by anger, Song Xiaodai grabbed her head with both hands, screaming hysterically, "Damn Chen Guang! On what grounds can he still live so well right now?" After the exasperated fury, Song Xiaodai took out her phone. Her mother offered an idea from the side, saying that Xiaodai, now wasn't the time to be angry. Contact Chen Guang again, and regardless of what you can get from him, it will at least make our current days a bit easier. Unwillingly, Song Xiaodai replied with an okay, piling a hypocritically seductive smile on her face. Song Xiaodai pinched her voice to send a voice message to Chen Guang, saying, "Chen Guang, the entire community has lost power now. What are you doing?" Amidst the wind and snow, my fortress villa remained brightly lit, appearing exceptionally dazzling in this world of ice and snow. Looking at the message sent by Song Xiaodai on my phone, I smiled mockingly and said that this Song Xiaodai probably had a hard time and had come seeking me again. At this time, the large long table in the villa was filled with a lavish feast. Roast meat, fried chicken, and seafood were all available, and Pan Meng and Cheat Suitsui were just about to dig in. Looking at this table full of delicacies, a plan formed in my mind. Sneering coldly, I said that it was exactly the right time to show her the life I am living now. Very quickly, Song Xiaodia's phone received a picture. It turned out to be an incredibly cheeky selfie of myself accompanied by the lavish feast covering the entire table that I had sent over. Got nothing to do, so I cooked a whole table of dishes, preparing to have a nice meal. On the screen, the enticing fried chicken, steaks, and roasted sausages radiated a golden glow, simply challenging the bottom line of this mother-daughter pair. Song Xiaodai and her mother were so ravenous their drool almost dripped out, exclaiming, "Lobster, steak, braised ribs, they are all my favorites. If I could have just one bite right now, I would be happy to death." Her mother's eyes turned entirely red watching this, sighing in shock. The more I look, the hungrier I get. Even at this point, Chen Guang surprisingly still has such abundant food. Extreme greed twisted her mother's face into ferocity. Sweating profusely, she frantically urged, "Quickly, Xiaodai, no matter what method you use, you must make Chen Guang share some with us." Song Xiaodai immediately picked up her phone, sending me a voice message with a face full of utter disbelief. "Chen Guang, how do you still have so much food? Everything over here has been entirely eaten." After sending the message, this mother-daughter pair sat on the floor full of anticipation waiting for a reply, and her mother shouted excitedly, he replied, let's see what Chen Guang said." As a result, my incredibly cold voice transmitted from the phone, "Got it, I am going to eat now, no more chatting." Hearing this perfunctory reply, Song Xiaodia's defenses instantly shattered. Enraged, she forcefully smashed her phone onto the floor, cursing hysterically, "This Chen Guang is deliberately trying to piss me off." At the same time, as supplies were exhausted, the homeowners in the community also began to lose their patience. I lounged comfortably on the warm sofa, scrolling through my phone watching the jokes in the group chat. In the loving and harmonious homeowners group, Wang Dagan spoke despairingly, "How is everyone doing now? I am starving. I've decided to go outside to look for some food." Invincible Iron Skewer immediately dissuaded. "The heavy snow outside is several people deep right now. If you go out, can you even make it back?" Wang Dagan, however, was iron-willed. "That is still better than starving to death alive. Is anyone coming with me?" I looked at the screen, a mocking cold sneer hooking the corner of my mouth. Going out right now is indeed seeking death. The temperature outside has already dropped to -80 or 90 degrees. A person simply cannot stay outside for extended periods of time. I was far too clear about the situation outside, and continued to snort coldly. Without professional cold weather gear, if the time is even slightly prolonged, one will be frozen to death. There was no response in the group, and Wang Dagan could only send a message, "It seems no one is coming with me, then I will go by myself." Invincible Iron Skewer replied, "Wishing you success." Master Zhou also popped out to advise in his mystical tone, "Comrades, do do not take risks. On the other side, Wang Hao and his subordinates were wrapped in blankets, squatting pitifully in front of a faint fire basin to keep warm. A lackey reported with a bitter face, "Brother Hao, all the food has been eaten." Another lackey also echoed in despair, "If this continues, we won't last more than a few days." Brother Hao, come up with an idea. This won't work going on like this. Exactly, Brother Hao. We cannot just sit and wait for death. We need to find a way to get something to eat. Gritting his teeth, Wang Hao abruptly stood up, stating with a sinisterly ruthless gaze, "It's too cold outside, and leaving the community is too dangerous. We won't go out for now." A cruel sneer hooked the corner of Wang Hao's mouth as he began to calculate his scheme. Hasn't that Auntie Lu from the whatever homeowners committee been confiscating supplies recently? Let's go rob her first. The scene arrived at Auntie Lu's house. This old hag was feeding her chubby grandson with a face full of kindness, smugly showing off, "Good grandson, eat more. Our house lacks no food." These were all scrounged up by grandma from other people's homes. Facing the supplies covering the floor, not only was the chubby grandson ungrateful, but he domineeringly shoved Auntie Lu away. "Grandma is not allowed to eat. These things are all mine." This grandson spoiling old demoness Auntie Lu wasn't even angry. Instead, piling her face with smiles, she coaxed, "Not eating. Grandma's not eating. They are all yours. Good grandson, take a few more bites." Right as this grandmother-grandson pair was feasting heartily, a rapid, heavy thump-thump-thump sound of door smashing echoed from outside. Wang Hao brought two lackeys wielding baseball bats, blocking the doorway like ferocious demons. Carrying a bat, Wang Hao shouted angrily with an arrogant tone, "Open the door. I am Wang Hao." Hearing this name, Auntie Lu was instantly terrified into pouring cold sweat. Muttering in panic, "Wang Hao, why did this thug come here?" Outside the door, Wang Hao's face was full of hostility. Resting the bat on his shoulder, he impatiently issued his final ultimatum, "Hurry up and open the door, otherwise I will smash it." Hearing this life-threatening ultimatum, Auntie Lu completely panicked, hurriedly calling upon her chubby grandson to protect the food. "Good grandson, quickly pack these foods away." Accompanied by a massive bang, Wang Hao viciously kicked the wooden door into splinters. Braving the sky-filling flying snow, he arrogantly cursed, "Damn it, won't open the door, I will come in myself." The lackeys charged into the room like tigers and wolves. A lackey pointed at the supplies covering the floor and shouted excitedly, "Brother Hao, quite a lot of food here." Wang Hao revealed a greedy, ferocious smile, ordering unceremoniously, "Take it all." Terrified, Auntie Lu desperately hugged a bag of supplies, trying her hardest to block them. "You cannot rob my things. I am the director of the neighborhood committee. You are breaking the law." Raising his bat, Wang Hao mocked with a face full of sarcasm, "Your things? You old creature. Aren't all these things scanned from others?" Right as his voice faded, a lackey roughly knocked Auntie Lu aside, snatching the cardboard box and shouting angrily, "Get out of the way." Despairingly, Auntie Lu lunged forward and shrieked, "I will fight you to the death." Another lackey delivered a vicious kick that knocked Auntie Lu to the ground, cursing loudly, "Old creature, get the hell out of here." Seeing this, that chubby grandson actually lunged forward to tear at the lackey, clamoring loudly, "It's all mine, you stupid idiots. I represent the light to kill you." The lackey didn't indulge him at all. Backhandedly, he delivered a slap that knocked the chubby grandson to the ground, cursing furiously, "You little brat, you seeking death." Watching her grandson get beaten, Auntie Lu screamed shrilly in heartbreak, "My good grandson." With a face full of cold cruelty, Wang Hao ordered, "Since we came here, we can't make a wasted trip. Carry away all the wooden furniture in her house. We'll use it to keep warm when we get back." The lackeys behind him immediately picked up things and echoed, "Brother Hao is brilliant. Take it all." Auntie Lu slumped in the midst of the total devastation. Hugging her grandson tightly, she wailed in despair, "You people deserving 1,000 cuts. You are taking the life of my good grandson." The scene shifted. Song Xiaodia's mother was still inciting from the side. "Xiaodai, now isn't the time to be angry. Men are most vulnerable to a woman acting spoiled. Try again." Gritting her teeth, Song Xiaodai agreed, "Okay." I was lounging comfortably on the sofa when my phone screen lit up, receiving a message from Song Xiaodai. "Chen Guang, long time no see. I want to see you. Can I come find you?" Seeing that I replied, Song Xiaodai looked at her phone with a face full of excitement and exclaimed. Chen Guang replied. Subsequently, she revealed a greedy smile, eagerly telling her mother, "Quick, let's hurry over. We can finally have a good meal." Walking in the wind and snow, Song Xiaodai mocked smugly, "This Chen Guang is indeed still that sycophantic simp." After I said a few more words, he obediently listens to me. Very quickly, the mother-daughter pair braved the wind and snow to arrive outside my main gate. Song Xiaodai shouted loudly, "Chen Guang, open the door. It's me." Sitting in the warm room playing video games, I deliberately played dumb and countered with a question. "You? Who are you?" Outside the door, Song Xiaodai forced a sweet smile to answer. "I am Song Xiaodai." Without even lifting my head, I stared coldly at the screen and asked, "Song Xiaodai, what are you here for?" By this time, the mother-daughter pair outside the door was already shivering violently from the cold. Hugging her arms, Song Xiaodai pleaded with a crying tone, "I came to find you. Hurry and open the door. I am almost freezing to death." Sitting on the sofa with my legs crossed, I stared impatiently at the phone screen and coldly fired back, "Open what door? Who asked you to come find me?" Outside the door, Song Xiaodai was shivering violently, furiously hugging her arms tightly. She questioned me, "Didn't you tell me to come? You replied to my message. You said, okay." Leaning comfortably against the back of the sofa, cushioning my head with both hands, I teased, "Then you must have read it wrong. Look at the message again. Hearing this, standing in the wind and snow, Song Xiaodai and her mother hurriedly checked the phone with faces full of shock, only to see on the chat interface, my profile picture had indeed first replied with an okay, but immediately below it, there was another message saying my ass. Extremely enraged, Song Xiaodai's mother directly let out a roar. Okay, my ass. Snapping back to reality, Song Xiaodai was exasperated, stamping her feet continuously in the snow. She roared hysterically at the main door. Chenguan, are you playing me? Are you going to open the door or not? Closing my eyes and lying on the sofa, a smug smile hooked the corner of my mouth as I lightly spat out two words. Not opening. Driven mad with anger, Song Xiaodai violently raised a foot to kick viciously against the heavy main door, gritting her teeth and spouting harsh words. Fine, you just wait for me. Amidst the sky-filling wind and snow, Song Xiaodai, who had been denied entry, venomously cursed in her heart. Damn Chenguan, I absolutely must take revenge on him. I want him to die a horrible death. She trembled all over from anger. Glancing back at her freezing mother, she said with a face full of unwillingness, we can't even get into his house's door. How are we supposed to exact revenge? Immediately following, her eyes shifted, and a scheme formed in her mind. I will send a message to Auntie Lou from the neighborhood committee, making the fact that he is hoarding supplies public. The scene shifted. Auntie Lou was slumped on the floor, holding her injured chubby grandson with a face full of anxiety, crying and wailing, my good grandson, you must be alright. In her arms, the chubby grandson called out weakly, Grandma, I am cold and hungry. Heartbroken, Auntie Lou was sweating profusely, hurriedly patting his back to console him. Good grandson, Grandma will go find some food for you right away. Just then, the phone in her hand suddenly rang with a ring. From the other end of the line came Song Xiaodai's insidious reporting voice. Song Xiaodai, I am now reporting that Chenguan has hoarded a massive amount of supplies, eating well and drinking richly at home without showing the slightest regard for whether others live or die. Completely devoid of shame, I ask Auntie Lou to extend the hand of justice and punish this person. Hearing this news, Auntie Lou immediately switched to the venomous face of a petty villain achieving success, snorting coldly, one look and you can tell this Chenguan is not a good person. I've wanted to deal with this brat for a long time. At this time, in the loving and harmonious homeowners group, Invincible Iron Skewer was asking, at Wang Dagon, have you returned? Did you find any food outside? Master Zhou replied worriedly, Wang Dagon hasn't had any news for a long time. I estimate the situation is not looking good. Very quickly, Wang Dagon despairingly sent a message. Sigh, don't mention it. The snow outside is too thick, making it impossible to move a single step. I almost died outside, and now one of my legs is completely frozen numb. Invincible Iron Skewer sighed helplessly. Just as expected, going outside means dying faster, but not going outside means being starved to death, and Master Zhou could only leave behind a sentence. The doomsday has arrived. Everyone seek your own fortune. Holding my phone and lying on the sofa, I looked at the tragic state in the group chat, revealing a cold sneer that saw through everything. It has almost been half a month since the doomsday arrived. The time to truly test human nature is here. My eyes narrowed slightly, quietly waiting for the good show to begin. Sure enough, Auntie Lou immediately jumped out into the group, directly tagging me to launch an attack at Chenguan himself. Chenguan, right now only your house has hoarded a massive amount of supplies. Aren't you preparing to do something? Once this message came out, Invincible Iron Skewer asked in shock. What? He still has a massive amount of supplies in his house. Wang Dagon, on the other hand, asked eagerly as if grabbing a life-saving straw. Are there any medicines? My leg is festering and infected. Looking at the phone screen, I instantly saw through the sinister intentions of this old hag. Auntie Lou is trying to make the entire community my enemy to force me to submit. Meanwhile, on the other side, facing her phone screen with a twisted and ferocious face, Auntie Lou continued her moral kidnapping. Chenguan, don't think that staying silent will end this. Right now every single household in the community is without water, food, and power. Are you just going to watch everyone starve to death? She grew more excited as she spoke, as if standing on the moral high ground. Do you have even a shred of sympathy? Is this the quality of contemporary college students? I am telling you, quickly contribute your supplies, and the neighborhood committee can award you a certificate for being an enthusiastic resident. Having said that, she firmly gripped her phone, waiting for my compromise. Sitting on the sofa, I looked at this ridiculous rhetoric, recalling the tragic events of my past life. My eyes instantly turned freezing cold. In my past life, it was exactly because of my kind heart that I was exploited by others, my food entirely robbed. In this life, I absolutely will not indulge you. Facing my ruthless rejection and counterattack, Auntie Lou completely went mad. Like a shrew, she roared hysterically at her phone. Chenguan, what did you say? You dare to curse at me? I am not done with you, you little bastard. I am going to splash paint on your door. I will go curse at your doorstep every single day. In her exasperated fury, she directly incited everyone in the group. Fellow homeowners, Chenguan cares absolutely nothing about everyone's lives. This is a cold-blooded person, an enemy of the people. Everyone, follow me to his house to rob the supplies. Pan Meng was anxiously making a phone call. Dad, I know. Don't you guys panic yet. Holding a water cup, I walked over and asked in confusion, what happened? Turning around, Pan Meng told me with a flustered expression. My dad called from over there, saying that their side has descended into total chaos. Many people are smashing, looting, and robbing. I took a sip of water, stating incredibly incredibly calmly. It is very normal. It will only become more and more chaotic from here on out. Pan Meng sighed with eyes full of worry. I am somewhat worried about my parents' side, although they have stored enough supplies. If someone breaks in, I'm afraid. I put down the water cup and asked him, do you want to go over to check? With resolute eyes, Pan Meng nodded. Since I drank the spiritual liquid, the extreme freezing weather outside is not a threat to me. Subsequently, I confidently pointed at him. I will go with you. I have a snowmobile here. It'll be convenient to head over. Right at this moment, the fierce thump-thump sound of door smashing echoed from outside, followed immediately by a rough, loud shout. Chen Guang, open the door. Pan Meng and I immediately walked to the surveillance feed. Looking at the dense crowd swarming the screen, I sneered coldly. Auntie Lu truly is relentless. She brought quite a few people over this time. Outside the door at this time, a man pointed at my house and exclaimed, Chen Guang's house seems to have power. Another man even raised his head, pointing at the roof to analyze. More than just power. Didn't you notice the steam rising from his roof? This means the temperature inside the house is very high. Hearing this, Auntie Lu rubbed her hands, staring greedily at the main gate while calculating. It seems Chen Guang's house indeed has quite a lot of supplies. If we make him contribute some, we will be saved. Looking at the ugly faces of this group of people in the surveillance feed, I mocked. These people are here to ask for food. Pan Meng cursed testily from the side. They are dreaming. Outside the door, with her hands on her hips, Auntie Lu righteously clamored at the main gate. Chen Guang, pull the supplies in your hands for centralized distribution. This is the unanimous decision of all the homeowners. Hurry up and open the door. Pressing the intercom, I countered with a question and a face full of teasing. The few of you represent all the homeowners? Tilting her head up, Auntie Lu was arrogant to the absolute extreme. I am the director of the neighborhood committee. If I say we represent them, then we represent them. Are you going to open the door or not? I made a provocative gesture toward the screen, refusing with a cold sneer. Not opening. If you have the capability, come in yourselves. Hearing this, Auntie Lu revealed an insidious smile. Chen Guang, I knew long ago you wouldn't open it. We came prepared and brought a locksmith. Having said that, she immediately beckoned to an old man beside her. Old Li, open the lock. Carrying a toolbox, Old Li stepped forward brimming with confidence. I, Old Li, have been picking locks for 20 years. There is no lock I cannot open. Rubbing her hands, Auntie Lu fantasized with a face full of anticipation. This is perfect. Once the door is opened shortly, we will be able to enjoy a warm room and delicious food. A man next to her was also so greedy he kept gulping down his saliva. Just thinking about it makes me swallow my drool. However, after Old Li fiddled with it for a long time, only a few crisp click-clack sounds were heard, yet the door remained entirely unmoving. Auntie Lu urged impatiently, why hasn't it been opened yet? Sweating profusely from anxiety, Old Li explained with a face full of shock. I have never seen this lock before. This isn't a common door lock at all. It is a multi-layered anti-theft lock with a special structure. Crossing my arms, I smugly mocked from indoors. Idiots, the security of the door locks here is comparable to a bank vault. How could it be opened by a mere locksmith? Outside the door, Auntie Lu roared in exasperation at Old Li. Then can you open it or not? Gritting his teeth, Old Li continued fiddling. Let me try again. Looking at this group of jumping clowns, my eyes instantly turned cold. Turning my head, I issued a command to Pan Meng. Pan Meng, enough playing with them. Electrify it. Pan Meng unhesitatingly pressed the switch on the wall. A glowing skeleton is seen twitching all over from being electrocuted, still shouting in despair from his mouth. Save me. There's electricity. Auntie Lu stands to the side, cursing in an exasperated fury. Damn Chen Guang. He actually electrified the door. And 5 men in the snow are working together to carry a thick and sturdy log. With Auntie Lu standing in front to direct them, the second plan, smash the door. With a face full of ferocity, she roars sternly, smash it for me. Accompanied by a thunderous booming crash, the men carry the log and violently slam it into the massive iron gate. Inside the room at this moment, the chubby Pan Meng and I are staring intensely at the surveillance screen, and he complains indignantly. These people are truly shameless enough, completely failing to realize that the supplies here originally have absolutely nothing to do with them. Looking at the screen with a grim expression, I say in a deep voice, the apocalypse tests human nature. Some people would rather die than do bad deeds, while others would rather cause the deaths of others just so they can survive themselves. One of the men smashing the door outside collapses to the ground from exhaustion, panting heavily as he complains, I can't do it anymore. It's too tiring. The remaining few people also drop the log, slouching and sprawled out as they sit helplessly in the snow from exhaustion. One of them looks at the gate in sheer disbelief, exclaiming in shock, what kind of specially made alloy is this? It's completely impossible to smash open. Looking at their pathetic and miserable state, a playful and mocking cold sneer hooks the corner of my mouth. They are tired, so now it's our turn. Let's pull a harsh trick on them. Pan Meng immediately presses the switch button on the wall in excitement, shouting out loud, here it comes. Meanwhile, outside the door at this moment, Auntie Lu is still clamoring at the lounging crowd. Don't anyone rest. Continue smashing the door for me. I truly don't believe. However, before her words can even fade, with a sudden rushing sound, a massive amount of an unknown brown liquid plunges down from the sky, shouting in sheer terror, what is this thing? Auntie Lu is drenched until she is chilled straight to the heart, cursing furiously, you bastard, Chen Guang, you dare to splash water on us. Subsequently, someone catches the scent and shouts in absolute horror, it's so stinky. This isn't water. water. The men consecutively pinch their noses and dry heave frantically, cursing in utter disgust. Ouch. It's suffocating me. This is a fucking mixture of feces and urine. It's over. My entire body is soaked through. It's both freezing and stinky. Inside the surveillance room, looking at Auntie Lu cursing in an exasperated fury on the screen. Chen Guang, you little beast. I am not done with you. I can't help but burst into hearty laughter. Ha, you stupid old codger. Keep cursing. Don't stop. We have more than enough feces and urine here. The thugs outside the door are shivering violently from the cold, turning around to flee while tumbling and crawling. Let's leave quickly. If this continues, we will freeze to death. While fleeing, they don't forget to complain. Auntie Lu, that fool. We shouldn't have listened to her from the start. The scene cuts to another room indoors, where several people are gathered around a fire basin to keep warm, and a little underling reports to Wang Hao. Brother Wang Hao, I heard that Auntie Lu took people to raid Chen Guang's house but suffered a total defeat, and they came back drenched all over in feces and urine. Stroking his chin, Wang Hao reflects thoughtfully. I have to admit that this Chen Guang has some skills. This kid has done a good job with his defense. A woman beside him instantly radiates light from her eyes, approaching greedily as she says, Brother Wang Hao, the fact that Chen Guang did this exactly proves that his house stores a massive amount of supplies. Exactly. We absolutely cannot let him off the hook. As long as we break into his house, the food he has there will be enough for us to live without any worries. Wang Hao slightly raises his hands, his face turning gloomy as he speaks ruthlessly. My grudges with this kid aren't just one or two things. We must definitely take him down, but we just need to make some preparations in advance. Inside another villa covered in heavy snow, Song Xiaodia's mother wails as she shivers violently from the cold. Song Xiaodai, Auntie Lu's side failed. Your mother is about to freeze to death. Holding her phone, Song Xiaodai says with a face full of anxiety, I will call Brother Yang Zifeng again. Brother Yang Zifeng, where are you coming to pick me up? I am so cold. Consequently, Yang Zifeng's extremely irritable and furious cursing transmits directly from the phone. Are you fucking annoying? Why are you calling again? Pick up your mother's ass. Your master here can't even protect himself right now. Get lost. Accompanied by the busy tone of the hung-up phone, Song Xiaodai freezes in her tracks from terror, and her mother approaches with a face full of panic to ask, Song Xiaodai, Yang Zifeng isn't going to just abandon us, is he? Lowering her head with a face full of loss, Song Xiaodai answers, he said he can't even protect himself. I'm afraid he has run into some difficulties too. Hearing these words, her mother breaks down completely, clenching both hands into fists as she screams hysterically toward the sky. Isn't this asking us to die? Heavens, who will come save us? Song Xiaodai is also full of dejection, sighing helplessly. There's nothing we can do now. We can only go outside to look for food. Hearing that they have to go outside, her mother screams in terror while pouring cold sweat. Going out means dying even faster. Stamping her feet in an exasperated fury, Song Xiaodai shouts loudly, then what should we do? We can't just stay here and wait for death. In order to survive, her mother no longer cares about any dignity. Grabbing her hands excitedly to advise her, continue to beg Chen Guang. Right now only he can save us. Hearing this, Song Xiaodai is entirely speechless. Meanwhile, inside my fortress villa wrapped in ice and snow but completely impregnable, Pan Meng and I are staring at a phone, looking at the plea for mercy message sent by Song Xiaodai. Chen Guang, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. What do I have to do for you to forgive me? A playful cold sneer hooks the corner of my mouth, and I unceremoniously reply with 3 words, call me daddy. Song Xiaodai is so angry that the veins on her forehead bulge out. She stamps her feet continuously from rage, shouting and screaming inside the room. Chen Guang is way too outrageous, yet her mother approaches without any bottom line to advise her. Song Xiaodai, it's already this critical time. If he wants you to call him daddy, just call him daddy. You aren't losing anything anyway. Remaining as stubborn as a dead duck, Song Xiaodai hesitates, but her mother instantly flies into a violent rage, spitting saliva everywhere as she roars. There are no buts. Right now living is more important than anything. How much is dignity even worth? Hearing this, Song Xiaodai stares intensely at her phone through gritted teeth, a trace of vicious calculation flashing in her eyes. I will trick him into opening the door first, and once I enter his house, let's see how I teach him a lesson. Not long after, while I am lounging comfortably against the sofa to rest, my phone screen lights up, prominently displaying the 2 words she sent, daddy. With a face full of excitement, Song Xiaodai holds her phone to show off to her mother. He replied to the message, look quickly. This time Chen Guang will definitely let us enter his house. However, in the very next second, when she clearly sees what I sent back, ha, stupid idiot. I don't have a rebellious daughter like you. Her entire person instantly petrifies. Having her defenses completely shattered, Song Xiaodai throws her head back in incompetent rage like a madwoman. Chen Guang, I fuck you, I curse you. Wang Hao looks at the fully assembled underlings with fierce eyes and asks, is everyone ready? The underlings are all rubbing their hands and raring to go. A thick killing intent radiates from Wang Hao's eyes as he orders through gritted teeth, set off. The scene shifts, and several pairs of feet wearing winter shoes are seen stepping through the accumulated snow, approaching step by step. In front of the indoor surveillance screen, Pan Meng widens his eyes in absolute panic and shouts, Chen Guang, Wang Hao and his gang are here again. Crossing my arms over my chest, I stare intensely at the screen with a grim expression, saying in a deep voice, this time we will beat them until it hurts, otherwise they will truly think we are easy targets to bully. Outside the door, standing in the wind and snow, Wang Hao points arrogantly at the gate and clamors, "Chen Guang, I will give you a chance. Open the door." Meanwhile, inside the warm room, I am comfortably holding a water cup, standing side by side with Pan Meng, and can't help but mock, "Fools." At the same time, Wang Hao's underlings are panting heavily as they carry piles of firewood, frantically stacking them right in front of our sturdy villa gate. A little thug clutching a lighter boasts triumphantly, "Kid, your chance is gone. Prepare to die." Another long-haired thug directly splashes a massive bucket of brown gasoline onto the firewood, shouting with a face full of malice, "Pour on the gasoline, burn this kid to death." Watching this scene on the surveillance feed, Pan Meng sweats profusely in anxiety. These bastards want to set a fire to burn down our house, yet I smile completely unconcerned. They are overthinking it. The villa uses completely fireproof materials. Even if it burns for 3 days and 3 nights, it won't catch fire. Outside the door, a hand violently tosses a lit lighter into the air, accompanied by a rampant wild laugh. "Ha, Chen Guang, you wait to be burned to death." As the lighter drops, the firewood soaked in gasoline instantly transforms into a sea of fire, raging flames soaring into the sky, engulfing the entire gate. Wang Hao carries 2 underlings along, standing proudly in front of the bonfire with his hands on his hips. However, after burning for a long time, the underling wearing a knit hat beside him notices something unusual, asking with a face full of confusion, "Brother Wang Hao, something is wrong. It's been a long time and there's no movement inside." Pointing at the completely unharmed gate, the long-haired thug complains in an exasperated fury, "Brother Wang Hao, it seems we burned nothing at all. This house has fireproof materials. It didn't cause any damage to the villa whatsoever." Hearing this, Wang Hao instantly flies into a violent rage, roaring through gritted teeth, "Damn it, get the percussion drill. Punch straight through the house for me." A blue-haired underling immediately steps forward to volunteer. "I'll do it." The blue-haired underling holds the heavy percussion drill and gets into position. As the percussion drill presses violently against the wall structure, sparks instantly fly everywhere, and Wang Hao directs from behind in satisfaction, "Yes, exactly like that. Punch through the wall in a moment, and let's see how I teach that kid a lesson." Hearing the piercing sound of the electric drill from outside, the little girl she looks at me with a face full of worry. "Brother, there are bad people outside smashing our wall." Holding my water cup, I smile to comfort her. "It's fine. They can't get inside." Subsequently, my face darkens, and I straighten my body to issue the counterattack order. The hunting hour has arrived. "Pan Meng, let's get to work." Pan Meng and I each raise a bow and arrow, aiming outside through the shooting port, and Pan Meng pulls the bowstring, feeling a bit uncertain. This is my first time using this thing. I wonder how powerful it is. Staring intensely at the target with sharp eyes, I answer confidently, "Killing within a short distance is absolutely no problem." Calculating silently in my heart, a dark silhouette holding a firearm surfaces in my mind. As the freezing apocalypse continues, many supernatural entities will appear later, possessing various abilities, some of which will make firearms ineffective, so practicing with bows and arrows is absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, outside the door, the percussion drill is still frantically working with sparks flying everywhere, and the underling behind can't wait to ask, "How is it? Is it punctured through?" Sweating profusely, the blue-haired underling operating the drill turns his head back, saying with a face full of terror, "Brother Wang Hao, something is wrong. It won't drill anymore. There's something inside the wall." Wang Hao furrows his brow, approaching fiercely. "Let me see." Inside the drilled wall structure, an impregnable silver steel plate is prominently exposed, and he can't help but curse out loud. It's a steel plate. Damn it, this kid actually reinforced the house with steel plates. Looking at the steel plate that can't be drilled through no matter what, Wang Hao roars while sweating profusely. "How can we even fight this? It's completely impossible to drill through." Before his words even fade, a sharp arrow pierces accurately into the blue-haired underling's arm with a sudden thud, and he crashes to the ground while screaming miserably, "Brother Wang Hao, save me." Wang Hao turns deathly pale from terror, and looking at the underlings falling to the ground consecutively after being struck by arrows behind him, he shouts in fear, "Quickly, hide. This kid is shooting cold arrows." In an exasperated fury, Wang Hao clenches both fists tightly, throwing his head back toward the sky-filling wind and snow to swear a vicious oath. "Chen Guang, I, Wang Hao, swear that if I don't kill you, I will take your surname." Immediately following, another fierce volley of arrows rains down, and an underling emits a piercing scream of "Ah." After being struck by an arrow, the remaining few people who were struck by arrows have their courage completely shattered, supporting each other as they flee pathetically through the snow, shouting loudly, "Quickly, support me to leave." Abandoned on the ground, the 3 heavily injured underlings stretch out their hands in despair to call for help toward their companions' backs. "Don't leave. We are still here. Save us." In front of the indoor surveillance screen at this moment, Pan Meng looks at the scene outside and says, "3 are left behind, and all the rest have run away." Crossing my arms over my chest, I analyze with a cold expression in full confidence, "Rest assured, in this kind of weather, with a shortage of medical supplies, those who were struck by arrows and fled won't live long either." Pan Meng turns his head to look at me and asks, "How should we handle these 3? On the screen, the 3 people fallen in the snow have their souls frightened entirely out of their bodies, crying as they beg me for mercy, "Please, don't kill us. It was all Wang Hao who instructed us to do everything. We didn't want to harm you." Holding Holding my bow and arrow, I coldly spit out 3 words through the loudspeaker. Head on back. Pan Meng asks, why did you let them go? Sneering coldly, I explain to him, given Wang Hao's character, it is impossible for him to come back and save them in this freezing weather. Since these 3 have lost their ability to move, they will probably freeze into popsicles in just over 10 minutes. Coming to a sudden realization, Pan Meng smiles as he echoes, Wang Hao himself was also struck by an arrow, so he definitely won't dare to come back. Leaving them to wait for death can instead dismantle Wang Hao's gang from the inside. Meanwhile, outside the door, the 3 who narrowly escaped a disaster are still panting heavily as they rejoice. That was close. Fortunately, Chen Guang didn't kill us. But very quickly, one of them realizes the desperate situation before his eyes, saying while pouring cold sweat, have you guys thought about it? We are severely injured right now and can't move at all. How long can we survive out here? Another person hurriedly urges the companion holding a phone, quickly, call brother Wang Hao and tell him to come back and save us. That person quickly dials the phone, wailing with a face full of hope. Hello, brother Wang Hao, we are severely injured. Come back quickly and save us. Wang Hao's cold inquiry transmits from the other end of the line. Where are you guys right now? Fallen on the ground. The underling answers weakly, we are still at the entrance of Chen Guang's house. Consequently, in the very next second, the beep beep sound of the hung up phone transmits directly from the line. Filled with hope, the companion nearby asks, how is it? What did brother Wang Hao say? With a face full of shock and despair, the underling holding the phone shouts. Brother Wang Hao hung up the phone directly, widening his eyes in disbelief. Another underling asks, what? Is brother Wang Hao abandoning us? Having his defenses completely shattered, the underling holding the phone curses violently through gritted teeth. Fuck his mother. Wang Hao, your father here went through life and death for him, yet he actually refuses to save us when we are dying. Wang Hao, fuck your ancestors. Looking at this desperate ice and snow-covered world, the remaining person reflects with a face full of ash-gray despair. If we want to survive now, we can only beg Chen Guang. We are going to freeze to death right now. Looking at the completely unresponsive villa, the refugee who had been struck by an arrow even knelt on the ground, crying and shouting, please save us. We will work like horses and oxen for you. Meanwhile, inside another freezing luxury mansion, with an arrow struck in his back, Wang Hao laid flat on the ground in agony, roaring hysterically at his underlings. Quick, help your master pull this arrow out. As the sharp arrow was violently yanked out, Wang Hao was in so much pain that his face instantly twisted in ferocity, letting out a maddened, miserable shriek. Ah, brother Wang Hao failed again this time. How is that Chen Guang so formidable? We misjudged him back then. Lying flat on the bed, Wang Hao was sweating profusely from the pain, roaring furiously at the 2 women. What are you standing there staring at? Go boil some hot water for your master to clean the wound. Terrified into shrinking her neck, Lu Jia hurriedly pulled Zhang Xiaoran along, replying subserviently, brother Wang Hao, don't be anxious. We will go right now. Zhang Xiaoran, what should we do? Wang Hao clearly can't make it. He is no match for Chen Guang. Leaning against the cabinet, a trace of viciousness and absolute resolve flashed through Zhang Xiaoran's eyes as she analyzed through gritted teeth. We must find a way to secure a way out. We cannot hang ourselves on this single tree. Looking at the sky-filling wind and snow outside the window, Lu Jia wore a miserable face, completely at a loss. What other way can there be? We have no food right now, and we can't go out. Advancing or retreating both lead to a dead end. Zhang Xiaoran narrowed her eyes slightly. Looking at it now, the safest place in the entire residential community is Chen Guang's house. Hearing this, Lu Jia froze for a second, asking back with a face full of hesitation and a guilty conscience, you mean we should seek out Chen Guang? But we had conflicts with him before. Zhang Xiaoran, however, was brimming with confidence, inciting her with an appearance of having the winning ticket in hand. We and Chen Guang are classmates after all. If we apologize to him for the sake of being classmates, he shouldn't just ignore us. The scene shifted. Beside the ice-sealed street, 2 glittering golden snowmobiles had already started their engines. The chubby Pan Meng looked at the stylish rides before him, shouting in excitement. Having snowmobiles makes traveling in the snow far too convenient. Chen Guang put on a handsome blue helmet, straddled the snowmobile, and issued a command in a deep voice. Let's go. Let's check on the situation at your parents' place. Right at the instant they drove out of the residential community, Song Xiaodia's mother, standing on the balcony of another villa, sharp-eyed spotted the movement and hurriedly called out to her daughter, Song Xiaodai, come look quickly. Chen Guang actually has a snowmobile, and he rode it out. Watching Chen Guang speed away into the distance in the snow, Song Xiaodai was so angry her face twisted ferociously, tightly clenching her fists as she swore viciously in her heart, damn Chen Guang, I will snatch everything of his away. At this time, the extreme freezing storm outside grew even more violent. The 2 snowmobiles broke through the snow on the main street. The accumulated snow is at least 2 meters deep. Absolutely no one can be seen on the streets. Looking at the buildings buried by heavy snow ahead, Pan Meng pointed not far away and proposed, there's a supermarket over there. Let's go take a look. They swiftly parked the snowmobiles in front of a convenience supermarket, stepping on the thick snow preparing to enter the store. Chen Guang and Pan Meng strode into the supermarket lobby. Looking at the collapsed shelves scattered all around, Pan Meng spread his hands and sighed in helplessness. Everything has been entirely looted empty by people. It is very normal. It has been almost a month since the extreme freezing doomsday arrived, and essentially the stored grain in everyone's homes has been depleted. completed. But right at the instant he was speaking, a rider with eyes flashing red light and holding an iron rod had quietly sneaked up behind him. Pan Meng on the side abruptly turned his head and discovered the danger, terrified until his eyeballs nearly popped out. Watch out. Facing the sudden sneak attack from behind, Chen Guang didn't even turn his head, delivering a massive flying kick through the air. Accompanied by a muffled thud, he ruthlessly kicked the rider flying onto the ground. Pan Meng raised his gun, aiming it deadly straight at the immobilized rider lying on the ground, cursing furiously with a face full of killing intent. Damn it, daring to sneak attack us. I will kill you. This terrified the man so much that he fell to the ground, hurriedly coughing and begging for mercy. Cough cough. Brother, don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. With the gun muzzle pressed firmly against his head, the rider poured cold sweat from fear. I also had no choice. I have to feed an entire family. I truly cannot survive anymore. Hearing these words, Pan Meng on the side instantly froze. An entire family? The rider hurriedly turned his head and shouted loudly toward the shelves behind him. Come out, all of you, only to see a pregnant woman along with two young children timidly poking their heads out from behind the shelves. Bearing a large belly, the pregnant woman looked haggard. My wife is pregnant, and there are two young children. The food here has all been eaten clean by us. We are truly driven to a dead end. We had no other choice. Chen Guang glared down at him with freezing eyes, questioning him unceremoniously. Had no choice? You could have asked us for some food. Why launch a sneak attack? Left speechless by the question, the rider lowered his head with a guilty conscience, sweating profusely as he stammered. Seeing this, the despairing pregnant woman led the two children and dropped to their knees with a thump onto the freezing floor, crying and begging for mercy with a hoarse voice. Spare our lives. Please, I beg you to let us go. Chen Guang expressionlessly turned around and walked toward the depths of the supermarket, calmly calling out to the chubby guy on the side. Pan Meng, come this way. The two walked side by side through the empty aisles between shelves. Following behind, Pan Meng suddenly sniffed hard. What is that smell? Walking in front, Chen Guang's eyes instantly turned cold, spitting out a phrase in a deep voice. The stench of blood. This terrified Pan Meng until his eyeballs nearly popped out, pressing nervously. The stench of blood? Where is it coming from? Following the scent to a hidden corner, the tragic scene before their eyes instantly scared Pan Meng pale. Blood-stained white bones and skulls in the corner. Chen Guang sighed softly with a profound expression. It is exactly as I thought. Let's go. Meanwhile, Pan Meng on the side was so nauseated by this terrifying scene that he slumped onto the ground, dry heaving frantically. Blurred. After regaining his senses, Pan Meng gritted his teeth in fury, the veins on his forehead bulging out. Clenching his fists tightly, he roared, "Animals, I will kill them." Seeing the chubby guy about to charge back for revenge, Chen Guang swiftly and firmly grabbed his wrist. How will you kill them? Will you kill the pregnant woman too? Will you kill the children too? Furious to the absolute extreme, Pan Meng pointed toward the depths of the supermarket, roaring hysterically, "I will only kill that man." Chen Guang, however, looked at him with extraordinary calmness, coldly analyzing this cruel reality. If you kill that man, the pregnant woman and the two children will have absolutely no ability to survive. Hearing these words, Pan Meng painfully smashed a heavy punch onto the wall beside him. Damn it, that family are truly animals, to actually rely on eating their own kind to survive. Who knows how many people they have killed? Watching the phantom illusions of countless victims wailing miserably surface before his eyes, Chen Guang sighed with a gloomy face. There will always be some people who cannot uphold their moral bottom line. In the future, these kinds of things will only become more and more frequent. The scene shifted amidst the sky-filling extreme freezing storm. When the two snowmobiles arrived at top speed in front of the grand manor of Pan Meng's parents, Chen Guang looked at the wide-open villa gate, his expression changing as he exclaimed in alarm, "Something is not right. On such a freezing day, the main gate is open." Behind him, Pan Meng looked toward the main gate, instantly terrified until his eyeballs nearly popped out. Dad, Mom. At this time, the luxurious hall was in complete devastation. A group of club-wielding bandits was frantically packing up supplies. A leading underling reported to his boss with a face full of excitement, "Brother Leopard, all the supplies have been found. These two old geezers truly hoarded a massive amount of supplies, enough for us to use for a very long time." Standing at the very front, a burly man wearing a white hat laughed triumphantly, announcing with a face full of fierce flesh, "The harvest this time is not bad. When we get back, everyone gets an extra chicken leg." In a corner of the hall, an underling looked flatteringly at the leader. Brother Leopard, what should we do with these two old geezers?" Brother Leopard, whose face was full of fierce flesh and painted with bizarre facial tattoos, showed not a single trace of warmth in his eyes, grinning cruelly as he issued the command, "Kill them all." Hearing the command, a thug in an orange hoodie let out a triumphant laugh. "All right," raising his pitch-black pistol and pressing it firmly against Pan Meng's terrified parents. Right at this hair-raising, critical moment, Pan Meng, who had sprinted over wildly, charged violently into the hall. "Stop." Seeing her son, Pan Meng's mother, widening her eyes and crying out in despair, "Pan Meng, run away quickly." But the utterly deranged thug didn't stay his hand at all. Accompanied by a muffled bang, the bullet ruthlessly pierced through Pan Meng's mother's chest. Pan Meng was stunned speechless, his eyeballs bulging as he let out a heart-wrenching, miserable scream. "Mom." Witnessing his wife die tragically, Pan Meng's father instantly went completely mad. While desperately pouncing on the thug and hugging him firmly, "Pan Meng, run away right now. The grab thug wore a face full of violent brutality, backhandedly pulling the trigger continuously against Pan Meng's father, cursing ferociously. "You old geezer, you have a death wish." Pan Meng, reaching out both hands, plunged completely into the abyss of despair, howling with a heart-wrenching cry. "No!" The orange-clad thug triumphantly pointed his still-smoking pistol at Pan Meng. "Boy, you truly came at the wrong time. Next, I'll send your entire family on their way neatly together." However, before his words could even fade, an incomparably sharp, chilling gleam suddenly flashed through the air with a swish. Qingguang swept past instantly like a ghost, his razor-sharp blade directly severing the thug's gun-wielding arm right from the root. The thug was covered in cold sweat from the pain, his facial muscles twisting to the extreme as he let out a miserable, pig-slaughtering shriek. Qingguang, holding his blood-dripping blade, stood coldly in the center of the hall, the thug's severed arm still firmly gripping the pistol lying scattered behind him. Seeing this, the remaining surrounding bandits poured cold sweat from terror, retreating repeatedly in horror. "Who are you?" Giving them absolutely no chance to react. The next second, he had already flashed eerily behind a thug, plunging his sharp blade ruthlessly into the man's nape, announcing coldly, "I am the Grim Reaper." Watching his subordinate be instantly killed in a split second, the leader, Brother Leopard, was frightened out of his wits. "Quick, kill him. Boy, go to hell." But Qingguang merely dodged the attack effortlessly with a slight sidestep, backhandedly executing a swish of his blade, directly slitting the opponent's throat, accompanied by a sky-filling spray of blood blossoms. Witnessing these textbook-perfect killing skills, Brother Leopard and his remaining underlings were terrified until their eyeballs nearly popped out. "What? This?" A blue-haired thug nearby had his courage completely shattered. No longer caring about any boss's dignity, he turned and bolted outside, screaming in terror from his mouth, "Run quickly!" Accompanied by a muffled thud, the sharp blade in his hand skewered the fleeing thug alive straight from behind. "Whoever dares to move, I will chop him into pieces to feed the dogs." Looking at this man before them who resembled an evil spirit from hell, the originally insufferably arrogant Brother Leopard and the remaining thugs dropped to their knees in perfect unison onto the freezing floor with a thump. "Spare our lives." Meanwhile, Pan Meng, having snapped back to reality, knelt helplessly beside the cold corpses of his parents, Dad, Mom. Looking at the devastation littering the ground before her, the severely injured mother Pan, her face covered in tears, tightly hugged her son and said weakly, "Pan Meng, as long as you are all right." Pan Meng's eyes were entirely red, large streams of tears flowing down uncontrollably as he howled and shouted with a heart-wrenching cry, "Mom." Beside them, the blood-soaked father Pan exhausted his final breath, staring intently at his son to leave his last words. "Pan, your mother and I are leaving first. Take good care of yourself, and beware of Li Santian from Savage Village." Watching helplessly as his parents both closed their eyes, Pan Meng reached out his hands in despair and shouted, "Dad, no." He roared at Qingguang on the side, "Qingguang, leave them to me." Subsequently, he snatched up a sharp knife from the ground, plunging it wildly toward the subdued murderers like a madman. "I will slaughter you all. Let me go. I was just following orders." But Pan Meng, his eyes entirely bloodshot from killing, couldn't listen at all. Grabbing his collar, he roared furiously, "Go to hell." Seeing that Pan Meng was about to lose control completely, Qingguang behind him reacted swiftly with deft hands, firmly gripping his wrist to stop him. "Pan Meng, wait." Qingguang slowly stepped forward. "I ask you, who sent you here?" The white bandana man slumped on the ground was frightened out of his wits, hastily confessing, "It was Village Chiefly from Savage Village who sent us." Hearing this name, Qingguang furrowed his brow slightly. Village Chiefly of Savage Village? The image of that old man's treacherous and cunning face immediately surfaced in his mind. Pan Meng on the side pushed up his glasses, stating through gritted teeth with a face full of shock and anger, "Savage Village is a local urban village. My dad even funded them before. The chief of Savage Village, Li Santian, previously worked under my dad. I never expected these people to actually bite the hand that fed them." Seeing the two deep in thought, the white bandana man shifted his eyes, forcing a facade of calm as he began to threaten, "Right now, Savage Village is the largest faction here. Absolutely no one dares to intervene, and no one is our match. Let me go back, and I won't say a word." A Grim Reaper-like cold sneer, however, hooked the corner of Qingguang's mouth as he disdainfully spat out a phrase, "Let you go? Keep dreaming." The white bandana man panicked completely, roaring hysterically at Qingguang and spitting out harsh words, "If you kill me, Savage Village will track you down. They won't let you off." Qingguang glared at him coldly, violently tearing his clothes to absolute shreds in one motion. "It is we who won't let them off." Having his clothes stripped clean instantly, the white bandana man shivered in terror, screaming with a face full of horror, "What do you want to do? Killing you directly is too easy on you. Your kind of person is suited for slowly freezing to death." The white bandana man was entirely terrified into tears, crying wildly as he knelt and pleaded, "No, spare my life. I beg you." A ruthless glint flashed in Qingguang's eyes as he violently delivered a flying kick, ruthlessly kicking him flying away. "Get lost." Amidst the sky-filling howling wind and snow, the white bandana man who was kicked into the snow turned purple from the cold, kneeling in the snowdrift as he cried and shouted in despair, "No, just kill me. Give me a quick death. I don't want to freeze to death." However, absolutely no one paid attention to his pleas. In just a few short minutes, he was frozen alive by the terrifying severe cold into a crystal-clear ice sculpture. Watching his enemy meet meet such an end. Pan Meng tightly clenched his fists. Chen Guang, I want revenge. Let's go. To Savage Village. Amidst the sky-filling flying snow, the road ahead was a vast expanse of white. Pan Meng pointed forward and shouted, Savage Village is just up ahead. The main gate of Savage Village stood imposingly, with several cold corpses shockingly suspended beneath it. The two stood beside their snowmobiles, staring at the fortress. Chen Guang analyzed calmly. It seems the people of Savage Village have built a fortress here. Looking at the corpses with miserable deaths, Chen Guang sighed coldly with his hands in his pockets. These people of Savage Village have committed no shortage of evil deeds. Accompanied by a burst of roaring engines, two snowmobiles sped wildly toward them from the distance. As the opponents closed in menacingly, Chen Guang muttered with a freezing expression, to think Savage Village also has snowmobiles. A bandit with a mohawk rode on his vehicle, shouting arrogantly, Who are you people? Standing composedly in the snow. Chen Guang's tone was extraordinarily calm. We are here to be guests at Savage Village. The bandits dismounted and approached menacingly, questioning with deep hostility. Guests? Who invited you? A cold sneer hooked the corner of Chen Guang's mouth as he indifferently spat out a few words. Village Chief Li Santian. The bandits instantly flew into a violent rage, violently raising their pistols to aim at the two as they roared. Damn it, daring to deceive us. Village Chief Li was invited by Xiao Biological Group and left long ago. He is absolutely not here. Accompanied by two crisp gunshots, bullets accurately pierced through the bandits' skulls. Chen Guang coldly held his silenced pistol as the enemies instantly collapsed to the ground, dead through and through. The guards on the city wall were startled by the commotion below, looking down in anger and shouting, Who's there? Seeing the situation, the other guards poured cold sweat in terror, crying out in horror, Not good. Lu Zi and the others have been killed. Where did this boy come from, daring to cause trouble in Savage Village? Looking at the impenetrable wall of gun muzzles above, Chen Guang narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems we won't be able to get in today. Let's head back first and plan this out carefully. High on the city wall, the weapon-wielding pursuers roared hysterically, Boy, don't run. Inside the safe house base, a neighbor who had stayed behind shouted with a face full of excitement, Chen Guang has returned. The spectating women shivered violently from the cold, yet cheered with faces full of joy. Finally back. I was almost freezing to death. Looking at the dense crowd of spectating masses before him, Chen Guang furrowed his brow slightly. Why are there so many people? The neighbors instantly swarmed forward, pressing their questions with greedy eyes. Chen Guang, did you get any harvest from going out this time? Did you go to the supermarket? Did you bring back any supplies? Chen Guang's eyes instantly turned cold, his face gloomy as he reprimanded. What are you doing? Step aside, all of you. The leading burly man crossed his arms, questioning with absolute self-righteousness. Chen Guang, you went to look for supplies. Did you find any or not? Chen Guang sneered coldly, looking at him as if looking at a fool and asking back, Looking for supplies for you? Who said that? The burly man instantly became exasperated, pointing an accusing finger with furrowed brows. If you aren't looking for supplies for us, what did you go out for? Chen Guang was too lazy to pay him any mind, simply sidestepping to walk away, reprimanding with a chilling tone. Does my going out have anything to do with you? Step aside. The old man was instantly angered into opening his mouth wide, roaring in a raging fury. You young man, disrespecting your elders. How can you be so rude? A short-haired auntie eagerly approached to press her question. Chen Guang, tell us, did you find supplies or not? We are all starving to death. Chen Guang expressionlessly spat out a few words. Didn't find any. The auntie completely refused to believe it. Gritting her teeth, she spread her hands and was about to lunge forward. I don't believe it. Let me search your body. A chill flashed in Chen Guang's eyes as he violently waved his hand, shoving her away ruthlessly while shouting sternly, Get lost. Pan Meng hurriedly spread his arms to shield his front, loudly advising the crowd, Everyone, we didn't find any supplies, and we didn't go out to look for supplies either. Disperse, all of you. The short-haired auntie, however, was relentless, pointing at them with a face full of unreasonableness and shouting, How can we disperse? Without food, we won't last more than a few days. Exactly. Chen Guang, since you didn't find any supplies, we need to requisition your snowmobiles. We will go out to find food ourselves. Hearing this utterly shameless request, a cold sneer of extreme disdain hooked the corner of Chen Guang's mouth. Requisition? To think you can actually utter such utterly shameless words. The short-haired auntie immediately switched to a hypocritical and greedy smiling face, reaching out her hand to build rapport. Chen Guang, if you won't let us use the snowmobiles, how about you give us some food? Everyone says you have stored quite a lot of supplies in your home. The young man and the neighbors behind her also began to jeer in succession, shouting thick-skinnedly, Right, share some supplies with us. You must share some food, otherwise we will sit at your doorstep and refuse to leave. Too lazy to spare even a single glance, Chen Guang turned around and said coldly to Pan Meng, Too lazy to humor you all. Let's go inside. To everyone's surprise, the short-haired auntie hysterically charged forward, tightly grabbing Chen Guang's arm and screaming, You cannot leave without giving us food. Don't even think about leaving. Chen Guang backhandedly delivered a resounding slap that ruthlessly sent her flying, roaring furiously, Get lost. Knocked to the ground in the snow, the auntie, with disheveled hair, pointed at Chen Guang and threw a crying tantrum. Look quickly, he's hitting people. Hitting a woman. Is there any law left? If you don't give me 10 packs of instant noodles, I will lie at your doorstep every single day. Seeing that Chen Guang truly dared to strike, the old man in the gray winter hat pointed at him and roared furiously, furiously. Chen Guang, you have gone too far. To think you even dare to hit women. Are you still a man? The auntie knocked into the snow with disheveled hair, threw a tantrum pointing at Chen Guang. Chen Guang, striking me means this isn't over. Apologize to me right now and help me into your house to recover from my injuries. Chen Guang kept his hands in his pockets, silently glaring down at her. His eyes were chilling, his face filled with the teasing expression of watching a good show. The auntie actually thought Chen Guang's posture meant he had submitted. Enduring the pain, she flipped over to sit in the snow, self-righteously demanding out loud, "That's more like it. Help me up and cook me a delicious meal first." However, Chen Guang completely refused to indulge her. He delivered another incredibly resounding slap directly across her face. The auntie clutched her once again red and swollen old face, full of horror, widening her eyes in sheer disbelief. "You, what are you doing?" Chen Guang slowly extended his slender palm, a demonic cold sneer hooking the corner of his mouth. "Didn't you say I hit you? I will satisfy you." Before his words could even fade, accompanied by a continuous string of crisp and rapid smack, 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 heavy strikes, Chen Guang attacked from both left and right, unleashing a frantic beating upon the auntie amidst the world of ice and snow. This scene instantly scared two neighbors spectating nearby completely pale. "Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me!" Chen Guang glared down at her from a high vantage point, his eyes flashing with violent and crazed light, countering, "You say stop hitting, and I stop hitting?" Immediately following, slaps and fists rained down heavily once again. The auntie was beaten black and blue, fresh blood spurting wildly from her mouth and nose. Gripping her head in despair, she shrieked loudly for help toward the spectating neighbors behind her. "Save me! Don't just watch. My face has been beaten completely swollen." Seeing Chen Guang strike so savagely, the old man in the gray winter hat and a brown-clad burly man nearby finally couldn't bear to watch anymore. As they rapidly charged forward, the brown-clad burly man shouted angrily to stop him. "Chen Guang, this is intentional injury. Stop your hands right now. Everyone, don't be afraid. Let's subdue Chen Guang together." Relying on his size advantage, the brown-clad burly man rushed up close, firmly grabbing Chen Guang's shoulder from behind and scolding, "Chen Guang, bullying a woman makes you nothing." Chen Guang paused his movements. "Then I will bully you." Before the opponent could even react, Chen Guang delivered a backhanded, incredibly powerful spinning elbow strike. Refusing to let up his advantage, Chen Guang spun around and attacked from both left and right. Two exceptionally heavy slaps struck consecutively. The auntie nearby and the spectating gray-hatted old man were entirely stupefied by this terrifying combat prowess, widening their mouths in horror. "I was wrong. Chen Guang, please don't hit me anymore." Chen Guang firmly grabbed his collar. "I gave you face and you shamelessly rejected it. Get lost, all of you." Facing this invincible, cold-blooded god of slaughter, the neighbors no longer cared about any dignity or supplies. Their courage completely shattered, they stumbled and crawled, fleeing pathetically amidst the sky-filling wind and snow. "Go, leave quickly. Chen Guang, you refuse to save those in mortal danger. You have no conscience." The scene shifted. The loving and harmonious homeowners group had long completely exploded due to the lack of supplies. Xiao Huang was the first to launch an attack in the group, directly tagging Chen Guang and questioning via message, "At real Chen Guang. Chen Guang, you have so many supplies in your home, yet you don't bring them out to share with everyone. What is the meaning of this? Absolutely no sympathy. We are neighbors after all." Master Zhou continued to sigh in his mystical tone. A chaotic era is about to begin. Lawyer Zhang also popped out to calculate his petty schemes, tagging Chen Guang in the group to interrogate with absolute self-righteousness. "Chen Guang, come out and say a word. Can the snowmobiles be contributed for everyone to use?" Looking at these heinous and utterly selfish moral kidnapping messages, Chen Guang was lying comfortably on the warm and cozy sofa. Are these people dreaming of eating farts? Subsequently, he moved his fingers. "Do I owe you people?" Seeing Chen Guang's reply, Xiao Huang in the group instantly became anxious. "Chen Guang, what is your meaning?" Invincible Iron Skewer also followed suit, gritting his teeth in exasperated fury. "He is completely disregarding whether we live or die." Chen Guang looked at the messages on his phone screen, a chill flashing across the depths of his eyes. He directly fired back, "Am I your daddy? Why should I care if you live or die?" Meanwhile, inside another freezing residence without heating and entirely pitch black, Auntie Lu, who had been driven completely mad by these words, "This little bastard Chen Guang has a thoroughly rotten conscience. I propose we kick him out of the residential community, and everyone splits the supplies in his home equally." Chen Guang leaned against the comfortable sofa, recalling the grudges of the past. "In my past life, these morally bankrupt bastards committed no shortage of evil deeds. In this life, I will teach you how to be proper human beings again." Just as his voice faded, an urgent ring 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 sound suddenly echoed. An unknown number? Who is it? From the other end of the line came a low and arrogant male voice, throwing a question right at his face. "Are you Chen Guang?" Chen Guang calmly spat out a phrase. "It is me." At this time, inside a luxurious private gym, a burly, muscular man was lifting a heavy dumbbell with one hand while laughing coldly and arrogantly into the phone. "Do you know who I am?" With a face full of indifference, Chen Guang replied unceremoniously, "I don't know." The muscular man stopped his movements, reporting his identity with extreme arrogance. "I am Li Santian of Savage Village." Wearing a treacherous smile on his face, Li Santian provocatively gloated through the phone. "Did you not expect it to be me? Are you very afraid? Are you?" But before he could finish showing off, Chen Guang leaned back comfortably on on the sofa, a scoff of extreme disdain hooking the corner of his mouth, and ruthlessly interrupted him directly. Yeah, I didn't expect it to be you, you stupid idiot. On this end of the phone, Lee Santian instantly froze in place, his face full of fierce flesh twitching violently as he roared in sheer disbelief. What did you say? A chill flashed in Chen Guang's eyes. Straightening his body, he issued a stern warning brimming with domineering aura. Lee Santian, don't pretend to be a big bad wolf in front of your grandpa Chen. If you have something to say, spit it out. On the other end of the phone, Lee Santian laughed out of extreme anger. Alright, as expected of the person who dared to kill Lee Santian's men, you've got guts. Chen Guang, however, maintained an utterly nonchalant appearance, shifting into a more comfortable sitting posture. He leisurely asked back, did you call me specifically to praise me? These words completely ignited Lee Santian's powder keg. He was instantly angered until his defenses thoroughly shattered. Who the fuck is praising you? You little bastard. Listen closely. For killing my men, your only path is death. Just you wait. Fuck you. You killed my brother's parents. Your life is mine. Burning with fury, Lee Santian gritted his teeth. Tell me, where are you? Chen Guang sneered coldly, directly reporting his location without the slightest fear. 70 miles north of the city, Zijiazhuan. Lee Santian stood in the center of the gym, conceitedly showing off his strong muscles, arrogantly laying down harsh words. Fine, just you wait. If your master here doesn't make you kneel before me and call me grandpa, I will take your surname. If you don't come, you are my grandson. After hanging up the phone, the enraged Lee Santian's face was so gloomy it was practically dripping water. He violently roared into the empty gym. Men, two trusted underlings guarding outside the door immediately strode in with menacing momentum. Village chief, what is the matter? Lee Santian's eyes flashed with cruel and vicious feral light. Gritting his teeth, he sternly ordered, gather our men. We are going to Zijiazhuan, 70 miles north of the city. The leading underling froze for a second, then hurriedly lowered his head to ask, alright, should we bring weapons? Lee Santian's facial muscles twisted to the extreme, revealing a man-eating, ferocious expression, instructing sinisterly, bring them, and gather more people. Those two boys have guns in their hands. At the same time, inside the impregnable fortress villa, Chen Guang smoothly put on his winter coat, turning around to coldly call out to the chubby guy sitting nearby. Panyu, let's go. We're heading out. The chubby Panyu froze for a second, pursuing his question with a face full of confusion. Where to? To eradicate Lee Santian's lair. Very quickly, accompanied by a deafening roar of engines, two stylish snowmobiles sped side by side wildly across the vast white snowfield. Chen Guang strained his voice to ask the chubby guy beside him loudly, Panyu, if I remember correctly, that place over there used to be a security bureau, right? Panyu on the side pushed his glasses. Correct. It is even a city-level security bureau. Chen Guang's eyes were sharp, shouting out a proposal as he took the lead. Let's go over and find some weapons. The two immediately braved the sky-filling ice and snow, trudging with difficulty toward the building ahead. Chen Guang directed in a deep voice, let's head over, only to see him violently raise his right leg, delivering a heavy kick that violently shattered the remaining glass main door before him. Upon entering the lobby, looking at the completely ice-sealed corpses of the security officers, Pan Meng couldn't help but sigh. These security officers stood firm at their posts until the very last moment. They were all frozen to death alive. The disaster happened far too quickly. The relevant national institutions simply could not react in time. The two passed through the freezing corridor, arriving in front of the warehouse's main door. Chen Guang pointed ahead and said, this is the warehouse where the weapons are stored. Pan Meng sprinted forward, forcefully pushing the tightly shut door with both hands, complaining while profusely sweating, it won't open. Without changing his expression, Chen Guang silently drew the pistol from his waist, stepping forward to gesture, step aside, let me. He continuously pulled the trigger at the door lock, sparks shooting from the muzzle. The security door burst open with a crash. It's open. Looking at the mountains of various munitions piled inside, Pan Meng was so excited he cheered wildly. So many weapons. We've struck it rich. Chen Guang stepped forward, staring at a row of massive firearms before him, and sighed in excitement. To think there are actually sniper rifles here. We truly came to the right place this time. Chen Guang, look here. So many detonators. Just what we needed. Take it all. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, Chen Guang activated his spatial ability, sweeping away all the supplies completely. Everything has been fully looted clean. Let's go. Before they could even step out the door, an arrogant shout suddenly echoed from outside. Boss, over here. Pan Meng and Chen Guang's hearts jolted, instantly turning their heads vigilantly toward the doorway. Someone is coming. Chen Guang's eyes were profound. It seems we aren't the only ones wanting to score some weapons here. Pairs of heavy leather shoes stepped menacingly through the warehouse door, shouting in a deep voice, this is the place. The leading thug discovered their presence. Brother Hao, there are people inside. Wearing a fur-collared coat and possessing treacherous eyes, Brother Hao slowly walked into the storeroom, sighing with a sarcastic tone. It seems someone arrived earlier than us. Another underling stumbled and crawled over from the depths of the room, wailing with a face full of shock. Brother Hao, the warehouse is empty. The weapons have all been taken. Brother Hao's face turned gloomy. Spreading both hands to block their path, he pressed his question with an unfriendly tone. You two brothers, did you get the guns? Facing this murderous interrogation, Chen Guang spread his hands, asking back with a face full of innocence. Do we look like we took them? Looking at the two empty-handed, completely completely confident individuals. The thugs opposite them were instantly dumbfounded. No, then I am relieved. Let me search your bodies. I looked at him with indifferent eyes, rejecting directly. No, this thug leader, who called himself Brother Su, turned around to coerce and coax us. Brother, I am Brother Su from the nearby Suching Gym. Let me search you right now. If there are no weapons, I will let you go. I kept my hands in my pockets, absolutely refusing to buy his nonsense as I responded. I do not have the habit of letting people search me. A buzzcut underling immediately pointed his finger arrogantly at my chest, clamoring, boy, since you didn't find any guns, you still dare to act so cocky? Are you asking for a beating? Without a second word, I delivered a massive flying kick through the air, accompanied by a loud bang as I kicked out ruthlessly. Get lost. The leading fur-collared burly man was completely enraged out of humiliation, pointing forward and commanding his subordinates to swarm us. You dare to attack? You son of a bitch. I gave you face. Slaughter them and drag them back to roast. Two thugs raised their fists, shouting menacingly as they lunged toward us. Attack. Backhandedly, I drew my pitch-black pistol, coldly aiming forward. It is I who gave you face. The lunging little thugs poured cold sweat from terror, instantly slamming on the brakes with looks of horror. A gun. You have a gun. You deceived us. I tilted my head, staring at them as if looking at dead men. I will send you to meet your great-grandmothers. The thugs were so terrified they raised their hands high, begging for mercy repeatedly with miserable faces. Brother, don't be impulsive. Let's talk this over properly. Accompanied by the bang of a gunshot, the bullet instantly and ruthlessly pierced his chest, fresh blood spraying wildly. I held my gun with a composed expression, blue smoke still rising from the muzzle. Since you are shameless, I will not indulge you. The two remaining lackeys had their souls frightened entirely out of their bodies, looking at the corpse while trembling all over. You dare to kill people? I looked at them, once again pulling the trigger decisively. Another muffled heavy strike. The final lackey was so terrified he scurried away with his head in his hands, turning to run. Holy crap, this kid really dares to shoot. Run quickly. I fired 2 consecutive shots, and accompanied by the bang bang of gunfire, I directly and unmistakably blew their heads off. The fur-collared boss who was insufferably arrogant just moments ago dropped to his knees with a thump, begging for mercy. Spare my life. I've run into a ruthless master. I was wrong. I submit. I glared down at him from a high vantage point, my eyes so cold they lacked a single trace of warmth. Fool. Accompanied by a deafening bang of a gunshot, the bullet exploded directly into his forehead. Looking at the corpses and pools of blood littering the ground, I indifferently called upon the chubby guy behind me to leave. Let's go. The scene shifted. Amidst the sky-filling heavy snow, village chief Lee Santian of Savage Village led his men, riding snowmobiles wildly through the wind and snow, issuing a command with a face full of killing intent. Later, when we arrive at Hujiazwang, leave no one alive. Slaughter them all. A little underling wearing a knit hat nearby approached, requesting instructions with a face full of wicked lust. Village chief, are we not even keeping the pretty young women? Lee Santian grinned with an insidious and vicious cold sneer. If you fancy any women, bring them back. However, once you are tired of playing with them, kill them all. My savage village does not feed idlers. The two thugs revealed despicable, venomous smiles, triumphantly nodding in agreement amidst the chilling wind. Rest assured, village chief, we know the rules. Who dares to provoke our savage village now? We are going to flatten Hujiazwang. Speed up. Hujiazwang is quite far. I estimate it will take 2 to 3 hours to arrive. In the distance, Pan Meng watched the convoy depart, sighing with a sorrowful face. Savage Village's strength is indeed very formidable. Even these snowmobiles aren't something ordinary factions can acquire. If we clash head-on, it will indeed be difficult to kill him. Pan Meng pointed ahead, exclaiming in excitement, Qingguang, the majority of Savage Village's combat force has left. Qingguang crossed his arms over his chest, a confident, mischievous smile hooking the corner of his mouth. Let's enter Savage Village and eradicate Li Santian's lair. The two arrived in front of the fortress's main gate. Pan Meng looked at the tightly shut iron gate, finding it difficult. Right now Savage Village's gate is tightly closed. I'm afraid it won't be easy to enter. Qingguang, however, unhurriedly pulled out a large bundle of detonators, sneering arrogantly, simple, we have detonators. On the city wall, 2 guards stood vigilantly at a high point, peering downward. Suddenly, a rapid, deafening roar of engines, vroom vroom, transmitted through the wind and snow as the silhouette of a vehicle sped wildly toward them. The guard rubbed his eyes, muttering in confusion, what the hell is that? Seeing the vehicle approaching, the other guard leaned over the railing and shouted, a snowmobile? No one is driving it. How is it running over here by itself? His companions suddenly discovered the danger, crying out in horror, is there something on that snowmobile? The stylish yellow snowmobile sprinted madly across the snow, its front end impressively strapped with an entire bundle of ignited detonators. The guards on the city wall were terrified until their eyeballs nearly popped out, thoroughly losing their wits, straining their voices in a despairing shriek. Holy crap, it looks like detonators. Before he could even turn his head to flee, accompanied by a heaven-shaking boom, the main gate instantly transformed into a raging sea of fire. Soaring explosive flames ruthlessly engulfed the entire gateway. The explosive shockwave directly blasted the guards off the wall, wailing in agony amidst the thick smoke. Who did this? Who dares to cause trouble in Savage Village? And right amidst the billowing black smoke, accompanied by the vroom vroom roar of engines, 2 snowmobiles charged and domineered daringly like arrows released from a bowstring. The surviving guards on the wall spotted the enemy attack, pointing downward and shouting in an exasperated fury, "It's those two boys again. Kill." Chen Guang firmly gripped the handlebars with one hand, efficiently drawing his pistol with his right hand and aiming against the wind, accompanied by two crisp gunshots. Bang, bang. The bullets accurately and unmistakably harvested the enemy's lives. The two snowmobiles sped away amidst the corpses littering the ground, continuing to push deeper into the village. At this moment, two gun-wielding bandits rushed out from a corner, raising their guns and shouting, "Who's there? You have a death wish." Before they could even pull the trigger, Chen Guang sped past on his snowmobile, accompanied by a bang from his shot. A bullet directly pierced straight through the white-hatted thug's head. Seeing this, his companion had his soul frightened entirely out of his body. Retreating in horror, he strained his voice to shout, "Quick, notify the village chief." However, before his voice could even fade, Chen Guang backhandedly fired another shot with a bang, the bullet accurately striking the remaining thug's leg, causing fresh blood to spurt wildly. The injured thug slumped powerlessly onto the snow. Clutching his bleeding wound, he despairingly reached out his hand to beg for mercy. "Don't kill me. I am a good citizen. I am not from the Li family." Chen Guang, holding his black gun, walked right up to him, pointing the muzzle down at him from a high vantage point, coldly interrogating, "I ask you, where are all of Li Santian's supplies stored?" Facing this god of slaughter, the thug lying in the pool of blood poured cold sweat, pointing in sheer horror at a blue factory building in the distance, trembling as he confessed, "Over there, the warehouse over there is the place where the supplies are stored." Accompanied by the crisp bang of a gunshot, Chen Guang raised his hand, accurately blowing off the head of the final stubborn enemy before him. The scene shifted. The two strode into the massive supply warehouse. Gazing at the mountain-like piles on the surrounding shelves, the chubby Pan Meng was so shocked he opened his mouth wide and shouted, "So many supplies. This guy Li Santian truly robbed no small amount." I hooked a playful smile at the corner of my mouth, answering him with inevitable certainty, "They are all ours now." Immediately following, I spread my right hand forward, the blue spatial ability instantly erupting, as I violently shouted, "Collect." Accompanied by a loud swish, all the supplies inside the warehouse vanished into thin air in an instant. Subsequently, amidst the vroom vroom roar of engines, we rode our snowmobiles, speeding away into the wind and snow. The chubby guy couldn't help but turn his head back and shout, "Once Li Santian finds out, I estimate he will be driven entirely mad from anger." I stared straight ahead with freezing eyes, sneering coldly, "Give him a little lesson first," slowly depleting Savage Village's strength. "Sooner or later, I will finish him off." Meanwhile, on the distant ice plains, Savage Village's subordinates were helplessly reporting to Li Santian, village chief, "Hu Jiazwang was buried by heavy snow long ago. Not even a single human silhouette can be seen here. How could those two boys possibly be here?" Realizing he had been played, Li Santian was so angry his face twisted, viciously clenching his fists as he cursed, "Damn it, it seems I've been played." Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang wildly, ring ring ring. Li Santian grabbed the phone to answer it, irritably spitting out a single word, "Hello." However, after hearing the report, his pupils instantly quaked violently. Pouring cold sweat from terror, he exclaimed, "What?" Completely plunged into an exasperated fury, he roared hysterically at his subordinates, "Quick, head back immediately." The enraged Li Santian mounted his snowmobile, speeding back wildly at top speed. But when he led his men back to his lair, his entire headquarters before his eyes had long collapsed and shattered, turning into a ground full of ruins. Looking at the ruins that had been reduced to utter devastation, Li Santian stood frozen in the snow, muttering in despair, How could this happen?" Extreme grief and indignation caused the veins on his forehead to bulge, swearing to the heavens with a ferocious face, "Boy, you and I cannot coexist under the same sky. Your master here will definitely execute you by 1,000 cuts." Losing his rationality completely, he roared madly at his subordinates behind him, "Investigate it for me. Within 3 days, I want to find out those two boys' residence." The scene shifted again, returning to the impregnable, spring-like fortress villa. I was lying comfortably on the sofa, leisurely scrolling through my phone, when a chat bubble sent by my old classmate Zhang Xiaoran suddenly popped up on the screen. "Old classmate, I am in the same residential community as you. Do you have time to meet?" Looking at this green tea bitch's message trying to build rapport, I mercilessly replied instantly, "No time." Following that, the doorbell rang with a ding-dong. I impatiently shifted my gaze, looking coldly up toward the main gate. In the surveillance room, the chubby Pan Meng stared at the screen, pointing at the feed and shouting, "Chen Guang, it's Zhang Xiaoran and Lu Jia." To think these two actually came. On the surveillance screen, the two, shivering violently from the cold, were shouting flatteringly and fawningly into the camera, "Chen Guang, it's me Xiaoran. Open the door." I kept my hands in my pockets, standing inside the warm villa, looking coldly at these two uninvited guests outside the door. "What are you here for?" Zhang Xiaoran hurriedly piled on a hypocritical smile, pulling Lu Jia behind her to build rapport. "Chen Guang, we came to see you." I glanced at them expressionlessly, my eyes freezing, as I ruthlessly countered, "Are you done looking?" This caused the two opposite me to freeze instantly, subconsciously uttering, "Ah." Making a gesture as if about to close the main door, I coldly issued an order for the guests to leave. "If you're done looking, scram immediately." Seeing the main door about to close, Zhang Xiaoran turned deathly pale from fright, unable to resist screaming out, "Wait, She hurriedly approached, initiating a moral kidnapping with a face full of flattery. Chen Guang, we are all classmates. In this residential community, our relationship is the closest. We should help each other. I hooked a sarcastic cold sneer at the corner of my mouth, staring at her as if looking at a jumping clown. Help each other? What can you help me with? Seeing me relent, Zhang Xiaoran thought her scheme had succeeded. Flushing red, she flirtatiously twisted her body to issue an invitation. Anything is fine. We will do whatever you ask us to do. Both Lu Jia and I will accommodate you in any posture. She eagerly pressed even closer. With a hazy look in her eyes, she continued to act coquettishly. Chen Guang, actually, the two of us were conquered by you a long time ago. You don't need to pity us. From now on, both of us are yours. You can have us however you want. I glared down from a high vantage point at these two utterly bottomless gold diggers, playing along with a demonic cold sneer. Alright, since you put it that way, from now on I am your master, and you two are my dogs. Not only was Zhang Xiaoran not angry, but as if she had heard some sweet nothings, she cupped her hands, behaving seductively and coyly. Chen Guang, you are so bad. I like it so much. Let's go inside quickly. I am almost freezing to death. However, in the very next second, the smile on my face instantly transformed into a bone-piercing chill. I backhandedly pointed toward the windy and snowy outdoors. Go inside what? You two go outside the residential community and find food for me. Zhang Xiaoran's smile instantly froze entirely on her face. Ah, find food? I kept my hands in my pockets, glaring down at her arrogantly, countering with absolute self-righteousness. What? Is there a problem with your master telling you to go find food? Behind her, Lu Jia could completely no longer sit still. With a face full of horror, she repeatedly waved her hands in protest. With such thick snow, if we go outside the community, won't we just freeze to death? Hearing that she actually dared to question my words, a ruthless glint flashed in my eyes. Raising my hand, I delivered an incredibly resounding and heavy slap right across her face with a smack, sternly reprimanding, you dare to disobey your master's command? Lu Jia was slapped until she flew into the air. Clutching her red and swollen cheek, she spoke with a trembling voice, full of shock and terror. You. Zhang Xiaoran was terrified into pouring cold sweat by my savage methods, attempting to use our classmate status to continue pleading for mercy. Chen Guang, stop joking. How could we possibly have the ability to go outside the community to find food? But I absolutely refused to buy this nonsense. Backhandedly, I delivered another crisp, massive slap violently across Zhang Xiaoran's face with a smack, roaring furiously, who the fuck is joking with you? Go immediately. Zhang Xiaoran clutched her highly swollen cheek, completely beaten into a daze, her face twisting to the extreme. She screamed, are you serious? I sneered coldly with eyes full of contempt, glaring down from a high vantage point as I dropped my final, ruthless verdict, useless trash. If you can't even find food, are you even worthy of being my dogs? Having completely realized reality, Zhang Xiaoran clutched her highly swollen face, stating venomously through gritted teeth, let's go. Subsequently, she led Lu Jia, turning around to leave pathetically. The two gold diggers braved the 3 feet freezing severe cold, limping through the deep snow, gritting her teeth in anger. Zhang Xiaoran loudly cursed with a ferocious face, Chen Guang truly deserves to die. If we could find supplies, would we still have gone looking for him? Lu Jia tightly clutched her scarf, shivering violently from the cold, tearfully complaining in extreme remorse. Took 2 slaps for nothing. We underestimated him. Chen Guang is not that easy to deal with. She pushed her glasses, discussing a backup plan with Zhang Xiaoran with an anxious face. Then what should we do? Wang Hao won't last much longer. There is already no food on his side. Zhang Xiaoran took a deep breath to suppress her anger, hugging her arms, calculating with gloomy eyes. We cannot leave Wang Hao for now. We still need his protection. Let's head back first. The two slinked back to Wang Hao's freezing residence. Right as they pushed the door open, Wang Hao's impatient interrogation, full of violent brutality, echoed from inside. Where did you two go? Zhang Xiaoran and Lu Jia stood in the center of the room, reporting to Wang Hao and his underlings. Brother Wang Hao, we went to look for Chen Guang. Covered in sweat, Wang Hao's expression changed, countering in disbelief. Looked for Chen Guang? Zhang Xiaoran accused with a face full of anger, while Lu Jia behind her also wore a look of horror. That bastard Chen Guang injured brother Wang Hao. Lu Jia and I couldn't bear watching it, so we went to reason with him. Wang Hao's face turned gloomy, staring intently at Zhang Xiaoran. He pressed his question. What did you say? Zhang Xiaoran gritted her teeth in anger, her face full of grievance and hatred. Chen Guang was brutally unreasonable. The two of us originally wanted to demand some compensation for brother Wang Hao, but not only did he refuse, he even slapped the two of us. Clutching her red and swollen cheek, Lu Jia fearfully echoed with a crying tone. Brother Wang Hao, you must seek justice for us. Chen Guang is simply an animal. If we hadn't escaped quickly, we would have been defiled by him. Sitting on the sofa, Wang Hao gritted his teeth, angrily clenching his fists. Rest assured, that boy and I are mortal enemies. I will definitely kill him. With a face full of violent brutality, Wang Hao stood up and walked outward, as his subordinates hurriedly asked, let's go, follow me outside. Brother Wang Hao, where to? Wang Hao violently turned his head, fiercely commanding his subordinates behind him. Where else? To find food. A little underling wearing a knit hat wore a miserable face, spreading his hands helplessly. But we don't have snowmobiles. We can't go out. A cruel and venomous cold sneer hooked the corner of Wang Hao's mouth as he calculated insidiously. Who said we are going out? Right now, the entire residential community community belongs to us. Except for that boy Chen Guang whom we cannot handle. The rest of the people must listen to us. Two underlings revealed despicable, triumphant, savage smiles, clenching their fists as they excitedly echoed, "Brother Wang Hao is right. The supplies of the entire residential community belong to us. If we can't rob Chen Guang, can we not rob the others?" The sky-filling heavy snow howled past, ruthlessly enveloping the silent villa area. Accompanied by a massive bang, Wang Hao violently kicked open the door of a household. The man inside, sitting around a fire basin to keep warm, was startled into standing up abruptly, sternly questioning, "What are you doing? Who let you in?" Shivering violently, the couple looked at the uninvited guests in disbelief with faces full of horror. Keeping his hands in his pockets, Wang Hao led his subordinates and arrogantly issued an ultimatum: "Bring out all the food in your house." Angered, the bespectacled man took a step forward, pointing at Wang Hao and rejecting him strictly. "Get out. We have no food here." Wang Hao's hand hidden behind his back quietly drew a sharp, freezing knife. His face twisting ferociously, Wang Hao held the sharp knife and plunged it ruthlessly into the man's back with a squelch. "Fuck your mother." Stabbed, the man spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood, turning his head in absolute disbelief. "You." The man toppled stiffly into a pool of blood, while his wife was so terrified she slumped onto the ground, screaming shrilly, "Murder. You've killed someone." The fierce Wang Hao directly pressed the bloodstained knife firmly against the woman's neck. "Bring out the food." With the knife held to her neck, the woman turned pale with fright, despairingly crying and begging for mercy. "Boo-hoo. Don't kill me. I will go get it." A few pitiful bags of snacks and instant noodles were placed solitarily on the coffee table. Wang Hao looked at the pitifully scarce food on the table, cursing loudly in anger. "Damn it. Why is there only this little bit of food?" The woman knelt in despair on the ground, holding her head and crying bitterly as she recounted her tragic situation. "These are the last bit we saved to use as rations. There is absolutely no food left in the house. If you take it all, I won't be able to survive either." Entirely devoid of any pity, Wang Hao's face turned gloomy as he turned coldly to leave. "Let's go to the next house." A masked underling revealed an extremely wretched savage grin, grabbing the woman's hair. "Brother Wang Hao, the brothers have held back for a long time. This woman's appearance isn't bad." Wang Hao turned his head back coldly, instructing, "Hurry up, don't waste time." The underlings dragged the despairingly crying woman away by force, as a little thug laughed triumphantly. "Rest assured, Brother Wang Hao, I am known as the Flash. I'll be done very quickly." The woman could only plead helplessly, "No, please, I beg you to let me go." Wang Hao stood apathetically in the center of the empty living room. By this time, the homeowners group chat had long devolved into absolute chaos. Someone cried in horror, "Help! Wang Hao brought people and robbed all the food from our house." Another person echoed in despair, "I was also robbed." "Auntie Lu, you cannot ignore this matter." And immediately following, Wang Hao sent an incredibly arrogant voice message, roaring at all members, "Good neighbors, stop making a fuss. Right now, I, Wang Hao, have taken over the entire residential community. It is only right that each of you contributes some grain. If you don't actively deliver it over, don't blame me for coming to collect it personally." Watching the commotion on my phone, I leaned back in my seat and sneered coldly, sighing softly. Order has begun to collapse. The true turmoil is about to arrive. The despairing homeowners began compromising with the devil in the group chat. "Brother Wang Hao, we are all poor people. Even if you rob us, you won't get much." Wang Hao apathetically countered. "So, driven to a dead end, a neighbor immediately aimed the spearhead at me, maliciously proposing, 'You should go ask Chen Guang for supplies.' Right now, the entire community knows his house has hoarded a massive amount of supplies." I stared at the screen in silence, traces of coldness gleaming in my eyes. Hearing these words, the rest of the greedy people also began to jeer and echo in succession. Right. Go find Chen Guang. Don't look for us." "I agree. Chen Guang should make some contributions for everyone." "I also agree." Auntie Lu held her phone, yelling and screaming with a ferocious face. "Wang Hao, think about it. Go find Chen Guang." Seeing the shameless remarks in the group, the chubby Pan Meng held his phone and cursed in exasperated fury. "These bastards are truly filled with evil intentions." A playful and chilling, cruel smile hooked the corner of my mouth as I disdainfully spat out a phrase. "It has only just begun now. There are scarcely any good people in this community. They are all heartless, ungrateful wretches. In my past life, I witnessed their true faces, and ultimately was murdered by them." On the other side, Wang Hao sat on the sofa, staring at his phone with a face full of insidious triumph as he ordered, "I will naturally go find that little bastard Chen Guang myself. Anyone who wants to deal with him alongside me can contact me privately. When the time comes and we secure the supplies, I will share some with you." Just as the message was sent out, the neighbors in the group impatiently began to respond, "No need to be private. I will join right now." Immediately following, another person also joined the ranks without any bottom line, "I'm joining too. I have no food left." Hunger caused more people to lose their humanity, successively typing in response, "I have no food either. I have reached the end of my rope. I will join." Even a woman maliciously sent a voice message spouting wild nonsense, "Count me in. This is what Chen Guang owes us. If Chen Guang had brought out his supplies to share with everyone earlier, we wouldn't have done this. He brought this upon himself." Inside the villa, the chubby guy held his phone, so angered by this group of shameless scoundrels that the veins on his forehead bulged. What a group of shameless bastards. They can't beat Wang Hao and don't dare to rebel, so instead they gang up to look for trouble with us. I crossed crossed my arms over my chest, sneering in response with a composed and confident expression. Then let them come. Since we are idle anyway, we might as well play with them. Not long after, droves of neighbors frantically smashed the main gate, roaring, "Chen Guang, open the door! Chen Guang, open the door!" Seeing the massive turnout on the surveillance feed, Pan Ming pointed at the screen, yelling in panic, "A lot of people have come. More than half the community is here." I looked at the surveillance screen, a cold sneer of extreme contempt surfacing at the corner of my mouth. Nothing but a mob of useless rabble. In the snow outside the door, the leading gray-hatted uncle pointed at the main gate, loudly reprimanding with a ferocious face, "Chen Guang, you little bastard. I have never seen someone as selfish as you. At a time like this, why don't you share your food with everyone?" Thoroughly enraged, Pan Ming gritted his teeth, rolling up his sleeves preparing to charge out. "I am going out to teach them a lesson." Channeling Blue's spatial ability with one hand to manifest a weapon, I calmly stopped him. There is no need to go outside. Meanwhile, the utterly clueless rioters were still standing outside in the blizzard, relentlessly and frantically clamoring, "Chen Guang, you cowardly turtle. Do you only know how to hide inside your house?" Facing the residents gathered to protest outside the villa, someone in the crowd took the lead to launch an attack, shouting, "Chen Guang, hiding is not a solution. There will eventually come a day when your supplies run out." The crowd also echoed in agreement, "You might as well contribute your supplies, and everyone can figure out a way together." Seeing the villa remain entirely unresponsive, the crowd's emotions grew even more agitated as they pressed forward. "You have angered the entire community now. Do you no longer wish to establish a foothold here?" And not far away, two thugs were hiding in a corner watching coldly. One of them asked the boss, "Brother Wang Hao, do you think Chen Guang will come out?" The leading Wang Hao wore a gloomy face, calculating through gritted teeth, "If he dares to come out, we will go over and kill him. If he doesn't dare to come out, it means angering everyone in the community. These cowards in the community don't dare to provoke us, but do they not dare to deal with Chen Guang?" Hearing this, the underling nearby immediately gave a thumbs up in admiration, letting the people of the community and Chen Guang tear at each other's throats. Brother Wang Hao is brilliant. Immediately following, an old man wearing a red knit hat pointed toward the villa and cursed loudly, "Chen Guang, you are pure garbage. Your conscience has been eaten by dogs, refusing to save those in mortal danger. What difference is there between you and an animal?" However, before his words were even finished, accompanied by a crisp bang of a gunshot, a bullet instantly and ruthlessly shot out. A blinding bloom of blood violently exploded on the old man's forehead. The old man toppled stiffly backward. The surrounding neighbors had their souls instantly frightened entirely out of their bodies, fleeing in all directions while screaming, "Ah, what happened? How did his skull explode?" At this time, inside the safe house, Chen Guang was holding a sniper rifle, aiming outside the window. A cold sneer hooked the corner of his mouth. This sniper rifle is indeed quite good. Not only is the accuracy sufficient, but its power is also massive. Seeing someone fall to the ground, the terrified survivors outside all looked up perfectly in unison toward the high point. "Look over there. It's Chen Guang who fired the gun." The rest of the people also followed suit, shouting with faces full of horror. To think Chen Guang actually has a sniper rifle. Facing the assassin like Chen Guang, the crowd plunged into extreme panic. He actually dared to open fire. Chen Guang, standing on the balcony, raised his gun to warn them from a high vantage point, roaring coldly, "I gave you face. Get lost, all of you." An old man forced a facade of calm, pointing upstairs and angrily reprimanding, "Chen Guang, do you know what you are doing? You dare to murder people. This is a capital offense." A woman wearing a pink coat nearby also raised both hands high, hysterically inciting the crowd, "Everyone, do not be afraid. I don't believe Chen Guang can kill all of us." Under the temptation of food, the incited rioters gritted their teeth and once again charged toward the villa's main gate. The old man leading the charge waved his hands, clamoring shamelessly, "That's right, everyone march forward with me. Without food, everyone is going to die anyway." But before he could even run a few steps, accompanied by the bang of a gunshot, a bullet directly and unmistakably blew his head off. The leading old man collapsed into the snow, dying on the spot. Having their courage completely shattered by the fresh blood, the mob of useless rabble instantly scattered like birds and beasts, crying for their parents as they fled in all directions. "He's mad. I think this guy has truly gone mad. Run quickly. He truly dares to kill people." Seeing this tragic scene, the underling hiding in the back retreated repeatedly with a face full of shock. "Damn it, where did this boy get a sniper rifle?" Looking at the corpses littering the ground, the leading Wang Hao also poured cold sweat, muttering to himself with a gloomy face, "It seems Chen Guang has quite a few weapons in his hands. He will be even harder to deal with." Extreme fear caused Wang Hao to completely lose his arrogant bluster from just moments ago. Clenching his teeth, he admitted defeat with a face full of unwillingness and ordered, "Let's head back first and think of another way." The scene shifted. Amidst the thick accumulated snow, a shovel smashed heavily onto the snowfield. The leading man said, "We have arrived. This here is the Jinjun residential community." A burly man wearing a blue hat and holding a cigarette in his mouth looked at the luxurious villa area ahead, his eyes radiating light as he greedily calculated, "Jinjun residential community is made of villas. It is an undeniable rich people's neighborhood. There must be a lot of supplies inside." The burly man waved his large hand at the swarming droves of shovel-wielding subordinates behind him, shouting arrogantly, "Let's go. Follow your master inside." With his face full of fierce flesh, in the vast white world of ice and snow,